Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the Score. We, of course, broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Is it Evan Thomas or was it Connor O'Donnell? Whoever helped us get, were we even
We weren't twitching today, so we can thank them for their hard work.
Thanks for not getting us on Twitch, apparently. Yeah. Why am I speaking to the camera? Thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Friday and all week, really.
Yeah, that is kind of you. Thanks to our executive producer, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes. Excuse me. And Brandon Fryer, thank you, buddy.
Broncos country, let's ride.
He doesn't seem very sincere.
That's the oddest goodbye.
Wouldn't that be like a bear down? Yeah, could have been.
He could have been.
And what a joy to welcome in Lawrence Holmes, and Dan's here too.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Dan
how are
Bernstein.
you? What's happening, y'all?
What could have been? Could have been Russ.
We talked about how
and
they were going to trade half the world for Russ.
You talk about two quarterbacks that one of them is done, and the other one looks close to done.
Who's done?
Which one is done? Ryan?
Matt
Ryan
is done.
He's coming off, though. Before, I don't disagree. Last night, he looked like he was
he was
cooked.
terrible. Yeah.
But he's had 2 games this year, I think, with passer ratings over 100.
He's done.
Yeah, he didn't look good.
No.
And he threw a pick where it was just like, why did he throw that pick? Because it looked like he was consciously deciding to throw a pick.
I stopped watching. The moment Al Michaels basically told me to stop watching.
Will you do the same thing next Thursday?
Probably. Well, no, I'll be in Ireland. I won't be watching at all. So he said, Michael said something to the effect of, this is a game worthy of, I don't know if he said like a network fifth regional or something.
He said something to the effect, it's so bad it's good. Don't you agree? And
that was later.
Herb Street was like, no.
That was later. He said something like this game is should be the equivalent of a regional number 5 or something like that. I'm like, all right, great. I'll turn it off.
When the Colts looked like they had an opportunity to go and win the game in regulation, and you're sitting there going, where Matt Ryan doesn't know that the clock is going to wind on him, and he's standing there arguing with the official instead of snapping the ball, and they get the delay of game penalty, and you're like, oh, okay, so this is setting up for a game-tying field goal, and then you're going to end up in overtime. And I that's when I hit the eject button. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not. But then apparently I missed a replay of history at the goal line and an angry Richard Sherman afterwards.
That was good stuff.
Was hysterical.
He was triggered.
He was so funny.
I'd have been too. I mean, that was a dumb call then, and last night was just as dumb.
Run the ball. What? Run the ball.
Again, shotgun. A foot to go.
God.
Well, I mean, the reason why you run the ball in that situation, if we're just talking about game flow and things that are happening inside the game, is that you had 2 end zone picks for Russell Wilson in this game? Like that right there is, maybe he's not the person who needs to be making the decisions about what goes on here. But there's a lot there. There's a lot of meat on that bone that we're probably going to spend some time talking about. With the White Sox season over, have you guys...
Don't talk about the damn White Sox.
That was just a transitional sentence. Jeez, you have been so triggered by everything lately. Yesterday, he just went off on the Bears and how bad they, like, out of nowhere, this guy sucks, and that guy sucks too, and I don't want to watch this guy because he's terrible. This guy's coming back and he sucks.
I don't know. I'm having an existential crisis of what I do with my life. I think everybody.
No, that's not true.
They're so bad.
Ask Luke Getsy.
Just a week ago telling us the path to victory over the Giants and how they could be 3-1.
I don't know. We knew they were going to be bad, and they're bad, and everybody's bad, and they're not getting any better.
But let's get back to the White
You
Sox.
said Tevin Jenkins was the best player on their offense. Well, listen to yourself.
If David Montgomery's not playing this Sunday, I would suggest he is the best offensive player.
He's the most surprising.
Yeah,
I'd go Khalil Herbert.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Maybe.
He's definitely the most surprising starter.
The saddest debate in the history of sports.
Who's better, their backup running back or their guard that
The
nobody
Bears have
wants?
had a
So
situation where the right
sad.
guard was their best player for a couple years.
Kyle
when
Long.
Kyle Long was there.
I think the best player on the field for the Colts last night was an interior lineman.
Well, it's always
Of course.
Quentin
Yeah,
Nelson.
Quentin Nelson's
It's
great
always
player.
Quentin Nelson.
I would argue that Lucas Patrick is the Quentin Nelson of bad players.
Bad players? Okay.
They love that guy. Don't
There-
they love
I
that
know,
guy?
they
There,
love him. He's
there
such a hard
seems to be a
worker and
lot of
example setter.
free agency mistakes in the NFL this year.
Well, let's wait and see what happens once the season starts.
There's just but those free agency mistakes are compounded by Trey Wingo did make a good point, and we've talked about this before. The preseason no longer can be taken as a vacation for these teams. They treat August like it doesn't matter, and really
Right.
you risk injury, but you also risk spending the first month getting buried in the standings as you have veterans who aren't ready for the season.
You know what though? This is maybe it's. I was thinking we were talking about it in the pre-show meeting, and it's more of sort of a idea jumping off point for like a magazine piece, but this idea of that we have to have a reckoning regarding NFL football. What we want, why we want it, what we expect, and why we expect it.
What do we want? What do we want it?
We want those of us who still have that part of our reptile brain. We want these guys at high speed smashing into each other and doing spectacular, dangerous things. But then we see what happens to Tua Tagovailoa and Cameron Brate, and we talk about safety. And it's so hard. It's this ongoing cognitive dissonance. They don't hit because this is an incredibly dangerous sport that breaks human bodies. And that's why they don't practice the same way. And then we get terrible football, and we complain about terrible football.
I think that you're making an assumption on that, though, because there were and I wonder if there is an inefficiency that can be taken advantage of, where next year we are going to see teams go a little harder in preseason because now September is like preseason. But take, for example, the Lions. We saw their training camp. We saw that it was hard and it was physical. They're still 1-3. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know if we can blanket and say
No, and the
preseason-
Rams won a Super Bowl without really practicing.
Right. And I don't know what Kansas City's preseason was like. I do think that there might be coaches who will look at it and say, is this something that we can change in the margins that is going to have our team more prepared, and maybe we can sneak 1 or 2 wins earlier in the season because other teams aren't prepared.
Well, that's how the Bears
That's
won
how
the
Bears-
opener.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
They
that's why
wouldn't
they're-
be in the position they're in if they hadn't done all the off-season work and all that stuff.
But just these Thursday night games in between it's usually the Thursday night games don't get this bad until later in the year.
It doesn't matter, though. Ultimately, it doesn't matter
I know.
because we will watch anyway, and the quality of play is all subjective, and nobody, nobody in Indy's complaining about the quality of the game. They may be, but it doesn't matter. They saw the Colts win, and they're going to watch next Thursday night. The people complaining about last night, how bad it was, they're going to watch next Thursday night to see if it could get worse, because we're going to watch regardless, and it can be bad, good, or otherwise. Thursday nights are here to stay.
Oh, I know they're not going anywhere, but when you have as august a voice as Al Michaels trashing the product
That he's getting paid handsomely for.
trashing it.
Then you replace Al Michaels.
It tells
You
me
don't-
that's
something.
going
you
to
don't-
happen.
You don't adjust the product. You adjust how you present the product. The product is going to be what it is, and some days you're going to get great games. Some days you're going to get lousy ones like last night. But you can't have your announcers point out when it's bad as often as he did last night.
But how
matter who he
long
is. I
does
love
the
it.
NFL get to be bad before there is attrition in audience?
Well,
I don't have an answer for that,
I
David.
don't- I
I'm
don't
just
either,
throwing it
but
out there
I
because
don't-
it's
But we're a long way from there, I think. I don't think that people are, until something tragic happens as a result of negligence or some health calamity.
It's happened and it happens. How many guys have to kill themselves later in their careers?
That doesn't happen during the game,
Right.
In game. I don't think we're close to that point, though, Lawrence. It's a good question, but I just don't think that it's going the other way because of the how prevalent gambling is. And
I know.
how many people want to watch regardless of the quality of players. They want to know how much money did they win.
But I
lose.
would consider myself a P1 of the NFL. And last night I was like, you know what I'd rather do than watch this overtime?
Pretty much anything.
I'd rather go to sleep.
Yeah. And that was really a bad game. And you know, for me, it was halftime. I did catch up with everything this morning, but I went to bed at halftime.
Well, you're not a
Mainly 'cause
neutral example either,
No,
because you do
I had
morning
to get
radio.
up. I have to get up at 3:30.
But if it was compelling
still,
enough, Mully would have stuck around.
I would have stuck around.
I did
longer.
watch some preseason hockey as opposed to watching
Yeah.
that game for a while. So I guess that counts me as,
That is.
Wait, you had a
disease.
White Sox thought. I didn't want to step in your
No,
White
it
Sox.
was
No,
just a
please.
transition. What I wanted to ask Mully was, how, as he started moving over to thinking and talking about the Bulls, like, are you in a place where you're jumping? Because it's interesting. Like, as we're talking about all of this, our reaction to their first preseason game, and quite honestly, Billy Donovan's reaction to the first preseason game, raised my antennas a little faster than I thought it was going to.
Right.
Because he came out pretty strong about their effort in that game. And ordinarily, you'd be like, it's NBA preseason. Throw it away. But when the coach is that concerned after one game, you go, that's interesting.
I read the notes for tonight's game yesterday when they came out. I was like going through all the notes and coming up with ideas about the Bulls. I also spent some time studying some White Sox stuff that I wanted to look back on before I moved forward. And to just kind of, I really enjoyed your interview with the round table with the Sox machine.
Oh, those guys are so good.
Oh, they're phenomenal. And that really fueled some other things that I wanted to look at before I closed the book on that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I submitted my questions for the morning, I included a Bulls question and a White Sox question. I think I threw a Cubs question in too, just because I wanted to be balanced. But to answer your question, no, I haven't moved on yet. I haven't moved on from the Sox, but I am interested in the Bulls, and I will be monitoring them over the weekend.
I want to know what the Sox are doing with their search and how it's going. We're talking to Bob Nightingale tomorrow on Inside the Clubhouse, 10 o'clock.
Well,
so he will probably have an idea about the way things.
If Joe Espada is a candidate, don't you interview him now while the team is?
You should.
Well,
while they're waiting.
David,
shouldn't you go down there and do that?
If Bob Nightingale has insight into the managerial search, we have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because that means
Tony does. That means Tony's involved.
And Jerry.
Yeah.
That already, like that's key. I think people should tune in and listen to that
10
because
tomorrow.
10 o'clock tomorrow. If Bob Nightingale says here's what's happening and here's who they're looking at, and we know where he gets his information, that's a sign that we still have internal dysfunction.
I think he mentioned a couple people that were in the mix, or that was earlier in the week, though. I think in a direction they might go. But that's a good observation.
Have you heard the infighting going on in Houston?
Yes.
And the possibility that he may become the manager there if the Sox were really interested in him?
Well,
Josh Nelson brought that up yesterday.
Yeah.
The
Maybe
owner
that's
there,
how it started.
Crane, is apparently a nightmare. And the GM that they hired, his name is Click, right? And Dusty, who've really done admirable
Dusty
work
hates clicks
cleaning this all up. But it seems just like an unnecessary meddling from an owner who wants to be a part of things, who isn't letting people do their jobs. It's the oldest story in sports.
What is that? How, wait, hold on a second. Are you suggesting that an owner would somehow put himself into a...
I mean, let that thing roll. You've got an exemplary baseball operation.
They could win the World Series.
Yes, they have to.
They definitely could win the World Series. They're going to come out of the American League, I think. We both picked the Astros this morning, didn't we? Yeah, I know I did.
I had the Yankees losing to Cleveland. I think Cleveland could be really dangerous
I do
because
too.
They don't know how young they are, and they don't know that this shouldn't be happening.
They've got good pitching and they try.
They've got really good pitching. And they've got
a great
really
manager.
good player and a great manager. And, yeah, I think they're a dangerous team.
Well, but the most important question of the day that was broached on the Mully and Haugh show, when should Justin Fields be moved to wide receiver?
Oh, my gosh.
How about that?
Call?
Or tight end. There were two
Oh, my
options
gosh.
given.
sometimes the restraint
because of Bobby Douglas
that is necessary with some of these calls, is mind-boggling. It just
Does that still happen? I mean,
in the immortal words of Eric Beverly years ago, he said, "Don't think that you got to call a radio station just because you got a phone."
It's the truth.
I mean, of all the things you could ask about this Bears team, that's the question
yeah.
that you pose once you're on the air.
Wouldn't he be more of a safety?
But Bobby Douglas is a half a
Bobby
century
Douglas.
ago.
Yeah, I know.
A half a century ago.
Yeah.
Really? That
He reminds me of Bobby Douglas.
No, he doesn't. Then you've got a bad mind. Then that's a problem. That's a you problem. My goodness.
What are your problems today, Dan?
Oh,
What will
how long you
be-
got?
Yeah.
Pull up a chair, throw another
Deeply
log on the
rooted.
fire. We are going to talk to Mark Grody today. We're going to talk to Joe Ostrowski, Kerry Pinkowski, and Roman Polanski. No, Steve Stone. Patton Oswalt is going to join us.
Really?
Actor,
The
stand-up
stand-up?
comic,
Yeah.
author, screenwriter.
What's he up to?
He's up to admiring Lawrence Holmes's graphic novel.
No kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
Awesome.
It's great.
So we'll have him on, Herb Howard on the Bears beat, and all sorts of other stuff. We're gonna Luke Getsy really screwed up yesterday. That's where we're gonna start our show. He may not know what the extent of what he did yesterday, but that was bad. That was really bad.
I thought David made a really good point.
I don't agree with that, but I'd be curious to see how you guys put
he
it.
thought that Getsy wasn't speaking to the media, but he was speaking to the quarterback.
He never is.
It's going to be hard for him to recover. You can't tell people they're not seeing what they're seeing, whether it's fans, whether it's media, or anybody else.
That gives the media way too much credit.
You can't do that. You can't tell us as those of us who sit every day and watch these games. You can't tell us that everything's okay in your world.
I want my coach to have
I don't think that's
an
what he said. He
awareness,
said
but
that
I want him to
they've
have
improved.
blinders on too. And he is speaking to a quarterback that's clearly struggling and clearly didn't have a good month. But you can't lose him either. And he's not telling the truth. He's showing support. That's what he did yesterday.
Well, good luck walking that tightrope.
Not
So
with
that's
Dan
what we're
around.
going to do.
Dan will push you off it. He's walking the tightrope, and Dan has cut it.
Have a good show.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago...
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's two questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. Oh, I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way, too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
Did you see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? A guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a third good at bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the second worst hitter in baseball.
Did you say some bats? I'm going to pinch him for I was saving him. He was going to pinch him for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly. You don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Lurie's at bats. You see Lurie's at bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player. Season's officially over. It's over. It's all over. The 2022 White Sox are not going to darken our doorstep again. We don't have to deal with them anymore.
3 hours later.
Jason Leisure.
Like everybody's mad at Sam Mustipher, for example.
Because he sucks.
They think he's the big problem.
Dan is just so done with the Bears.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not done with it.
I bring up a name. Oh, this guy sucks. Jason brings up a name. Oh, that guy sucks too.
Am I wrong? I waste 3 hours of my week sitting there in front of my television throwing the remotes and couch cushions.
All I'm saying is that, Dan, our Bears discussion today has been you going, this guy sucks.
Well, it's like, N'Keal
sucks.
Harry's, everything's going to be fine when this bad receiver comes back,
no
one else wanted. Everything will be great. Well, who's coming back? Is he good? No. But is it going to be better? Maybe. Probably not.
He's different.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
People are saying they don't like Sam Mustipher. For good reason. He keeps getting his dumb ass shoved into the backfield. That's not his job.
He's actually really smart.
I know he is. He's super smart. But when the best aspect of your ability, your job as an offensive lineman in the NFL is to take the guy in front of you and push him backwards. And you can have a 1,550 SAT and still get your ass driven back and still snap it into your own scrotum every time. You can't do that.
He only did that twice last
That's
week.
too many.
Bernstein and Holmes, your midday destination for Chicago sports talk.
I'm mad. I'm angry. I can prove it. I have an erection. I'm mad at all of you.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Dumbass.
Ted, you've been so stupid. Oy. Yeah, such is the world in which we live and work. So be it. We are all resigned to our fate, I imagine. Hello, happy Friday. Happy fall, by the way.
If you needed to know what season it was, you woke up this morning and you found out it was fall.
Boy, that front came blowing through yesterday afternoon. I went in to do some stuff after the show, and I came out like, oh, October, okay. All right, okay, hello.
Yeah, hello indeed. By the way, hello to everyone on Twitch. Yes, we're back up on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score.
Oh, I didn't know we were not on it.
Well, Mully and Haugh were not.
Oh.
And now we're on it. Lapka, I guess, like hit a switch or something, and we're good to go. So if you're part of the Twitch mob, you can go back to being on Twitch mob. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score.
We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We've got Diaz and Rankin and Fryer and Lapka back there today. 312-644-6767. Yeah, I thought that was a huge risk that Luke Getsy took yesterday. And it has to do with trust. And it has to do with when a coach talks. And he matters more than most coordinators. Because the head coach of the Bears is a defensive guy. Luke Getsy's in charge of an NFL's offense. In charge of an NFL franchise's offense. That's a massive responsibility. It's more important than defense now. It just is.
Okay.
That's the way it works. He is of outsized importance, and when he talks, it's significant. And he's never coordinated an NFL offense before.
Correct.
Ever. And after 4 games, it's the worst passing offense in the NFL. It's one of the worst we've ever seen in Chicago.
Which is saying something.
But things seem okay in his world. And it was later in the show when Jason Leisure was telling us what was going on, and we heard the 30-second cut of Luke Getsy saying what. But I wanted to lay out what actually happened in real time. Lawrence, you've been in the room. I've been in the room. You know that feeling. You know when your spidey sense starts to tingle a little bit and something's happening and people look at each other like, what? I brought up the Terry Shea moment.
What did we just hear?
And it was, is he really saying?
Is this the way that he's going to approach talking to us about this?
And
now
and not when I say us, I don't necessarily mean who cares what you report. I'm saying all of us who watch the games and who've watched these 4 games. Let's just listen yesterday to a couple of minutes here of Luke Getsy talking to reporters about the offense.
What were 1 or 2 specific moments from Sunday that stood out to you as encouraging or impressive in your mind?
I thought there was a lot of good moments. I thought I thought we did a really nice job on all those play passes, getting him outside the pocket, getting those guys the ball in some space. We missed one throw there to Treston. The deep ball to Mooney was awesome to get that going. Then was the second play of the game. We hit another one deep over the middle. So the play pass was really good. We got to win a couple more battles on third down. That's usually how that works, right? Usually third down is when you get those isolation 1-on-1 ops more. You have to protect a little bit more. So we got to win. We got to win a few more of those. But in the passing game, I thought it was definitely a lot of things that were really good for them.
Do you get a sense that the offense is about to break out, so to speak, or do you think it's just slow and steady?
Yeah, I don't, as far as like that word breakout, I don't really think in that terms. I thought this week we took a little bit of a step back in the way that we fired off the rock and the way that we played. They were a challenge, they had a big front, and it was, the way that we got off the rock in the backfield, the way that we were at tight end and in the O-line. It was all phases. It wasn't just one phase. It really wasn't. I think that's what makes us unique. And we got to make sure that we get back to playing that play style, which will let all those other kind of opportunities and, whether you want to say breakout or just, we're moving in a positive direction. We got to get back to that type of play style.
Can you tell by the questions we ask that there's a disparity between how we see Fields and how you do?
I really don't, I know what I know and I believe what I believe, and what we do in this building is what we pay attention to. And, the questions that you ask, that's your right to ask whatever you want. And as long as we stay focused on what we know and what we believe on, we know that in the end we're going to get where we want to get to. So
he's got a 50% completion percentage, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 touchdowns, 9 touchdowns in his career.
He should have less than 50% because he should have thrown about 6 or 8 of them away instead of taking some sacks. So he actually should have less than that, yeah.
Okay, but I guess my point is, what would you consider struggling then? Because to us, it looks like he still has, like Pat said, he looks like he has had a rough month.
No, the areas of improvement are, right, when, he needs to hit Treston on that flat route. We need to hit Cole a couple weeks back when he has him open in the seam. When the protection breaks down, right, which he's had to face a lot of that. This game, he handled it better than any other game. And so we just got to keep improving upon that. And so he's doing that. And it takes a lot, man. I mean, the toughness that kid has to be able to handle and deal with what he's dealing with. I mean, it's impressive that a young man with that can be that strong and that tough. I mean, to take hits that he takes week in and week out and to stand back up there, that speaks volumes of that young man.
In the context of the process, is it just a matter of time, in your viewpoint, is it just a matter of time before Fields makes it, or he just needs experience, just needs to learn, or are you still evaluating? Are you still evaluating? Will he be the guy you think he is?
We have a lot more than just evaluating Justin Fields going on right now, and I think that's easy for that's what everybody wants to evaluate the quarterback all the time, right? And I get it; it's all good. So this is a process for all 11, and so there's so many factors going into what's going on around Justin to just sit here and say, oh, we're only focused on, is this guy going to be the guy or not? That's literally not even on my mind, or I don't think it's on anybody's mind in this building. We're just in this process of getting better, right? How can we get each guy in this building to get better each and every week? And as long as we continue to get better, then we're going in the right direction, and we believe that.
I don't know why people were laughing when Mark Potash asked that question.
I think that people were laughing because to them it was ridiculous what Luke Getsy was saying in the context of, I think everyone that was laughing was like, yeah, how do you not see that that was my interpretation of it.
Yeah, there's a time and a place to disagree on how good something is. This isn't one of those times. This is for Luke Getsy to put himself and his reputation and his credibility on the line to tell us that what we're seeing isn't bad. What's the standard? What standard is he using to evaluate an NFL offense? And if you want to say that Justin's got nothing to work with,
well, I mean, he kind of told you that.
If he's trying to tell you
it's in there
about how bad all this, if he's saying it's this bad, if it really is this bad, and the bar is this low, then that's your headline. But it's very, very hard for a coach to go back from to tell me what I'm seeing is not what I'm seeing. That I'm supposed to am I supposed to think this is good? Am I supposed to think this is headed in the right direction? And if so, why?
Well, when I listen to that, I think there's a lot of things that are in play. I think that he knows that the things that are surrounding Justin are bad, which is why, at least in this case, I'll give him the out of globalizing specific questions about Justin to then talk about all the things that are surrounding Justin. That's one part of it. The other part of it is, I think that what you're seeing is a coach that's trying to not give any more negative feedback publicly.
Okay.
Perhaps the feedback Justin is getting privately is what we would consider negative. And Getsy is comfortable with doing that one-on-one with Justin or in a team function of the offense and some of the issues that they're having, but not yet comfortable or not capable of finding the words to do that publicly. What that does do, though, and I think that's fair. I think that's what a coach probably should do. But when you haven't been able to figure out how to thread the needle, and he's new at this, so I want to give him some grace in that regard, it will make you end up looking like you don't know what you're doing. And if you're okay with wearing that, if you're okay with people wondering, hey, is this guy any good? Does he know what he's seeing as an offensive coordinator? So be it. The other part, there's a next layer to this. I think that the way that coaches talk to players and talk about players publicly has changed in the last 5 years. As we're getting more of the Gen Z kids into football, the way that you're going to be talked to and talked about is going to be different. And I'm not casting a value on that. I think it's something that I've had to deal with as an educator. You're learning how to communicate in a different way to maximize your impact with your student, with your player.
That's absolutely true, but that is separate from a public-facing moment when we are all watching the same thing. You can make a case for something for your eyes fooling you. Happens in baseball all the time.
Sure.
Happens in baseball all the time and say, well, look, yeah, I mean, the numbers say this, this, and this, but these numbers will show you that hidden in there are some other truths. I'm always open to that. I love stuff like that. But you cannot stand there and stand there puffy chest. You're not Andy Reid.
Right.
You are not Andy Reid. And if you were Andy Reid, I think the offense would look a whole hell of a lot better regardless of who's in it. But the amount of capital that he came into this job with is and we all want him to succeed, and we all have said give him every chance, but it does not help you to tell me you think this doesn't look bad.
something else that we should keep in mind when it comes to Luke Getsy, and this is a question that I'm going to repeat throughout this tenure, throughout whatever the Matt Eberflus thing is. Do we know that the guys that were hired know how to do their job?
No, we don't.
We don't, right? And I was encouraged, as much as I was encouraged by Luke Getsy, who, if we listen to him in preseason, there was a bit more of an edge. When there was some success that the offense showed in preseason games, he would immediately be like, you know what, we're still not where we want to be. I'm wondering what happened between the preseason and the regular season that has changed that, where his tone has gotten a lot lighter in this. And maybe he feels like, because the rest of the world is coming down on, specifically on Justin Fields, that it's his job to be the good cop in this relationship and that he's supposed to be the guy that's building him up. But there is a risk, and that risk is that you could end up looking like a fool, and that your reputation as a coach can then be connected to some of the stuff. Like, I can't believe you. How are you going to impress upon this? And one more thing, and I'll get off of it. The other part of this is what we talk about with Nathaniel Hackett.
Yes. Let's hold that over for the next segment. I was thinking about that too, because the snark in the back of my mind is watching that abomination last night. I'm thinking, boy, this is a game only Luke Getsy could think is good. Because now I'm starting to think all these things. Oh, well, if it's this bad, at least I know there's one person who could probably say he thinks it's fine, and that would be Luke Getsy, because he obviously thinks bad football is good.
There are plenty of people that may have been over promoted this past cycle. And I don't know if Luke Getsy is that, but maybe he is. We'll discuss that, the NFL, and some of the crazy stuff that went on in that awful football game last night. It's Bernstein and Holmes. It's Friday, y'all. You're listening to The Score.
Sunday, starting at 10 a.m. before the Bears take on the Vikings. Turn on The Score for the Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook pregame show with Mully from the...
What we always gloss over, what is the actual truth of the NFL that Bill Polian doesn't mention in there, and what Paul Brown calls the eternal verities, the eternal truths about this game? Hustle and speed and the ability to bring force. You know what else is an eternal truth of football? Injuries. Guys are hurt all the time, constantly, whether they're on an injury report or not, whether they tell you about it or not. The ultimate eternal truth is the physical and human toll caused by not being 100%, and they don't want to talk about it. But that's the real eternal truth. And if you're going to give a guy a loaf, or you didn't try hard enough, you know what, coach? My leg hurts. I'm sorry. And I'm busting my ass out there because I'm hurt. And you're going to get in a meeting room, and you're going to stand up there and say, well, Khalil, look at this. You weren't going that hard. I'm in pain, coach. Sorry. You're going to put me up in that score. We're going to bench my ass. You go ahead and bench my ass. My back hurts. It's the NFL. They're pros. It makes me crazy to say these are objective truths. My ass, they're objective truths. I understand if you want to say, hey, we're going to make this a part of things. We're going to use this as an evaluative tool. But when this is fundamental, when you are so in the church of effort and this principle that guides everything you do, not at this level. An NFL team isn't good because they're not trying hard enough. Or you think an NFL team's not good because maybe they're not good. There's a whole lot of reasons why guys aren't good. And sometimes it's just, it boils it down to the most simplistic things. This is how I felt about Jim Boylan's punch clock. It sounds like Jim Boylan's punch clock. This is a car factory, and we're going to pretend this is a car factory, and you're going to show up to work, and this is when you come to work.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com in Odyssey Station.
You got a rookie in there, Central Michigan, picked in the 3rd round. Mentioned born in Austria, didn't play football through his teens.
Yeah, he's had a tough night, which was anticipated when they moved him up and they moved Pryor over to right tackle. But man, they're not changing. He continues to be on that island, and it's just more about consistency. 2 or 3, he's holding up, and then there'll be a holding call or a false start. So it's
type of game you'd like to have in the 5th regional on CBS on Sunday.
That's Al Michaels on Amazon Prime Video.
That's the beauty of being a made man. You can say stuff.
The 5th regional, the 5th regional on CBS on Sunday. He is trashing the product that he is describing.
Type of game you'd like to have in the 5th regional on CBS on Sunday.
He's right, and he's saying this is beneath me. He's saying this is whatever they're paying me in my contract with my round soap and my special pillow and everything that goes with me, that I've got better things to do than describe this garbage.
I mean, he probably doesn't, but...
Wow.
Well, they're next week. He gets them next week.
Ooh,
and
good luck.
I'm sure that he's super excited about the Bears and their electric offense that they've got going on over there.
And then we take it higher.
And their electric youth.
So this question of another hiring cycle, and who should we get? Well, he's worked with him, and he's worked with him, and he's been around this guy, and this guy's really good, so let's grab him, and he's got all the secrets, and that'll all travel with him. And then you end. Nathaniel Hackett doesn't know what he's doing.
He really doesn't. He's not helped by the fact that his quarterback might be washed too. Like that. I mean, you end up making all of those trades. You end up spending all of that money in an extension for Russell Wilson, and he looks cooked.
And that's your question about Getsy. That's a fair one. It's your question about all of the Bears that are involved in this. What have you done for us to trust that you can do this?
Well, Getsy's got to build up the trust with Bears fans, and he's got to build up the trust with people who are observers. I think that it has been problematic for the NFL for the last few hiring cycles where there are people who get over promoted. And the reason that they get over promoted or they get an opportunity is because they are working in proximity to a great quarterback. Now, in the case of like Brian Daboll, for example, okay, you deserve a look because you helped get someone to become a great quarterback. But if you're Nathaniel Hackett or you're Luke Getsy, do I believe those guys were influential in making Aaron Rodgers better? No. I think that guy, I would probably give more credit to Mike McCarthy, which is something I thought I would never say, than I would give to those two guys for making Aaron Rodgers who he is. Because he's a fully formed quarterback before these guys walk in the door. So any sort of success that those guys have with him should be attributed to him. And with Russell Wilson, for example, you start going, okay, you're great, and you're supposedly great, and he's supposedly great, and this doesn't work at all. And you have to wonder, like, why would someone give you that opportunity? And I'm trying to be fair to Getsy because he's never done this part of the gig before, where he does have to be the person who has to answer the questions about what's going on with his offense. And finding that balance is going to take him a while. But we often end up promoting people too quickly. And I know that that Parkins and Spiegel were talking about it during transition one day with us, where they're like, well, if things go well, then Getsy will get hired as a head coach. And I'm like, well, let's see how it goes, first of all. And secondly, if things go so well that he ends up in a place where he is still a hot head coaching candidate, that means things went great for the Bears.
You root for that to happen.
Yes, you would like people to be promoted out. But there's all of this stuff that he's got to figure out, that we have to look at and say, is this guy qualified? I asked you the question yesterday. Is there anyone on the Bears staff that has gotten a quarterback from point A to point B?
No. And you mentioned Russell Wilson and what we were watching last night. It was just last week that we were talking about that Subway commercial and just how weird this ongoing lack of authenticity.
That's a great way to put it, Dan. Russell Wilson is a fascinating person because of his circumstance. I would be interested in doing an interview with him, but not unless I knew that he was going to do it real. If you listen to every Russell Wilson interview, they're pretty much kind of all the same. These glimpses into what he thinks we want to see from his personality are fascinating to me. And some people are talking about it, and Black Twitter has been discussing it today, that maybe the way that people have reacted to Russ is now gone already too far in the other direction.
Listen, one time, never mind. That's too dangerous.
He seems like he's putting on an act, but I don't understand for whom he's putting the act on for. I don't understand. And it's clear that the defensive guys who played with him in Seattle didn't like him for whatever reason. I imagine it's probably because of the inauthenticity of it. And I'm sure him getting credit for what the Legion of Boom was doing to put them in that position. Russ did his job. Like, I don't want to act like they carried him to a Super Bowl. He did his job, and he subsequently had kind of done his job. And towards the end, I was hoping that he would figure things out, that he and Pete Carroll would figure it out, and he would stay in Seattle. But because of the way that he is, Dan, people are coming to get him now. Now that he's playing bad, all of those whispers about, this guy is really a phony. Now people feel emboldened to call him out. Richard Sherman, last night, furious, having flashbacks to the Super Bowl and not running the ball on the goal line. He saw it again last night on 4th and 1 and went crazy.
This is going places really fast. The last play is meaningful, not in just that it was KJ Hamler or not that he missed. It's the reaction afterwards from Hamler. It's spiking the helmets. It's that I don't know when Russell Wilson turned into Mitch Trubisky, but I wish he would turn into Geno Smith so they could win a game. Okay? Right. Because Geno makes that play 10 times out of 10, and then afterwards, they got a 4th and 1. They want to go for it, and look at that. That is a teammate that is on national television as at home. Afterwards, it's just perfect. They passed when maybe they should have run. I think Russell Wilson is one of the least authentic personalities we have in this league. I think Russell Wilson is a poser. And that doesn't mean he's a bad person. I actually think he's a good person. I think he tries to be something that he's not. And when you make the $245 million, you either got to be a really great guy with the locker room who loves you, or you got to be an amazing player. Brady, who makes half of what Russell's making, is both. Rodgers, MVP. Patrick Mahomes, both. Allen, people love him. He's amazing. Kyler, we'll find out. Russell Wilson, first of all, the NFL, the Broncos fan base has no history with him. They have no allegiance to him. This is not a Seahawks thing that they drafted him, they grew up with him, he's their guy. None of that. I work the NFL honors. I work the red carpet. Kelsey comes by, Rodgers comes by. Russell Wilson shows up with his sunglasses and his wife, and I think they're Jay-Z and Beyonce, and they will literally put their hand up and say, no, we're not talking. Why? Because you think you're that cool and you're that famous and you're that amazing and everything is so perfect. That does not work in a locker room unless you were really good or really, really good guy. It just doesn't work. $245 million, that can come unraveled fast. And especially when you're missing throws like that and you're putting up 9 points in a nationally televised game. Look out, this could come off the rails.
So that was Kyle Brandt on NFL Network, like on their signature show. That's Kyle Brandt. And I want to get to some of the stuff he said, but I do want you to hear the anger of Richard Sherman last night, courtesy of Amazon.
You need 1 yard. Run the ball. Run the ball. And CT, he's triggered. All he has to do is run the football. Like, necessary criticism. I've said enough criticism for him, but run the dang ball. Like, learn from your mistakes.
Learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, he was talking about a different play,
yes,
I think.
He was.
I think it sounded like he was talking about something last night, but he was talking about something different. But yeah, everything you heard Kyle Brandt say before that, he's not the only one. That is the first time it's been said out loud like that in that kind of complete presentation. But that is a long-held NFL belief across the league.
Yes, and it's perpetuated because the defensive guys that played in Seattle, they've been very vocal about it. And I know that there are people who do still love him, like in Seattle, like DK Metcalf, for example, is one of those guys that loves him. And I don't know if you have to bring Sierra into this. Like that seems like you don't have to necessarily do that. But for someone on the NFL's platform to feel emboldened enough to say some of that stuff about Russ, I just wonder if he had it to do over again, would he feel comfortable being his authentic self publicly? And I mean, there are deeper issues that if we had more time that we could really discuss and debate about how one is supposed to carry themselves as a quarterback, how one is supposed to carry themselves as a black quarterback, all that stuff. I mean, we could do hours on those topics. I do think it's a shame, though, because I wonder if he understands that it didn't have to be like this, that people would probably embrace some of the quirky that he might be hiding and be like, oh, okay, that guy is, like Kyler's quirky. Like Kyler, when he's not being a crazy athlete, is a geek.
Yeah, he's got other problems too. Kyler's issues have to do with his teammates maybe not thinking he's prepared.
Or like, he's going to run into some of that stuff when he leaves Arizona too, from what I'm told.
When we come back, Mark Grody is going to have the latest on the Bears' preparations for the Vikings. We are Bernstein and Holmes, and you have the score.
Run the ball. Run the ball.
The 2-2 Bears are taking on the Vikings in a divisional matchup. Will Justin Fields finally show he's a franchise quarterback Chicago's been hoping for? We're talking Bears-Vikings right up to game time. And don't forget to listen starting at 5.
What did you make of George McCaskey saying, take everything that Olin Kruetz says with a grain of salt?
I'm totally not surprised he would respond that way. Look at his track record of how he responds to some of those things. I think he's more unaware. I hate to throw little fuel on the fire, but I don't think he and Olin really ever got along or knew each other well. So, I think he didn't think too much of his comment.
Yeah,
about Olin.
Clearly. Did you? What were your interactions with George like when you were there? Was he in the ticket office when you would need some tickets, Ruben?
Oh, yeah. I got in a big blow up with him in the ticket office, and Olin actually had to come get me because I'm yelling at him like, who is this guy in the ticket office causing me this problem? And Olin had to pull me aside and like, that's McCaskey, one of the, that's part of the team. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I said, but still, we had the issue with the tickets, and we cleared it. He and I cleared it up, and I had never had much more dealings with him after that.
Why does everybody fight with the owner of the team in the ticket office? what the hell's going on in this ticket office? I don't understand. I
did not know the owner of the team was in the ticket office. I probably would have behaved a lot differently, but it went over well. I tell you this: everyone in the ticket office after that loved me.
Oh, because you talked back a little bit to the owner?
Yeah, I said some things maybe they probably had on their mind.
Olin told us a story about him and George having the issue because George had an issue with someone in the ticket office because someone was shirtless in the ticket office and George was upset. Was that you, or is this a different ticket office incident with George McCaskey? I'm just confused.
Yeah, I think this is a different ticket office incident because obviously Olin was there years before I ever showed up. So I think they had already built up the tension in that ticket office.
This is unbelievable to me.
Yeah, so George is fighting with the shirtless and the shirted.
He's fighting with multiple players in ticket offices. What the hell's going on?
Well, I came to Chicago not knowing the high demand for tickets. I just thought players could come in and put an order in for tickets, and we'd get it. I was in Buffalo, and I could order 10, 15 tickets, and I'm getting them no matter what. Well, Chicago, no, you're not going to get them because it's a sold house, and we're only allotted an X amount of tickets. And I was just like, what? Are you kidding me? I'm playing here and I can't buy tickets to the game? And he comes out, we get into it, and Olin drags me, pulls me over, you don't want to be arguing with him.
WBBM.
I thought the best part about that was Justin Fields taking that shot and then jumping right back up and sprinting back to the huddle.
Mark Grody with Bernstein and Holmes.
Ron, is there anything else that you think they need or could use?
More Mark Grody.
On The Score.
Get the latest on the Bears from Mark Grody. He's on Twitter at Mark Grody Sports, and he's on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Kruetz, how are you?
I'm doing well, Dan. Lawrence, how are you? And I was just looking at some numbers for this game, Bears and Minnesota, and I think that we're always looking for what's the way the Bears could possibly beat Minnesota. Where is it on their team that they might be vulnerable? Because Minnesota is much better than the Bears. I'll be picking Minnesota to win this game. But it's the same old with Kirk Cousins. If you can put pressure on Kirk Cousins, he folds. He is 8 for 35 for 87 yards with 2 interceptions when facing pressure this year. 30th in the NFL in completion percentage in that regard for qualifying quarterback. So if the Bears and Alan Williams can somehow manufacture some pressure, I think that is their way to continue to make this a game. The problem is for the Bears scoring that they are second to last in the league, somehow not last in the league in scoring under Justin Fields and this Bears offense.
They did a little bit more blitzing than they usually do under Matt Eberflus in the last game, but that ends up then exposing your young secondary, and obviously Kyler Gordon has been challenged and been targeted by opposing quarterbacks. Why haven't we seen there be a consistent pass rush from the front four?
Well, I think part of it is, and Alan Williams was talking about this yesterday, and it did sound a little bit like excuse making, but for the most part, Alan Williams is pretty real about what's going on with the defense. And what he said was one of the big issues right now for the Bears defense, especially, and I know you're asking about pressure, but stopping the run, is that there's too many guys that are evacuating their gap to help another player and thus leaving an opening. So there is a discipline factor when it comes to that. As far as getting more getting to the quarterback, getting better at it. And I'm watching Robert Quinn pretty closely. And I know people don't like to hear this, but he's starting to get close. He doesn't look any different than he did last year. He's still got all the same moves. He's just not getting to the quarterback at the exact same rate. You know, Travis Gibson had a nice game earlier this year, but there are still some things that he needs to work on in terms of getting to the quarterback and finishing and making plays. I still, believe it or not, he's still a guy that's a work in progress. Dominic Robinson, obviously, even though he had a splashy start to his season, that guy is still a work in progress as well. So you have to start to find ways, get a little bit creative, I think, and I think that, I don't know that Alan Williams and or Matt Eberflus wants to just abandon what they do in terms of not bringing a lot of guys. But we have seen one thing about this Bears team, whether fans like it or not, the Bears will try to do what they have to do to win games, even if it is at the expense of developing players like your quarterback. So in this case, if they're seeing it the way I'm seeing it, you gotta, if you want to stop Minnesota's offense, obviously it begins with Dalvin Cook, and the run defense has been bad for the Bears this year. But go ahead and do some things differently and rattle Kirk Cousins, because that is the way to the Vikings.
So it's the old adage of you have to earn the right to rush the passer by stopping the run. And the Bears haven't been able to do that. The gap integrity thing is problematic, because if there's one thing you know about this defense, and I know a little bit about it because I covered an older version of it, is once that starts to happen, that there has to be trust that guys are doing their 1/11th of their job. And if one guy ends up going into a gap, then that gap goes unoccupied. And then another guy, it's a house of cards if you don't stay gap sound.
100%, and it sounds noble, especially the way Alan Williams explained it yesterday. It's like these guys are so anxious to want to make plays and to help each other, but he's kind of standing up there saying, no, stay in your gap. It's okay. They'll take care of it, because if you abandon yours, we've got a big problem. So that is something that Alan Williams has noticed and that they are trying to fix. He also mentioned how this is a new defense and there are a lot of new players, and sometimes this will progress. I had a really good talk yesterday with Kyler Gordon, and I was talking about the idea that teams are picking on him, and they are. Teams are obviously picking on them. He told me, he's like, I like it. He's like, I'm gonna miss it when it's gone. I said, wait, what are you talking about? You're gonna miss being picked on? He said, yeah, because I like getting all the different, I like being targeted. I like the challenge. He goes, nobody's going to Jalen Johnson anymore. And of course I want to get to be more like Jalen Johnson. I want to be
plays.
good. Yeah. My God, that's a problem. Yep. The Jalen Johnson just quietly missing game after game. And this is, Dan, this is the one too. I've been wanting to see. Hell, Jalen Johnson has been talking about wanting this matchup with Justin Jefferson since the preseason, and we're not going to get to see it. So that's a problem. But I like that Kyler Gordon he is affected by it. I mean, the fact that teams are targeting him, but he seems to embrace the challenge. He's got to get a whole lot better. That's for sure. But this is the year. It's not just the quarterback they're developing. There's a whole lot of guys that the Bears are developing and letting play through it. They're gonna let these guys be bad. They're gonna let Braxton Jones open a door. They're gonna let Kyler Gordon give up big time passes. They're gonna let Dominique Robinson be in the wrong place at times. So that's what this year it has been all about, and will continue to be, and not just for the quarterback.
When you had this week where obviously we're spending a lot of time on Justin Fields and where things are at, what's your assessment of what you heard from Fields and from Getsy this week on where they think the problems lie and how things can get better?
Well, I think here's the thing that stood out to me, other than the stuff that you guys were talking about and everybody's been talking about in terms of Luke Getsy defending Justin, essentially saying that it wasn't a bad month. I get why he had to say all that. You defend your quarterback. Nobody's defending him right now. That's the right thing to do for Getsy. What? See,
I thought it was risky, Mark. I thought for a young unproven offensive coordinator to essentially tell us that we're not seing what we're seeing carries some risk.
Well, here's the thing, Dan. If you listen, he subtly is telling you the areas that he did things incorrectly. That's the part that I am hearing and listening to. I understand what you're saying, but for example, he talked about. I asked a question about the red zone, and what Luke Getsy said, if you listen, is that Justin Fields stalled on a couple of potential cheap completions, as he called them, to get closer, to get down to the 2-yard line, to get down to the 4-yard line, or wherever they were in the red zone. He said that he passed up on cheap completions. So, that's one area. They've talked about the miscommunications with Darnell Mooney and guys being in the wrong place at times. So he mentions individual spots where.
Yeah, but he said, I don't think he's had a rough month. He's the worst quarterback in the league.
Yeah, okay. I will give you that.
He's the worst quarterback in the league.
To have, and here's the thing about that, too. He didn't need, if you go back and listen to it, he didn't need to respond to that. Nobody said, hey, do you think he had the worst month? But it was said within the question that he had a poor month, and he took exception to that. So, yeah, it was unnecessary for him to say that. I think maybe Luke Getsy could have said something along the lines of, we know we need to get better. We know this wasn't the greatest month in the world for Justin Fields. The arrow is pointing up, but there's something. I think there's a lot of stuff going on, behind the scenes out there. Look, we've seen the game plan. We've seen what they have done. We've also seen what Justin Fields has missed on the field. They see all that. They know all that. In fact, when they came in, from their first press conference, we've been trying to get this management, this coaching staff, to give him this huge vote of confidence. And while they were defending him yesterday, we still haven't seen that or heard that. I haven't heard once anybody say, yeah, this guy's got it. It's just a matter of time. He's got the things that make a great quarterback. They're not even saying that at this point. They're just saying we've got to get better, incremental progress, or maybe that was Mitch Trubisky's days. But you don't hear anybody overselling it. Yesterday, I guess Luke Getsy oversold the idea that he hasn't had a poor month. Probably a little bit too much.
In football.
Yes, but Dan, you don't think that they don't know that? And we have not heard anybody from that coaching staff or management or anybody gushing over him. And typically we see that with guys that they know are going to be good, that they've gushed more about Braxton Jones than they have about Justin Fields this year. If you really go back to Ryan Pace and wow, this guy, it's incredible what he's done and the development and all of that. So that goes back to a point that I was attempting to make the other day, and sort of within this hit, that are all of their resources going into developing the quarterback? I don't think so. I think that all of their resources he is on the same plane as Braxton Jones, as Kyler Gordon, maybe to a lesser degree Dominique Robinson, but it's all of these guys, and there's not like a special curve or a special evaluation for Justin Fields. As a matter of fact, they are doing things to be careful to not let him lose them games right now.
Kruetz, we appreciate the time, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Just real quick injury notes, just to make sure we have Jalen Johnson's out, and
David Montgomery.
We don't have David Montgomery. We'll see. I think Jalen Johnson is going to be out, Dan, but we don't have the official injury report on that. David Montgomery was limited in practice yesterday in the portion that we got to see. I did see him going through warm-ups with the team, which he hadn't done. He also did entertain the media yesterday. He did not give us anything in terms. Heck, he didn't even confirm that it was a sprain. But I'm gonna say that Montgomery is doubtful. If I had to guess, Jalen Jones and David Montgomery aren't going to play this week.
Jalen Johnson.
What did I say? I said Jalen Jones.
There is a
Jalen Jones on the team.
I think there's a Jalen Jones and a Jalen Johnson on every team in every sport right now.
Bears. That's one for me. But yes, Jalen Johnson. I don't know when next hopefully he'll be playing against Washington on October 13th. I don't see him playing on Sunday.
Bears.
Bars.
Have
a good bye, guys.
Bye.
Bears.
That's Mark Grody. Next up, Matt Bowen gave us a little something yesterday that Brad Biggs springboarded this morning, talking about this team and why their offensive struggles tend to build on themselves. There's good reason for it. And this is a perfect example of what you're seeing is what you're seeing.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Everything's fine, Dan.
Okay.
Offense is good, and it's been a good month. Perfect. Back after this on The Score.
You're listening to Bears Friday on The Score. Keep it here all day as our team of Bears experts continue to cover Bears Vikings.
I saw a kid in Khalil Herbert who took some opportunities to make some runs, to make a couple of guys miss, to run hard.
Go.
Yeah,
to go. And this is what frustrates me.
Dan, hold up. I got to tell you this. I know everybody's been saying with David Montgomery, they're saying like that there's holes there and that he's not hitting them hard enough. But when you break it down in slow motion, that could be true in some sense. But then also as well, when you watch the film and break it down, those holes are closing up. Guys are getting, reached over, and then that hole is it's closed up with a man inside of there. And so he just, in some ways, it's some of David Montgomery's fault. I get it. But then also it's the blocking scheme as well. It was just not good luck for him on that day, where when you look at the runs by Khalil Herbert, man, the blocking looked a lot better. And I don't know. I'm not feeding into they're not blocking for David Montgomery. That's not it. It's just some days that's how it goes when you're sharing carries in the backfield, right? It's your day, and then it's somebody else's day. So it's going to be interesting to see. He only had like 30% of the snaps Khalil Herbert did. Does that change going into this week up in Green Bay?
Well, it's interesting to hear you break it down that way, too, because sometimes I get frustrated with Montgomery, and I know he's a better football player than Khalil Herbert. If you tell me I got to play a game and I'm going to have one of those running backs be my guy this game, I'm taking Montgomery 10 times out of 10. And so don't get me wrong on this, but it's sometimes to me I need less read and react, less look for contact, or he doesn't have to use all of his moves on every run. Sometimes it's not fancy. Here's the ball, get that way, and if somebody's in the hole, stiff arm him. If somebody cuts off that angle, spin away from him. And I know he loves the yards after contact, but at least Herbert sometimes is like, I'm going to go, and he goes. And I'm not doubting you for a second, but it's always been something with Montgomery where I've been a little frustrated with how long it takes for him to get into where the hole is going to be.
Yeah, Dan, I get it. It really comes down to, I think, what he kind of prefers. And if you have watched him over his career and just watched those all 22s, I mean, it's out of the shotgun is not where he's the most productive, I think, in my opinion. I think he's a guy that dots the I. He needs a fullback. And with that sense of, having that fullback on the roster, I want to see Luke Getsy use that a little bit. And if both guys, for Khalil Herbert, he feels comfortable there. With Montgomery, he's a guy that I feel like he does have those moves. You want to see him. And where he's special is when he does get to that second level and he's able to use his physicality and get there to that next level and then make a couple of moves. It doesn't help. I've had a lot of running backs coaches telling me, like, don't be making those moves like 3 yards back in the backfield. Like that, then you're wrong. But also it's what he's seeing as well. And so I'm hoping that they find a way to kind of stretch this out a little bit. Khalil Herbert right now is really showing as a young running back, how patient he is, his ability to have that vision, and also his toughness as well, man. I'm breaking down the runs going, this kid's got a nice future. So that's, like I said, I think it's going to be interesting to see if his carries and his workload kind of moves up a little bit and how that kind of, shapes that dynamic between him and Montgomery.
Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
If you look at the Bears right now, and everyone looks at third downs, and we'll talk about that, look at red zone efficiency as well on the offensive side of the ball. But from my perspective, Dan, it really starts on first down, okay, and being more aggressive as an offense and as a play caller on first down, because that's why you're struggling on third downs, in my opinion. You're getting into negative situations because of your lack of first and second down efficiency, really your first down efficiency. So can they be more aggressive with early down play action, movement, and try to push the ball down the field a little bit more?
You say, I remember that voice. That sounds like Matt Bowen. Yeah, it's Matt Bowen. He joins us weekly. He joins us on Thursdays to talk Bears and NFL. That indeed was Matt Bowen, talking about how the struggles on third down are made more likely by being bad on the previous two.
Right, which takes us back to what it is that we were talking about before, where you're trying to figure out if the people who are in charge of this thing know what they're talking about. Do they know what they're doing? And I mean, the default setting is anyone who's coaching in the NFL. That's the default setting for it. That they know what they're doing, but I don't.
Did you watch last night?
Right. Did you watch last night? Have you watched Matt Patricia's entire career?
Well, Luke Getsy thinks it's awesome.
I'm sure. Mm-hmm. His entire career.
Yep.
So there's going to be plenty of times you go, I don't know, like that doesn't seem like it's working. Obviously, those people should get more time to do their thug thizzle, but it
as they call it,
it strains some credibility when it's clear that there are things that are not working for the Bears offense, and you wonder if they know how to adjust it. And let's take it a degree deeper. Do we know if Matt Eberflus knows how to hire?
No,
these are facts that are not in evidence.
We don't. We will learn if these people are good at their jobs. Sure.
What's crazy is I think the Bears had an excellent preseason. They really did. Like, I thought that they did some cool things. I thought that their coaching staff looked up to par in the preseason.
I agree.
When games become real and the impact of those games becomes real, where people are scrutinizing everything that you do, everything that people are seeing when they're seeing your team play, and the Bears have played poorly. Let's just keep it a buck. They didn't play well in that game against the Texans. They won it, but they didn't play well in it. They didn't play well last week against the Giants, and they were repeatedly beaten by the same action. You talk about getting pantsed in a coaching situation. I'm going to keep running the same type of play over and over and over again, and you weren't able to adjust until halftime. To the Bears coaching staff's credit, they did adjust at halftime, which is something, a criticism that you can levy against other Bears coaches over the last decade that they didn't do. I think that the way that we've looked at it, or looking at it going into the season, is the way that we should go back to looking at it. All of this is unknown. All of it. There are a couple of known commodities on the Bears as a team. Everything else is a big old question mark. I don't know if Matt Eberflus can coach. I don't know if Luke Getsy knows what he's seeing. I don't know if Justin Fields is any good.
And I don't know if any coaches can win with this.
Correct.
It has to be said too. I don't know if we reanimate Vince Lombardi and have Bill Belichick at his side, if they come down here and they can win with this group. I don't know, because this is a bad collection of NFL players.
Well, Lombardi, I think, would actually have more called runs for Justin Fields in his offense.
Run the ball. Run the ball.
We came out with Matt Bowen talking about what inefficiency on first and second down have done to make third down more difficult for them, and Brad Biggs echoed some of that. He was on with Mully and Haugh this morning with some of the numbers.
The most common issue on third down, right, is that you're in third and long too often, right? And that's the case for them. A ton of
3rd and 8, 3rd and 10. Almost all of it's 3rd and 6 or more. So that tells you that the root of the problem is before 3rd down, right? It's 1st and 2nd down that lands the offense in these 3rd and difficult positions. Well, you start looking at, okay, what's happening on 1st and 2nd down? Justin Fields is completing 42% of his passes on 1st and 2nd down combined. That's just mind-blowing, especially for an offense that is able to run the football real well, that has tendencies to run on early downs, which ought to mean that there are going to be windows for them to throw the ball. I mean, 42% on 1st and 2nd down, well, it's going to get you beat most Sundays.
So let's hear Brad Biggs try to dig a little bit into this 3rd down efficiency when he was asking direct questions of Luke Getsy.
Is there any kind of a common theme to issues you guys have encountered on 3rd down?
Is there a common theme? No. I thought we did a nice job in the first half. He handled that was a team that typically pressures a ton, and we handled their heavy pressures really well. The backs did a great job in the protection part of that. Not easy looks that we had to handle when they actually did bring it. It was actually probably the more simple things that they do that we had the 2 issues. One, we got the ball out. The other time we took a sack. So those 2 plays, we gotta make sure that we're ready to handle, because they were pretty simple pressures, and obviously we've been working on that this week. So we'll clean those 2 up. But as far as the common theme, no, I think the execution was decent. We had a couple of chances to make a couple of plays. We didn't make them, and then those 2 pressure, those ones stick out as far as what we need to improve upon. But not a common theme by any means.
I have a problem with "we'll clean that up." Coaches say that all the time. Anytime something goes badly, we'll clean that up. Will you?
Yes, they say that, and I do think that I don't want to say fault of what it is that we do, but I do think that we probably could ask for more specifics. When you hear Coach say, "We'll clean it up," how you go about cleaning? How does one go about cleaning something like that up?
What does it mean when you say you'll clean that up? How? By doing what?
Right, and I'm sure it's drill it in practice, but it would be good to put some of those answers on the record so that it can give us more insight. And you're not asking for state secrets, which most of the time NFL coaches believe you are. But how do you go about making those changes, and can you make some of those changes? I think that we have to go back to the factory settings on the 2022 Bears. All of it is in question, Dan. And maybe once we get to the end of this, or we get to the place where it is clear on what the Bears are from the rudimentary record standpoint, that those of us who were thinking that it's possible they could be the worst team in the league because they probably have the worst roster in the league, what does that look like when we get to November and December? And if things don't change? Now, my hope is that they do, that we get glimpses here and there of things getting better. But I think our default setting on them is how we should approach this. And until they earn us looking outside of that, we should look at them that way. Your roster's trash. It was trash. Your general manager had a mess to clean up, but your general manager also played a role in the mess that you have. There were questions at the draft on how this team was being put together and where resources were being allocated. I like the choices of the 2 defensive backs, but I understand people who've been frustrated. Like, you didn't go out and get him a wide receiver. Mully had it this morning, and it blows my mind that if N'Keal Harry doesn't play this week, all of your receivers will be making less than $1 million a year.
Wow. Wow, is that right?
Right, because Darnell Mooney's a 5th-round pick.
Yes,
so it's not like there's
deal.
On his rookie deal, and you got Velus Jones on a rookie deal, and I don't know how much Equinemius St. Brown is, but I'm guessing it's minimum. Think that's where you go back to, are the resources in place? So finding and assigning blame just to Justin Fields is something that I understand why people do. we do have to look around him and then look all the way up the Bears organization and go, is he getting what he needs? And that Dan then becomes kind of the most important issue of, can you really truthfully bring about this quarterback in the environment that he's in? Can you really truly evaluate him? And then, is he going to be too damaged by the process of this?
That's the essential
none
question.
of it matters.
Well, and I also think that then you have to try to evaluate certain things that are independent of everybody else. And I know in football it's nearly impossible to do that. But what I keep getting back to is, why isn't he accurate? Why is the ball sailing? Why is the ball bouncing? Why is he behind and ahead of? His accuracy was his best attribute coming out. That was the one thing, boy, this guy puts it where he wants it.
Right, and then you marry that to the athleticism, you go, wow, the sky's the limit.
That's what I can't figure out. With everything else, processing, recognizing, that's fine. But when he makes that throw, why is it not going where he wants it to go? That, to me, is terrifying. And I want to know what happened.
Well, maybe what happened is that you had coaches who came in and said, there's something to fix here mechanically.
What?
Whether it's what happens where his feet are when the play begins, how he stands when he's receiving the snap, all of that stuff. And maybe they made tweaks. And what we're seeing is the in-between stage of him still trying to figure that part out and not do and fall back on what he's always done. The question could be asked, was what he was doing before better for him as a prospect than the changes that you've made?
Yeah, it's like a baseball player who said this swing worked for me in college, or this swing worked for me in AA, and now it doesn't. Or you get certain PGA golfers will take a full calendar year to rebuild a swing, to find a little extra power, or to change the shape of shots. And they'll go into the wilderness. It'll be the mono myth. They'll go to Dagobah, and they lift rocks with their mind, and they're not ready. But if that's what's happening here, if they're really trying to rebuild this, and we've got to live through this, no one's told us that. No one said that's what's going on. If there's a mechanical rebuild taking place.
No, but they did tell us that. Remember, they were talking about his left foot and his right foot on snaps from shotgun. That they switched that so that when he can get those smoke routes out, that he could get the ball out faster.
But the ball's not coming out faster.
Yes, it's not coming out faster. So I'm wondering if they still think it's going to happen. Give it time.
Okay.
And the stuff that you want to do in a mini camp situation or an OTA situation where you're not in peril, those things are easy. Like, man, you got it. It feels different when you are in danger, when someone is trying to come get you. It feels different when you don't receive the snap cleanly. And then you end up rushing. It was what I was saying earlier this week about the Darnell Mooney thing. I tend to agree with you, with Matt Bowen, about he's got to see it and he's got to throw it. But I understand when people like Tim Jenkins or Dan Orlovsky or Trent Dilfer say it messed him up because he's where he's not supposed to be. And then as you're processing it, there's someone who's trying to kill you coming after you. So it's not just a dry erase board thing or something that happens in practice where he can't get hit. Now it's like, oh, bleep, I got to go. This messed me up for that half a second that I had to read. Why is Darnell there? He's not supposed to. Oh, bleep. That guy's like, he's on my right side. I got to go. I got to get out of here.
Well, that gets back to our discussion. It doesn't mean you have to go. It might just mean you have to slip and slide.
Agreed.
You have to lean. You have to turn. It isn't stay or go. It isn't binary. It can be I can make this guy
stuff
get
we were talking
past
about earlier.
me. Yes, like that's the next level of it. Isn't 3, 2, 1. Get the hell out of here. It's okay. All right. You're not going to get me. This guy's closing on me, but I just need a little extra here and now. There, you've got it.
But that also comes from a place of more reps. You've got to look at it that way, that he needs more reps.
We need to talk to Joe Ostrowski about the possibilities this weekend. Last week at this time, he made us want to throw up when he gave us what the passing props were for the Bears and the offense.
I would have nailed the props if it wouldn't have been for that damn offense.
That Darnell Mooney over hit with one throw. One throw got you the over on his receiving yard. So we'll get to that next on The Score.
Super Bowl winning quarterback Trent Dilfer after every Bears game at 4 p.m. with Parkins and Spiegel.
What you talk about with the quarterback is starting point. Do his eyes start?
I ended up seeing things that I was trying to see. And we really have to guard against that this year. This is a developmental year. It's going to be nonlinear. See what's there, not what we want. And I by the end of last year, in the totality of Fields' season, I found it easy to make excuses for him. I found it easy to say, well, look at this and look at these tight windows, and I'm looking at next-gen stats and all of what he was asked to do to fit the ball into places that others weren't, and, well, it's Matt Nagy, and these guys are going to put him in difficult positions.
But hold on, Dan. That's valid.
Some of it is. It also was, I think, it blinded me to some things that we're still seeing that are...
Science!
Science! He's not comfortable. He's not poised. He's not comfortable. And it doesn't look like he's ahead of things, like he's in charge. He's still reacting. The game is still doing things to him rather than having him do things to the game.
There were a lot of Bears fans who I think rightfully were angry about the lack of dollars spent on the offensive side. I was texting with Olin. He heard me talking about Brisker and Gordon and how much I like him. He's like, there should have been more attention paid to the offensive line. And he's right. I mean, I like both of those players, and I think they're going to be here for a long time, but I get that too. Don't we have to put that into the stew as well when we're discussing this, that he's walking out there naked?
I have a daily sports betting show.
We couldn't live without Joe Ostrowski.
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of Herbert Hoover in him. I got to tell you that much.
Joe Ostrowski is brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please bet responsibly. You can find him on Twitter at Joe Ostrowski. The host of BetQL Daily is on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hello, Joe. Last week, you had a bunch of numbers that just had my head spinning and made me want to throw up. So are you going to do that again to us?
Maybe not as much.
Good.
So they were impressed with Justin Fields. He went over the passing yards total on what was to date the lowest passing yard total we have seen at any sports book. Last week it was 148.5. He flew over. Well, I shouldn't say fly over. He went over early in the second half, and then he did like nothing the rest of the game. But the over still cashed for people that wanted to bet it. 165.5.
Ooh, now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, great. Unbelievable.
I actually might go over on that too, because I imagine that they will be trailing by a whole lot.
Yeah, but you have to complete passes to
true.
get yards in football.
Incomplete
so-
doesn't count? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been listening to Luke Getsy, and apparently it does, Joe. Like all of those incompletes count.
Yeah, it's okay. So the Mooney number is 48.5. What was it, Dan, last week?
35.5
for your one. Yeah, 48.5 for Mooney, 25.5 for someone I haven't seen this year. His name's Cole Kmet. Apparently, he plays tight end. So those are the numbers there. As far as props, I actually like something on the other side, and I've been betting it every week. Aaron Jones, Damian Pierce. Last week with Saquon, it hit in the first half.
Dalvin Cook over?
Yeah, you have to.
Let me guess, 80.
That's a good number. That's really close. That's better than what I would have guessed, because I would have assumed the books would have seen
a trend and gone up to like 95 yards.
Yeah, this team can't stop the run, and it's Dalvin Cook, one of the premier backs, and he got, I believe, 20 carries last week. They set it at 78.5. And
pretty good by me, though.
That's
yeah,
very good by you.
It's
That
a really
is
good number.
That is also a very tempting number for Sunday.
Well, yeah.
If you're thinking about making a play on FanDuel this weekend, it's a very tempting number.
In the segment brought to you by BetMGM. Now, the reason why it's always going to be in play is because of game script. The Bears are never going to be ahead by 2 to 3 touchdowns against anybody, so they're just going to keep running it down their throat. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of bad when you get the opposing team's 11-4, 27, 22, 17-yard line, and you end up with 9 points. But that's what happened on a bunch of drives with the Bears. So my favorite bet in this game is Dalvin Cook over on the rushing yards. The Minnesota teaser will be very popular because it checks a lot of boxes. It's a low total game of 44, and you can move that line from 7.5 down to 1.5. You just have to pair it with another game. But another angle I do find interesting, a couple of them, and it's more so on the Minnesota side, that they're coming back and playing right after London. Typically, teams opt to have their bye after the London trip, but they want to save it early in the season.
And they knew they were playing the Bears.
And I think the league rewarded them a little bit and said, okay, you're doing this for us. You're going over to London. We're going to give you the Bears. And look, the team they played last week, the Saints, they're getting the Seahawks, which people thought would be a very poor team, but they're a lot better. Gino's a lot better than people thought
Best
he would be.
quarterbacks in the league right now.
You look at EPA plus CPOE, like he's number one. It's wild. But the last few weeks from the Falcons, something that does jump out to me when we see Fields under pressure game after game, is that the Vikings have faced 3 of the best offensive lines over the last few weeks in New Orleans, Detroit, and Philadelphia. And now you've got the team that has by far the worst adjusted sack rate at 18.4%. Guys, 31st in the league is 12%. And the Bears are at 18.4%. So we know that they're going to keep sending heat. We've seen Fields versus the blitz numbers. So, yeah, it's probably going to be a rough one.
With the NFL numbers overall, Joe, being down, have the books adjusted to it yet with over-unders?
Yeah, that was a quick adjustment. I think this week we only have one game that's in the 50s, and that's going to be on Monday night between the Chiefs and the Raiders, which will be pretty interesting. Anytime you put Mahomes out there, it brings some eyeballs. But, yeah, quick adjustments. I mean, if you look at the very bottom, we have games once again we have one game in the 30s, San Francisco and Carolina. And this Bears-Vikings number 43.5, that's barely bottom 5, bottom 6. Yeah, Giants-Packers, they're not expecting points for that London game. Last night we had a very low total, and all signs being the under, and the under flew. Man, it was just not close. And by the way, side note, there were some 100-to-1s out there for no touchdowns scored that some people cashed on that one. Tennessee, Washington, that's a low total, so you know Bears, Commanders. Next week is going to be a very low total, but yes, they adjusted quickly, and the unders are still hitting. They're hitting at about 60% on the season. The only games that they have is high-scoring Eagles, Cardinals, Bengals, Ravens, maybe, and Chargers-Browns have a higher total, but yeah, it did not take long. The overs are not hitting. People have had a rough time trying to figure out which games are going to have points.
With the MLB playoffs underway, I'm wondering if there are any odds or betting patterns that are jumping out at you when it comes to the World Series or advancement.
This is what's so disappointing about this White Sox spot. Not only just dealing with everything that didn't occur, is when I look at Cleveland right now, they jump out as a team that has a path. Because what do they not have? They have the rotation. They have the bullpen. They have the top-level manager. And if they can get by the Rays here, I think there's a path for them. The Yankees can be vulnerable. Of the 4 teams that are on a bye, that's the one that I would pick to choose. So Cleveland actually has the longest odds to win the World Series at 35-1. But if I view Cleveland Tampa Bay as a bit of a coin flip series. That's how I view most of these series going on with this wild card round. But Cleveland, there is certainly potential there for them to make a deep run.
See, I think if I saw 35-1, I would almost bet it blind. Just because of baseball variance and what we know about what we don't know about playoff series, and especially 3-game series and baseball. If you are someone who does this semi-professionally or just as a serious hobby, that's an automatic for baseball because it's not like other sports. It's not basketball. It's not 4 out of 7. And in some of these, in these short series, you get a real chance here to knock somebody out who's better than you are.
Look at the teams that have won it recently. Atlanta Braves. Middle of the year, it felt like their season was done. Their best player goes down to a season-ending injury, and people are selling the Braves, and they make a few moves, and every move that they made at the deadline worked. You could have found them at the middle of the season around 40-1. A few years ago, it was the same thing with the Nationals. People wanted them to fire their manager, and they found a way out of it, and they got rolling. And we knew that at the time, they had the best starting rotation. It was just a matter of figuring things out, and you could have found them at 50, 60-1. In that range, at the very bottom, Cleveland, San Diego, both 35-1. Philadelphia, Seattle, 30-1. I mean, Seattle can beat Toronto in a best of 3 with the rotation that they have. Same thing for the Phillies. They can take down the Cardinals, even though they've been one of the hot teams. So, yeah, I have no interest in betting for World Series. Dodgers, Astros, Braves, Yankees, they're all shorter than 5-1. I'd much rather take shots on the teams we just mentioned in that 30 range.
I imagine until it gets done, we're going to probably ask you this question every week.
Yeah.
What are the odds on the White Sox manager?
So I posted it yesterday afternoon on Twitter, and we have a new favorite, which isn't the most surprising news.
Is it Freddie Gonzalez?
No.
Is it Joe Espada?
No.
Spruce Bochy?
No.
Willie Harris?
No.
Tony La Russa?
No. No, Ozzy.
Ozzy's the new favorite?
He's not going to be the manager.
I know he's not. I was telling Rankin during the break, and he was laughing. He didn't believe me, but it actually kind of makes sense to me. Isn't this just White Sox fans coming in? They see the odds. They want Ozzy to be the manager, see him on TV, remember the World Series. Like, they think that would be a great thing, and they're just going to bet on Ozzy.
What's the number?
5-1.
Okay.
So it's here. I'll give you the very top of the board. It's Ozzy 5-1, Bochy 6-1, Sandy Alomar Jr. at 7, Matt Quatraro. What's his name? Quatraro.
Quatraro. He's the bench coach for the Rays, right?
Okay. Beltran 9-1, George Lombard at 10-1. Then Freddie Gonzalez and Espada are in there at 11 and 12.
Who's George Lombard?
He's Tigers bench, I think.
Is Willie Harris in the list of odds?
Yes, he is 16-1. Right between AJ and Madden.
So 18-1 on Madden?
18 on Madden, and some of the longer odds, they have fun throwing names out there like Girardi and Tomei, Granderson, Hinch.
Girardi at 18-1. That's
now 20.
20-1. That's interesting.
You think that'd be a terrible idea?
Girardi?
Dan, I'm not
Girardi
saying
or
that
Madner. No,
I'm not saying that I would hire him.
You're trying to figure out what they're going to do.
They're going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I know what my list is.
Yeah, my list would be Freddie Gonzalez, Espada, maybe one of these, Quartaro or Willie Harris or somebody.
I want Andy Green interviewed.
Sure. Why not?
I think that makes all the sense in the world.
Not on the list. Chris Getz 25-1.
That makes no sense at all.
No.
I don't want that at all.
Eduardo Perez, is that intriguing at all?
I didn't thought about that name.
Interesting name. Does he want to do that? I mean, he's got a great life right now managing all 32 teams.
Yeah.
30 teams.
Mark DeRosa?
Didn't see his odds.
Well, by the time he gets to show what he can do, it'll be too late. Because if he does well at the WBC, I think the next managerial cycle, DeRosa will end up getting his name mentioned. Not this one. It'll be too late. Ideally, the White Sox hire someone before the month is over.
Is this appealing, the situation?
The White Sox situation?
I'm just thinking about DeRosa. He's going to have whichever one he wants, he's probably going to get. Like, he can wait out.
Yeah, especially with the likelihood that the team's going to get sold in the next 4 or 5 years.
I don't think it's appealing because you have too many restrictions. Right. Your bosses have had some questionable choices that are made. You are limited by what you can do because of the payroll and the budget that the owner has put in place. Yes, there is a collection of talent that is here that I do think is appealing, but everything else, I'm not sure it's as appealing as it should be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
That's Joe Ostrowski. From Ostrowski to Pinkowski. We have a big sports weekend here. The numbers are back up for your Bank of America Chicago Marathon. 40,000 participants.
They get to run the city beautiful.
Yeah, they do. And it looks like the conditions are going to be nice for them, too.
Good luck with Mount St. Roosevelt.
You're also going to hear it all. It's the award-winning broadcast that you always hear on the station. Carrie Pinkowski will join us next to tell us what you need to know on the score.
Monday mornings at 11. Check out Score Bears expert and former NFL player Anthony Herron breaking down the Bears.
Elvis night tonight, and it's Elvis Andrus' birthday today. Do you ever see the real Elvis? You ever meet the real Elvis, Steve Stone?
I did not, but my longtime partner Harry Carey did, and he shared with me some wonderful Elvis stories. And I didn't get a chance to meet him, but he tells one great story about getting a phone call. He was doing basketball. Harry was in Memphis, and he gets a call, and he said, "Harry, yes." He said, "This is Elvis." So Harry, in his inimitable fashion, says, "Elvis who?" He says, "Elvis who? You're in Memphis. This is Elvis Presley." He goes, "Yeah, right. Now, who is this really?" He says, "Harry, this is Elvis Presley. I'm a big fan of yours." And he said, yeah. You know, people call me to tell me who they are, whatever. He said, "Be downstairs in 20 minutes. Harry walked downstairs in 20 minutes. He says this limousine pulls up, back door opens, and there's Elvis Presley. And Harry, with an eye to the ratings, says, "Why don't you be my halftime guest?" And Elvis said, "If I came to that arena for halftime, there wouldn't be an arena left. But I'll tell you what, after the game, I'll send my limo. You'll come over to Graceland and we'll talk." And that's what happened. Harry said they after the game, they went to Graceland. He said they were sitting around, they were telling stories. Elvis was playing some music, and about 3:30 in the morning, he said, "Well, you haven't eaten yet," to Harry. Harry said, "No." He sent him out for ribs. They brought some ribs back. They stayed up till 6 in the morning. He said it was just an absolutely unbelievable night, one of the nights that he'll never forget. And Harry telling the story, he was a great storyteller. He made that about a 15-minute story. I've tried to condense it a bit.
Serving the Score.com, an Odyssey station.
It's amazing to think it's the 44th time that the Bank of America Chicago Marathon is being run on Sunday. Race weekend is just about here. Runners are heading into town. I know one of my high school friends is just texting me, and he's coming in. He's all excited. And we all know somebody who is involved in one way or another. And you, of course, will hear the broadcast of it on Sports Radio 670 as you have for so long. The award-winning coverage.
The award-winning, yes.
You know this man, our dear friend, Kerry Pinkowski, the executive director of the Bank of America Chicago Marathon. 40,000 participants. The big race is
the
back.
big race. Dan, Lawrence, thanks for having me on. The tradition continues. We're back full throttle. We had a kind of a transition year last year. So we have participants from all 50 states, over 100 countries that are making their way to the start line just down the road here from the Score Studios. So we're going to have a great day.
I'm excited as per usual for you because I know how hard you work and your team works to put this together. A couple years ago, I ran the 5K, and I love it's probably my favorite race on the calendar for running each year. And the reason that I love it, and this is what I wanted to ask you about, while I was running it a couple years ago, and I'm worried about my time and everything else, we go down underneath Randolph and we get to the lakefront. And that's when I was like, oh, wow, this is a different race than what I thought. Because there are so many people that are running the 5K with people who are running the marathon, it's really a lot of people's first chance internationally to see Chicago. So what I saw once we got to the lakefront, people stopped and they started taking pictures. And so for you, what's that like to know that there are people that are going, that you're going to be an ambassador for Chicago through the races that you put together?
Sure. I mean, that's a really valid point. We do the shakeout run, the 5K the day before. A lot of participants travel with their family members,
Right.
significant others. So it's a nice way to warm up and for people to be part of race weekend. But a large percentage of our participants have never been to Chicago before. So they're excited to be here, but they're amazed at the architecture. And then the course itself, we go through so many different neighborhoods and they get to experience so many things. But also it's so accessible for friends and family members. Get on the L, go to different locations. So it really is a great day to showcase the city.
29 total Chicago neighborhoods in this incredibly diverse city with all sorts of cities within cities. And we all picture the big shiny buildings and the bean, but it's so much more than that. And gives so many people a chance to be a part of this, having it come through their communities. And you always tell us too, this time of year, the big names. This is a major race. This is, literally, technically a part of the World Marathon Majors that are sponsored by Abbott. So as far as the competitors, the best in the world, what names are we talking about, and how is the field shaking out in your opinion?
On the front end, it's a great showcase of talent. I mean, we have our 4 defending champions back, which is awesome. Ruth Chepin-Getich, less than ideal conditions last year. She got to 15-mile mark under world record pace. So I think she's got some very aggressive goals. We've got Sefo Tura, who's our defending champion. He had that great cat and mouse game last year with Galen Rupp. When you have your champions back, that's important. But also our wheelchair Paralympic division. We're so lucky and afforded the University of Illinois. We've got Tatiana McFadden and so many great athletes that have come from that program. So it's a stop on the Abbott World Marathon Majors. We've got the former Boston champion here, but someone will be crowned champion. There's a lot at stake with that, and a lot of athletes that dream about coming here and competing. The tradition of the athletes that have competed here, a world champion, Olympic champions, going back to Joan Samuelson and Steve Jones, and more recently with Bridget Kosgei, where the world record for the women still stands here in Chicago. I think that's all part of it, the magic of the race. So many magnificent athletes have competed here over the years.
Do you think that your success with the marathon has opened it up so because now there's going to be a NASCAR race downtown? Do you think because of what you and your group have been able to pull off, it opens the door for some other events like that to happen?
Sure. Lawrence, it's an amazing ecosystem to put this together. If you think about 26.2 miles traveling through the city of Chicago, it really takes a collective effort. I mean, headed up by OEMC, police, fire, our state and federal agencies, the transparency that goes into it. This is a great event city. The city of Chicago knows how to put events on. There's a great team atmosphere and camaraderie that goes into this. And I think other events look what they do in Chicago. It's a great way to showcase the city. I would agree. Yeah, I think a lot of people look at this. We have, as I mentioned before, we have over participants from all 50 states that come here. We have corporate leaders that participate in this. We have the philanthropic piece of Dan's familiar with, our charity program. It's just a lot of different pieces that fit together, and it works.
What can people expect at the expo? Because that's always my favorite part.
Well, we're down. We have it's just a great point for our participants to meet. We have a lot of our sponsors, a lot of other events are there showcasing what's going on. There's some great clinics that go on there. We have some of our elite athletes that you can talk to. It's just a great energy. A lot of athletes have trained over the last 20 months or so. Maybe they've connected on social media. They get to meet face to face. So it's really the kickoff to race weekend, and that's down at McCormick Place.
You mentioned the charity aspect. More than 12,000 participants are expected to run on behalf of your 180 charity partners. And the charity on which I've been proud to serve on the board of directors for many years, Camp One Step by Children's Oncology Services. We're proud to have a full team this year. Every one of our spots on Team One Step for the marathon is taken up. And I know you know this,
Sure.
but I always feel compelled to tell you just the number of kids with cancer and leukemia who this race has helped. And the amount of fundraising that's done, we see it directly. We know, and our campers are with us as part of our team. They are there. They are seeing it. We connect runners with the campers, and that connection has just been absolutely remarkable, and it's been immensely important to the growth and success of our organization. And I know as I say that, there are another 179 organizations and the similar members of their boards of directors nodding along, thanking you, knowing that as you talk about the economic impact for the city of there's $500 million, there's so much impact for so many people, and this race has done a lot of good.
Sure, and we really realized the connection between our runners and their generosity, and the connection between raising money for your organization that does some fantastic work. In 2019. Our pre-pandemic, we raised $27,900,000 race morning. We're trending ahead of that. So this is our largest charity participation we've had in the history of the event. So we're looking for a benchmark on the fundraising side of it. But it just works. There's an energy there, and the funds that are raised help small charities. They help large charities. It's at a time when these charities need some help and these organizations need some help. So we're just proud to be able to do that. I know that's front and center with Bank of America. They have been, in the last 15 years, that's been a priority, and they've really supported it. And we want to I think we're going to grow even more. And the thing I look at is, well, 40,000 runners that are running on Sunday, 12,000 are going to support the charity. There's a tremendous upside in the field. So we're just looking to the future, 3-5 years from now, and continue to grow that aspect.
The types of stories that you must hear about people doing the marathon range, like you've got the elite athletes that are obviously doing it at that level. You've got the Paralympic athletes who are a part of it, and you get the first timers that have trained to get to this point where they're able to do the 26.2. Are there any stories that you remember that people have told you that you go, wow, like we had a real impact for the runners themselves, getting themselves prepared for something like this?
Yeah, Lawrence, there's so many. I think what I'm so amazed at is we'll have individuals that'll watch the race that may not be connected, and they'll see someone that motivates them, or they'll see some of our charity runners like Dan's team that are out there. How can I get involved? I mean, it is such a celebration of humanity, and to come together. We talk about the elite athletes up front, but there's so many participants that come from different backgrounds, abilities that come together and create this community. You know, there's stories of people that have overcome, they've had challenges personally, they've overcome physical challenges, and they find their way to the marathon, and there's that energy that just transcends. So I've been honored to be part of this. I've been honored to be involved in this. You know, someone asked me this morning, this will be my 32nd year, and I got to tell you, each year is like the first year. You get that same energy, that enthusiasm to be part of it. I just live a charmed life. I mean, it's an activity I did as a kid growing up in Hammond, Indiana, and to be able to continue and be part of this and create this event, it's amazing.
670 The Score, Sports Radio. Josh Liss and the expert analyst will be on the call 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
I know you guys will be
right
listening.
here.
I know you'll be listening.
Well, we'll be listening, and because we'll be supporting our people here, we'll be supporting our partner, Layla Rahimi, who's doing it on the television side. She's going to be anchoring the coverage there. So, yeah, man, we're all over this.
Fantastic. And we've got Mitch Rosen. He's coming down. He's going to
run
running
it?
No. He's going to be at he's directing, producing.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be calling the shots.
I thought he was going to
for
run
like
this year.
This is
Next
like the 15th year in a row.
He'll run next year.
Next year he'll get ready.
Yeah.
All right, that's a
He'll
good
put in the
idea.
training. Well, he'll do it.
It'll be a Rocky montage.
But just thanks to AM670 The Score and talking about us and helping us. We're all you Lawrence, Dan, you've been part of this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Kerry.
Good luck.
We always love seeing
Good luck.
you, man.
Here's to a successful and healthy race day.
Thank you.
That's Kerry Pikowski, Executive Director of the Bank of America Chicago Marathon. Next up, we'll talk some baseball with Ford Frick Award finalist Steve Stone. We'll congratulate him on that, among other things, on The Score.
Hey, NFL fanatics, check out First and Pod, starring The Score's own.
Yeah, it's fine. Dan's having a bowl. It's good. I'm just eating it like a treat than a bowl. All right, so what's your review?
Way better than expected. Way better. And it's trying to emulate Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'm not a Cinnamon Toast Crunch fan. I will tell you what I like about this. And I don't know if this is intended or if this is an effect of it maybe having sat around for a while. These little pillows here have an open spot that is allowing milk to soak in to the interior of some of these pieces in a way that is, if that was intended, more power to them. And if it wasn't, maybe it's just dumb luck in this particular box. But actually, way better than expected. I am enjoying this. This is important too. The cinnamon milk, that's remaining, looks legit.
Look at that. He is just down the cereal cinnamon milk. Congratulations to Dan Bernstein for fulfilling his bet.
Congratulations to Eddie Jackson for having 3 interceptions already and getting back to being good at safety.
Yes, he keeps playing like this. Even on a bad team, people will be able to be like, hey, maybe he should go back to the Pro Bowl.
I need a napkin.
to talk Bears. Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com.
Steve Stowe.
When I started out and Harry was my partner, he said to me, "You will find your identity." It turned out that I felt that my identity was going to be to teach as many people as I could the game of baseball.
White Sox TV analyst.
Being an analytics guy, I would have known that a sub-6-foot-tall right-handed starting pitcher in the major leagues, the odds were infinitesimal. But if there was a contest that had a winner, I could never understand why it shouldn't be me.
Social media god.
A lot of people love you, especially the people you haven't blocked.
I've been blocking more than Tom Brady's line.
Steve Stowe with Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
Let's talk some baseball with Steve Stone. He's on Twitter at Steve Stone, and he is on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. It's in Las Vegas. It's the home of the world's largest sports book. Hey, Stoney, congrats on being a Ford Frick Award finalist. That's really cool.
Thank you. It's certainly an honor. I looked at a lot of the guys that were on the ballot. They're friends of mine. There's some great broadcasters there. So it is an honor. I know they say this in Hollywood all the time. It's just an honor to be nominated. But in this case, it truly is, because they don't take in too many folks. You're talking about, at one point, it was one every 3 years. Now, apparently, for the next 2 years, it's one every year. But so being on that ballot is kind of nice.
When you had made the transition from player to broadcaster, I know that you worked with some legends, and you've talked a little bit about it, but was there anyone whose sound that you liked? You were like, you know what? I can do something similar and then add my own personality into it.
You know, there was one thing that Harry kept impressing on me, and Harry Carey was a good mentor, because he would yell at me when I did something wrong and then say, you know, you got to do something else or do this way. And he knew how to sell a lot of different things. He absolutely knew how to sell beer, as we know. He certainly knew how to sell the Cubs and the Wrigley Field experience and coming to Chicago. He was really good at that. And he used to say to me, don't try to affect the style. It's going to come to you. And so it wasn't a question of mimicking anybody. It was trying to find something that would set me apart. And one of the things they came up with for all you youngsters out there, because I was trying to teach the game to a lot of different people, because our broadcast, and still just about every baseball broadcast, is comprised of just a lot of different baseball acumen folks, a lot of beginners, a lot of aficionados, and you have to give something for everyone. And I thought teaching the young people and some of the older people a little bit about baseball was a good thing to do.
I think the best thing to happen to those young people is they don't have to watch the 2022 White Sox anymore, because you spend a whole lot of time trying to explain this is not how this should be done, or think this is not ideal, and you'd rather do this, or you're supposed to hustle, or know the angle to take to a ball, or hit the cutoff man, or not drop the ball when it bounces to you in the infield. Or if you're a catcher, you should, I don't know, catch the ball every once in a while. So how confident are you when all is said and done, however this shakes out with a new manager, how confident are you that one way or another things will be better next year?
Well, one of the things that I think that they have to address, and I'm not saying anything that people don't know already, but they have to address the defensive aspect of a baseball team, and understanding that when you're giving away 90 feet consistently, you eventually wind up losing close games. And I think they understand it. I think in building the team last year, Dan, what they decided was, we're not probably going to get a whole lot better defensively, because we're kind of locked into some guys who aren't too good defensively. So we're going to score enough runs to make up for that. That's why when you don't score enough runs, then everything shows up. And that's why in some of the close games, when you miss cutoff men, when you run the bases terribly, when you keep getting doubled off, or all the things that we saw, that's where it shows up. It doesn't show up if you're going to win the game 10-2. The problem was this team just did not hit a lot of home runs, and they were playing in a park 81 games where home runs are something you have to do if that's the way you want to make your team. And I think that was the calculus this year, looking at this team.
What are the characteristics are you hoping that the next White Sox manager has?
Well, obviously, I'd like to have some guy with experience, and I think they're going to go out and they're going to do that. As far as managers are concerned, there's a number of guys out there who are proven winners. Then we're going to wind up with this whole thing again. If the guy's over 50, we're going to wind up with people saying, oh, he's too old. Well, he's not too old. Terry Francona is not a particularly young man, and he's a wonderful manager. And he showed that if you understand your talent and which way you want the organization to go, then you start to build your team around it, and you lay down a set of simple rules. One of the rules is lack of hustle is not acceptable. We will not take lack of hustle. Try to make a double into every single you hit, and try to do things that on a daily basis are going to allow you to try to win games. That was what that Guardians team is. So here's what's going to happen in the playoff, guys. If the Guardians go far into the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of people looking for the next Stephen Kwan. If the Guardians get summarily dispatched in the playoffs, they're going to say, okay, so for 162, that's a good way to build a ball club, and in a short series where you need some power, that's not good. So I think a lot of the baseball future will depend on what happens with the Guardians this postseason, and can they win a short series against some teams that certainly will have more power than they have.
Is that the right conclusion, though, do you think? When you say
Is it
that,
the right? I don't think-
I mean, so when you say some of those decisions, it sounds to me like sometimes those can be short-sighted and ill-advised when you base it on one postseason where we know there's such a high level of variance.
Well, I think, Dan, what you have to realize is that in order to be great or even very good, you cannot only beat a team one way. If you have a bunch of speed guys and you don't have any power, you're probably not going to win, because eventually you're going to face some teams who will hit the ball out of the ballpark on you. If you have a bunch of ponderous sluggers, you're going to lose to a team probably that has a lot of speed. But, you know, the key, and I'll go back to tennis, at the time when Chris Evert was playing and Martina Navratilova came along, the reason why she dominated Chris Evert was simply that she could beat you 5 or 6 ways, like McEnroe. He could outpower you at times, but he could out-finesse you. He could hit drop shots. He could go side to side. He had a lot of different ways to beat you, and that's how a baseball team has to be built, in my estimation. Build a team that can beat you a number of different ways, because you're going to run into some teams that are going to stop you from doing what you do best. I know speed shows up all the time, and I like speed as well as the next guy. But if you want to build a team that doesn't have any power and has a bunch of speed, you better be playing in the old artificial surface ballparks like the old Busch Stadium or Three Rivers or Riverfront. Those artificial turf thing where speed can come in handy, like the old Kansas City teams. I mean, you could outspeed teams, but this day you have to have a team with the versatility to beat you 4 or 5 different ways. If you don't have that, you'll run into a team that has that.
Stoney, I know that we've talked a lot about his development as the last season and a half have happened, but I'm curious on, now that you've seen a lot of at-bats of Andrew Vaughn, what do you think his ceiling is?
Well, I think Andrew's going to be a 300 hitter. I think he's going to hit 25 home runs and drive in 100. That presupposes that he can play a position where he's comfortable and also where he's going to get consistent at-bats. I think that there was some gaps in his play. He got hit in the hand this year, had some injuries. I think Andrew Vaughn has got a chance to be pretty special. I think he wore down at the end of the year. He was swinging at pitches that he wasn't swinging at earlier, but I think you're going to see a quality hitter. But the point is, you're going to put him in the outfield again on a corner that's not too good. That's not good for him, because he's going to have a defensive zone rating which is very low, as we know, anywhere from -6 to -8, and that doesn't help the ball club. But it's not his fault, because he's not a corner outfielder. He is a first baseman. The problem is there's a lot of first basemen on this team. So what do you do with them? Fortunately, that's not my problem, but that is a problem.
Do you think Elvis Andrus has a chance to stick around?
I would like to think so, because when he came here, he became the smartest baseball player we had on that field. As far as baseball acumen is concerned, he was really sharp. He made one egregious base running mistake. The rest of what he did was outstanding. And getting a guy into your organization that understands how to play the game is pretty good. You need that. If you can't develop your own, then you need it from somebody else. So can he stick around? I think so. I certainly think so. Where will he stick around? Will it be second base? Tim's going to come back eventually, and if Tim is still here, I assume he's going to play shortstop. But we'll see what happens, because Elvis does everything really well, except he doesn't swing the bat from the left side. The Sox could use a few more left-handed hitters.
Dan and I have been having this conversation on, you look at Cueto, Andrus, Abreu, three really smart baseball players that give their all every time that they're out there. And we were lamenting the idea that it's possible that because of some of the redundancies you have on your roster, that all three of those guys could be gone. And it's not anyone's fault. Like those guys, but you just look at the financial situation and you look at the positional situation and go, those are three really good, smart players that might not end up on your team next year.
Well, look, there's a couple of lessons to be learned, Lawrence, and one of them is quite simply, when you're handing out long-term contracts which tie you up financially, which stops you from spending money in an area that you really need to spend it in, you better be really careful who you give it to. Because the question you have to answer every time you give out a long-term deal is, will this guy give me everything he has on a daily basis if I take away the financial carrot from him? And so there's some money that's allocated with this team that this year didn't help them very much, and hopefully next year they can come back, because there's a lot of allocated funds that are going to stop spending a great deal of money. You know, they came into this year, about $190 million payroll, something along those lines. At first it was sixth in the major leagues, and I still heard all this whining about Jerry doesn't spend any money. That was absurd. He spent a lot of money. A lot of it wasn't spent correctly. That was reality. But spending money he did. But now, having spent a great deal of that money and having a lot of money tied up for this year, when Rick Hahn said we can't throw a lot of money at it, everybody booed him. Everybody's, oh, boo, and all of the things that they did with Rick Hahn. But the point was, he realized there wasn't a lot of financial flexibility. And it's going to have to be done from within your organization, but there's a couple of young guys who are still a while away yet. And the main thing is, whoever comes in to manage this team, they better teach some baseball to a lot of these guys.
And you mentioned Andrew Vaughn playing a comfortable defensive position. That's first base in my book. It is. When you're really talking about how he was drafted as a first baseman, and we kind of knew that. So how do we solve this puzzle? If A.J. Pollock opts in, if you want Eloy Jimenez's bat in the lineup every single day, they're going to need a right fielder. And I don't know if that guy's on this team right now. If you're talking about trying to win the World Series and what that position means, Abreu's obviously the linchpin here. How does this settle out?
Well, I can't answer that, because obviously you're talking about one of the most popular players on this team, a guy who is looked up to in the clubhouse, and a guy who, as everybody says, means more to this team than just a production. He had a good year hitting over 300, but you hit 15 home runs, you drive in 75 runs. That's not what he needs to do with this team. And you've got to make some really difficult decisions. And again, fortunately, I'm not making them. But there's a big decision if you bring Jose back with all the things that come with him, which is popularity and baseball smarts and, a guy who just grinds it out every day and should be an example to the guys on this team. But with his leadership, we still had some guys in that locker room that weren't getting the message that Jose was trying to send on a daily basis. And so you look at it and you say, okay, what kind of team do I want to have? And the personnel that I have, how is that going to fit into the ball club? And when Rick Hahn says we probably have to do it via trade, I would say on this ball club, when you take a look at it now, probably Dylan Cease would be a guy you don't want to trade. And just about everybody else on this team, just about. There's a few guys who might be an exception, but I think it's, what am I bid? I'm open for business. What can I do here? Because you start making trades and you have to answer that question. Am I a better team after making the trade? Also, you're going to have to make decisions on who you're going to bring back. And there's going to be some very unpopular decisions being made because they're difficult decisions. Everybody's not going to like it. But, the guys in that room are going to have to make a determination of what they want the ball club to look like.
When you're talking about increasing the level of baseball smarts for the major league guys, I know that they're already trying to make changes in the minor leagues. How do you go about doing that in an off season? Like, I want to kind of know how you would even try it to try to make a guy a better player.
Well, look, this is not, I'm not going to be in that room. And as far as I know, they really don't listen to very much that is from outside that room. But let me say, the first thing I would do is get the best base running coach I could possibly find. and I would bring him in, and I would run these guys on a daily basis and say, look, here's how you cut the bags. Here's how you tag up. Here's how you look ahead. Here's how you identify where the outfielders are. Here's how you know that you can run on this right fielder when he goes to his right, but you can't run on him when he goes to his left. That you should know going in. And so you run a clinic, you run a school. Same thing with a defensive alignment for pitchers. You bring in maybe an older pitcher, a guy who maybe has just retired, something along those lines, and you run through fielding practice every day, not just hitting a ground ball back to him, but everything that goes into the defensive aspect of pitching. You basically, for lack of a better term, go through a baseball school with each and every position that you have. Outfielders, infielders. There's some wonderful infield coaches around, and I know as far as Joe McEwing is concerned, he's good at what he does. We're going to see a shakeup in the coaching staff. You always do when you bring in a new manager and nobody knows who's going to be here and who's not. But I would have to take this Major League Baseball team and run them through some clinics in spring training, and it helps that you're going to have 6 weeks this year to go through it, because I think everybody was really hurt with a 3.5-week spring training last year. But I would send these guys back to some school and teach them how to do the things you want them to do. And then, hopefully they absorb that.
It's so funny that it just shows you how White Soxed I've become. That when you say to run these guys through this and show them how to do this and demand that they cut the bases, all I can imagine is like, ow, my hamstring, and ooh, I did all this. Now my legs are sore, and I did a skip. You had us do all that running. I can't play today. My legs hurt.
Well, look, there's a certain amount of validity to that. However, I think you have to go out and find some guys, because we played against some of these teams. You might recall playing those series against the Guardians, seeing Houston come in, seeing Toronto even come in, and not long after we played the Blue Jays, they fired their manager. And I thought that team was really hustling well. One thing that the Sox can't afford is they should try to bring in some guys that don't have sore legs, because we played a lot of teams that didn't have sore legs. We played a lot of teams that every time they hit one left or right of the corner outfielders, they were heading to second base. Their legs didn't get sore. The White Sox legs, unfortunately, did get sore, and that was a problem. So maybe we can do away with some of the sore legs, and I know there's going to be some probably different conditioning and things along those lines, but it's not going to be wholesale changes in that regard either.
Stoney, in the postseason, what are you most looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to seeing really good baseball with some very good teams. I think there's some really intriguing playoff situations. I mean, you got Toronto and Seattle. That's a really good series that you're going to. I look forward to see what can Houston do what they did all year, which is basically dominate most teams in every different category. I actually am rooting for the Guardians to go a little deeper in the game, because I like a game with speed in it. I really like Terry Francona, and I like what that organization has done on a very small amount of money as far as their budget is concerned. So I look at the Guardians and I root for them somewhat. And then there's just going to be wonderful baseball, I think, in the playoffs. I'm looking forward to seeing some really good baseball and seeing some intriguing matchups and see which of the contrasting styles are going to be better suited to a very short 2 of 3, 3 of 5, and 4 of 7 series.
Stoney, as always, thank you so much for joining us and throughout the baseball season. We truly appreciate the knowledge that you impart upon us, and congratulations again for being a finalist for the Ford C. Frick Award.
Well, thank you, Lawrence, and Dan. Have a good rest of the year. If anything comes up in baseball, give me a call. We'll talk about it. And in the meantime, I think I'm going to play some golf and enjoy the weather down here in Arizona.
Sounds like a plan, and we'll take you up on that. Thanks, Stoney.
Okay, take care, boys.
That's Steve Stone. When we return, ahead of our conversation, much anticipated conversation with comedian and writer and actor Patton Oswalt, got some NBA notes. There was a prospect for the last couple of days who has been showing why teams may be willing to tank just for a 14% chance of landing him.
And there's some history repeating itself. I'm sure the head coach of the Golden State Warriors reminded of something that happened to him when he was a player, although the player that did it to him was far better than the one who did this.
What's up, Bears fans? It's Parkins from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6. Up next for the somehow 2-2 Bears, it's a huge division game.
We're like But y'all were still going to keep playing hard, though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be swaggy, no legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk.
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it.
Oh.
Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot. Yeah. Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
Score and 670thescore.com in Odyssey Station.
Wembanyama turnaround from the elbow. That's unguardable. Yeah, it is. Nothing you can do about that. Victor Wembanyama drills a deep three. That's what he can do. Tremont Waters setting up. Konate missing the three, and that will be kept in play by Wembanyama. Another highlight reel kind of play for number one in a Mets 92 uniform.
There was some great PA going on. Victor Wembanyama. That was awesome PA. But oh boy, 7-4, and the guy's got the Kobe fadeaway and some.
He's not just like a tall dude who's skilled. Like, he's a skilled guy who's tall.
Yeah, there's Giannis stuff in his game. Doesn't have that kind of physical strength yet. He's so spindly, and I am concerned about injury risk with him, just like what we've already seen with Chet Holmgren. But man, oh man, oh man, when Adam Silver is already trying to jawbone down the tanking market, already trying to tell teams not to tank. It's everything they put into place, even with a 14% chance of landing that pick. They're thinking teams might be worth it to cashier an entire season for a shot at him.
The Bulls won't be able to, though. They don't have any first-round picks.
First-round picks in the foreseeable future. Right?
Yeah. I watching him, he seems... there were a couple of international events that I've watched him play in now. I'm like, man, he seems to be in touch with his body. Mm-hmm. Like, sometimes you get 7-footers that look awkward.
He's proprioceptive. He knows where his body is in space.
Yeah.
In space!
In space!
Yes, his proprioception at his age and experience level, and as he's still growing, is pretty amazing.
When you see some of the big guys, like, I give Dirk a lot of credit for being one of these bigs that's skilled, and Kevin Garnett, where he didn't want people to call him 7 feet because he didn't want to necessarily play that center position. It's Kevin Durant, and now you see like where this can go, man. Like, you're talking about a 7'4" dude that's got guard skills. How terrifying is that?
And now that all of these products of the YouTube age who have had access to so much tape, who have been able always to be looking at footwork, and you see some Durant in some of the shots, you see some Kobe in there, or in turn Jason Tatum, if you want to take it another basketball generation, and he knows where everybody is on the floor.
He does, and that's cool. That's the good story in the NBA that happened this week. And then there was the other story.
The video's out.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that person, if they ever find out who leaked it, and I imagine it won't be that difficult to find out who leaked it. Do you think that person made enough money from TMZ that, because I can't imagine that person going to end up getting hired in the NBA again after something like that, for letting that tape leak. But Draymond Green punching, and some might consider sucker punching Jordan Poole in the face, like that's a terrible look.
Yeah, that was like Bobby Portis, Nikola Mirotic kind of thing.
Yes, but the difference, and that we've been discussing this with Kevin Cottrell and Terrence Tomlin and I on Twitter, the difference is that Nico ran up on Bobby.
Well, Poole kind of...
He pushed him. Back.
Draymond came up to him.
Right.
He pushed, like, get away from me.
Right. That's not running up on somebody. You run up, you can get done up. But Draymond is a very interesting fellow.
The conspiracy theorists, Danny Parkins among them, are already out saying that the Warriors wanted to make sure that got out.
So they don't have to pay him?
Now they don't have to max him at his age. Yeah.
Well, that's been one of the issues, and it might be the issue, one of the underlying things on what he mad. Why tell him why you mad, son? That might be why he's mad.
We know that Lawrence has a lot of fans out there in this world, and one of them just happens to be a very well-known comedian
I
and
think
writer
that's overstating
and actor. And he had a nice thing to say about Lawrence's comic book, so we decided to put him on and talk about life with Patton Oswalt next on The Score.
Up next for the 2-2 Bears, it's another road trip, this time to Minnesota.
We were talking about a really good Bulls team earlier in the decade that did not win a title because Joakim Noah was honored last night. And every time we talk about a great team that didn't win it all, we think of the Buffalo Bills. Well, but here's the thing.
You have to. No, you have to.
You have to. So, but all for the perspective as a lifelong Bills fan, here we are decades later. You look back on that group. Did they underachieve? Did they achieve just right? Where do they sit in your sports heart?
Listen, for a fan, I don't care how many people will say to me, and it's happened over time. People will go, "Come on, man, you guys were losers, man. That must have been horrible." Hey, listen, as a fan, you want your team to win. You got a whole season. I mean, those 4 years, we didn't win that game at the end. And that was a heartbreak, especially the first one. Because, Belichick was the defensive coordinator, and he figured something out that nobody else did. We only had the ball 19 minutes in that game. But, you look back and you go through the season and you go through the playoffs. They brought us so much joy back then. Yeah, we didn't win that final game, but the following year, what was I going to say? Hey, I hope you guys don't win this year so we don't have to go through that again. No, you want to go through that again. Listen, there's no mistake about it. Hopefully, God willing, in the next couple of years, that tune changes.
Super Bowl 25, 19 minutes and 27 seconds, time of possession. Bill Fichtner off the top of his head. That's pretty remarkable, Bill.
Yep, there we go. There we go.
You brought it back to the worst sports moment of his life again?
Well,
Jeez,
I was giving him the props.
What's the matter with you?
Giving him the props for being the fan.
I don't know. I'm glad you brought it up because this will be the last time I ever talk to you guys.
Oh God!
Did you ever have a pet that died or something, Bill? We could talk about your pet dying. Would that be easier?
No. It probably would. Listen.
We did want to talk to you.
Fan, what are you gonna do?
Hey, no, we're apparently gonna keep bringing it up. Like Spiegs will keep bringing up the '90s Bills. I'll keep bringing up Armageddon, and we'll keep talking.
Yeah, it's our hook.
on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
So I've worked on this comic book with Kyle Higgins, who is great. It's been a process over a year in the making. Radiant Black number 18 is the book that I wrote with Kyle. And one of the people that said some really nice things about it was Patton Oswalt.
Hey, I broke my foot. Yeah, once you get past 50, everything's fatal. I'm limping across the street to my house. And then a car pulls up, and the driver rolls her window down and says, "You okay?" And I went, "Oh, I twisted my ankle. I live right here. I'm going inside." And then, and this haunts me, she said, "Well, don't give up." Wait, what? What was the look on my face?
Always nice to know you got fans out there, and my partner has one in our next guest.
That is over, Dan. That is overstating it.
That's okay.
Patton is not a fan of mine.
Oh, I'm allowed to.
He doesn't even know who I am. We're
Oh.
very lucky that he was nice enough to say yes to come on to this show.
Patton Oswalt's on Twitter at Patton Oswalt. His Instagram is also his name, Patton Oswalt. He joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. You can see him on Twitch, too. He's joining us there as well at twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. His Netflix special is streaming right now. It is called We All Scream. Patton, thank you for doing this. This is wonderful.
Thanks for having me on. Seriously, I'm flattered, so thank you.
No, I was very touched and flattered that you picked up Radiant Black number 18 because we had put a lot of love and hard work into it. And I know that like Kyle Higgins is a badass and like the types of stories that he writes are amazing. So I wanted to say thank you for the nice things that you said on Twitter because we knew that it was good, but seeing people kind of give some love to it was really amazing for me for it being the first time that I had done a book.
I'm sorry, that's your first ever comic writing?
Yes.
Then I'm even more blown away. That was some genius storytelling. The way that you show the three threads over the years and how something in the past now affects something in the present, affects something in the future. I read it twice. I love the way it was laid out. I love when people do creative, risky things with storytelling, any kind of storytelling, music, films, and that was just brilliant. I mean, I could see that as a brilliant. I don't know what will ever happen with the Radiant universe, the massive universe that he's making, but that would be an incredible episode of television. The way that it was structured just really blew me away.
Yeah, it's crazy, Patton, because what happened was that we had like a bunch of the storylines that we ended up putting into the 4 different time periods. We had thought about doing them all, but then Kyle kind of blew everything up and he said, what if we did this at the same time? And so I'm sitting there with him like, this is impossible. Like, especially for me being on like rookie level of doing comic book writing, how the hell are we going to pull this off? And we did. And I'm so glad that you appreciated like that type of storytelling because we wanted to give a real reason on why Wendell, aka Radiant Yellow, is doing what he's doing. What's he driven by? What's his motivation? And I thought that the way that we could have done it in 4 different issues, but to do it in one, I thought was fantastic. And I'm glad that it turned out the way that it did.
I can't believe he threw you into the deep end that way. That's so any other, I almost feel bad for you because any subsequent comic writer unless it's at that level, it's just going to seem like a shrug. What a debut!
Well, thank you. And he said to me because I guess we're nominated for an Eisner, and he goes, he's like, your first book, and you're nominated for an Eisner. I was like, oh, well, I mean, hey, it bees like that. But you know what's cool?
You could be like the John Cazale of comic book writing, right? With the perfect batting average.
Because that dude died young. Let's not wish that on him.
No, Lawrence is already old.
Oh my God! Hey, so in other words, you're saying he'll do 4 more amazing comic books and then drop dead?
Sure, fine.
I mean, if that's the legacy, then that ends up being the legacy. And I know that you've drifted into these waters too with all sorts of different stuff. When it comes to your creative process, did you ever think that we would be at a place? We're all around the same age. I think you and Dan are the same age. I'm a few years younger. Did you ever think that we were going to be able to visualize and see on the small screen and the big screen that geek stuff that we had in our mind, the way that it's been produced over the last 10 to 15 years?
No, and I didn't. There was a time when, and I love all this stuff, but you get that feeling of, are my visions going to be good enough to translate into comics, into film, into TV? Because you see the amazing visions that are being made, but you've got to put your stuff out there. And you just found out that, yes, absolutely you can. And I've got a book out now from Dark Horse called Minor Threats. Issue 2 came out 2 days ago. And, working with an artist, you have this idea for a story, then you see it visualized, and it's how blown away were you when you saw how it was not just drawn, but laid out, and you realize, oh, this story actually works.
So, Patton, the crazy part about this is our artist, Stefano Simeone, who lives in Italy, who's incredible. Like, he's incredible. Wow. We went through all of this, and he asked me for different things that I was looking for. So Kyle asked me questions that I didn't realize were going to go into making and creating the character, where he was like, okay, who is this guy? And I was like, well, he's an engineer who has a PhD from Purdue. How old is he? Like, what music does he listen to? How does he dress? And so a couple of things, I sent this to Kadeem Hardison because I wanted him. I was influenced by A Different World a lot. I still watch reruns of it. I still love it. It's one of my favorite shows ever. Because he was an engineer like Dwayne Wayne was, I actually have him dressed in one of the sequences. He is wearing
the sunglasses?
No, not the glasses,
okay,
but the outfit that Dwayne Wayne wears on A Different World. So I sent him a screenshot of that, and he did it. And with Wendell's daughter, since it's 2002, I said, well, a young woman living in Gary in 2002 would probably be influenced by Aaliyah. And so he went and looked up pictures of Aaliyah, and he went and he was able to kind of convey that in the way that he did it. So when I saw it, I'm honestly still in awe of it, because Kyle just sent me the Infinite Edition that folds out, where you can do, which I also think is a piece of creative genius by him, where you can lay it out and read the whole thing. I couldn't believe it was what I had imagined in my mind.
Yeah, I've read the issue twice. Now I got to read it again, and I'm going to bother Kyle to send me the fold-out Infinite Edition. There was an issue of Nightwing that came out a few months ago that is also, it's in comic book form, but you can fold it out as one continuous piece of action. It's like watching one of those unbroken shots in films or TV. That's how they did it in the comic.
When you're talking about influences, I wanted you to know this, because this is so special, and our son is really excited about this, because when he was 3 years old, he saw Ratatouille for the first time. And he's 17 now, and is a huge movie fan, and studies all kinds of different film. Ratatouille is still his favorite movie, and for different reasons. And when he was very young, we went to Paris, and he was lucky. He wanted to go stand in that area by the Seine when Linguini first realizes that Remy is something special, and he wanted to put himself in those areas and go to bistros that conjured all of these images and smell the smells and hear the crackle of the bread himself. It's been really, really important to him. But I will tell you, I've seen the movie multiple times since. What a timeless, I know the word timeless is thrown around. It really is. It really is. It can, I don't care if it was, 30 years from now, that as a piece of art itself, a piece of animated work, is going to stand up brilliantly.
Yeah, that is one of those movies. There are certain movies that you watch when you're young, like my best example is The Bad News Bears. When you watch it when you're young, you're like, ha, the kids are cursing, this is great. And then as you watch it as you get older, you realize that it's about so much more stuff. It's about parenting and sports and obsession, and there are certain movies, certain books, certain everything that you can look at them at different ages and they mean different things. Just like I'm sure Ratatouille will be a different thing for him when he becomes a parent, or when he or when he starts pursuing does artistically, it'll keep hitting him differently. That's what a really great piece of work does.
Well, Ratatouille is there is an undercurrent about classism and racism and opportunity within capitalism, and it's funny. Some of this hit home. We've been doing the college search, and we had our one of our big college trips. William and Mary was one of our stops. Your alma mater. And we toured William and Mary, and it's funny, we're looking at it, and my wife said, she said, "Oh, Jen Psaki went here," and my son's like, "Mom, Patton Oswalt went here," and I look at both of them like, Thomas Jefferson went here. What are you calling? Is Thomas Jefferson not good enough for either of you? But I don't know when the last time you've been back to your school, but I found the tour to be really interesting in how they. At William and Mary, how they reconcile the history of who built those buildings, and what they've done with the debt to enslaved people that literally built that place, and how tenuous and how conflicted it is. The conflict was palpable on that tour.
Well, I think the conflict is palpable for people our age and older, but I'm still in contact with, I get, fan mail from on my Instagram from students that are at William & Mary now. And for the younger generation, they very openly embrace, this is what happened. It was horrible. This is how we can make it better now. Rather than tiptoeing around it and going, oh, this is real bad. They're just like, no, let's just openly say it and then make it so that things are better for people now. Like they really kind of live in that space. I think that's something that's going to happen with Gen Z and after. That's really going to shake up whatever's left of the boomers and whatever's left of like a lot of the Gen Xers. Is a lot of the stuff that we are fighting about, they're not going to fight about. It's not going to be a thing. Right. It just won't be a thing for them. Like the idea of like people in the progressive early aughts that had gay, lesbian, and trans clubs in their school, that's going to seem silly to Gen Z and after. Like, why would you have a club for that? People are just open. Like, for them, they're all very open about how fluid sexuality is. It's not that big of a deal. So why do you, like, people are just openly, I don't need to go somewhere special to be gay. I'm just whatever I am, whenever I am. No one cares, And that's really fascinating.
I truly appreciate that in your specials, in the last two of them, you've talked about this. So it almost feels as like you've got the anthropology PhD, where you're looking at, the greatest generation and then the boomers and then all of us Gen Xers and how progress is supposed to go. Bit that you have about the death rattle of each generation then being exemplified in who ends up being president is phenomenal stuff, Patton.
Thank you. Well, I mean, there are some nobody likes getting old. It's hard to reconcile that, you're not the new thing anymore, and there's a generation coming after you that is already ahead of you progressive-wise. So let them go. We need to have Gen X might be the first generation that's actually comfortable with actively getting out of the way. And just go, you know what, I'm going to go off and die, whatever, never mind. Like, if we truly embrace the whatever, never mind ethos, we will be the happiest generation to die and get out of the way and let the kids take over and make things better. That would be really nice.
And that's why I think your Twitter feed and some of the retweets, for those of us who struggle with doom scrolling and struggle with the weight of it, even in a well-curated feed, for balancing wanting to be informed with trying not to be miserable all the time, I think you do a really good job with that. And I think when we focus on, at least for me, I like to think that what you say about our kids, about how it's the parents that care about all this stuff. The kids are cool with so much, and the kids are going to be cool with it. And I always wonder, are we putting too much on them to say, save us? We'll get out of the way. We'll go die. Right. We'll be in a box in the ground. Is that fair to say you're going to redeem everything? I don't know if it is, or if it's just going to happen naturally.
If you care about the environment and you're over a certain age, you should just die.
Right.
The best thing
No, it's not a joke. He's right.
Back into the earth. That is the greenest thing you can do is die. So go do that.
Patton, I love the stuff that you've done with the boys, with the show The Boys, and it's so good and it's so dark and so funny. I'm trying to get Dan to start watching it because I know he would love it. If he could just get to it, he would love it. What I love about that is that there's such a freedom, and that's what I was saying about earlier, where some of the stuff, whether we're talking about Watchmen or The Boys, like some of this stuff where it's absurd and it's dark and it's hard to digest some of it. I love that we are now in a space through some of the streaming services that we're getting an opportunity for those stories to be told in absurd ways.
Yeah. First off, I'm very jealous of Dan getting to watch The Boys for the first time. I would love to erase that memory and get to experience the whole thing for the first time again. It really does embrace those levels, that level of absurdity that we have to live with every day. You know, it immediately acknowledges that, which I think is really important.
What was your prep, your research, and your process like for Big Fan? Because in our world, and when we get to have fun with the crazy fan, we call them the meatballs, and we get to screw around with it. But there's obviously a dark side to it that you had to go find.
Oof. Well, first off, everyone I've ever talked to in sports media, sports radio, all have encountered someone like Paul. They would have their, oh my God, we had this one caller every week. We knew that the same time he would call. It was clearly scripted. We're like, oh, it's time for Ronnie. Here he is. But you can feel that loneliness. And so for me, because I don't really follow sports, but I do understand being obsessed with things and letting something kind of take over your life. And I've seen the dark versions of that in other people's lives, how that can really, I mean, you see it now with a lot of, lo and behold, it's not just sports fans that can be toxic. It's science fiction fans, comic book fans, there are always the people that take it too far. So just knowing that, rubbing up against that level of obsession made it very easy for me to understand that character.
I can't let you out of here if we don't talk about King of Queens, Patton, because there are a lot of fans who listen to The Score that love King of Queens, and I'm one of them. I love it. What was that time like for you? And do people still yell, get out when they see you on the street, scream, King of Queens, King of Queens?
I get a lot of King of Queens love. The show's on like 3 times a day, apparently, in most cities now. It's aged so well because they really leaned into, we want each episode to be just this freestanding silliness. And that time for me was really instructive because I was not a good actor. And so I had to learn very quickly through osmosis from Kevin James, who's a genius, who is just a instinctual genius actor. The stuff he can do without dialogue is amazing. And then, of course, Jerry Stiller. Learning at the feet of Jerry Stiller, he would throw scenes off because he would get laughs with lines that weren't laughs. Like if he would come into a room and go, the way he would say, hello, Douglas, that would get a laugh, and it would throw the rhythm off of the scene. Every single thing he said got a laugh. It was amazing.
Patton, this was really special, and it's so nice of you to take the time to do this. Thank you, and really appreciate it. This was a lot of fun.
Guys, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, and enjoy Chicago. You guys are in Chicago, right?
We are.
Yeah, hopefully I can get back there soon. I was there this summer. I really miss it. I want to go back.
Well, when you do come back, please let us know because we'd love to have you here. And the two specials, the latest special out is really, really hilarious. And the last one from 2019, I think, is really good too. Thank you so much for what you said about Radiant Black 18, man. I really, really appreciate it.
Guys, even if you don't read comics, just pick up Radiant Black 18 just to see how they pull it off. It is stunning. It's genuinely stunning what they pulled off.
That is high praise. Sir, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
That's Patton Oswalt. How cool was that?
Yeah, that was real cool.
That's fun. Bears talk next. Herb Howard was in that room when Luke Getsy was telling us how awesome everything is.
Wait, we got to go back to talking about the Bears?
Yeah, well, we don't have to. I mean, Herb, we can talk about a lot of different things.
But we
if you
love
want.
Herb.
Yeah.
He's our guy,
Yeah.
so we'll do that next on The Score.
Bears fans, check out Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson live with Parkins and Spiegel every Monday at 5 p.m., recapping every Bears game.
It was all mistakes on us not doing what we're doing, not trusting each other, trying to do too much and not just doing our job. I thought like we kept shooting ourselves in the foot.
Jalen Johnson Monday at 5 with Parkins and Spiegel on Sports Radio.
Cube, thank you so much for the time, man. How you doing today?
Man, that was a hell of an intro, man. I'm doing good, man. You know what I mean? Y'all listening to that, you know what I mean? Y'all just pump me up that much more.
That's our
Appreciate
guy.
it.
That's our guy, Chris Tannehill, goes by Tanny. He is a huge fan, and no one in radio does better intros than Tanny.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. You know, a couple of hip-hop stations can learn from that.
I know he appreciates the praise. Want to talk to Tanny, though, and comes up in hip-hop, has mixtapes, a fan of Ice Cube, gets complimented left and right by all of his big celebrity opens. Said Ice Cube said that some hip-hop stations could learn a thing or two from that open. How'd that feel, Tanny?
I wish I would have had that endorsement like 10, 12 years ago about, when I was actually DJing. But of course, like Cube was awesome, and I got a chance to meet him when he was here 5 years ago. I couldn't believe it was that long ago. He signed my record, so he was very cool when I met him. And so that was the first guest I ever actually got on the turntables to produce their open. So I got on the turntables on the 1 and 2 on Friday night. Had to make sure that Ice Cube was taken care of properly.
Wow.
So
Good
That
for you.
is hot. That's how you do it. Actually dealing with wax on a Friday night.
But seriously,
Right.
a couple of hip-hop stations can learn from that. That is high praise. Like, put it in the bio. That is an awesome endorsement. Say it often. He makes it sound better than we are each and every day.
Bernstein, Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Flashback. How do you think we can fairly evaluate Justin Fields, keeping in mind that the group that is around him is not particularly good?
Well, I've been saying that his next step in his development is to understand what happens to him post-snap. And so I don't know that we're going to be able to judge him, on wins and losses, but how quickly does he decipher what the defense does to him after he snaps the ball? If they drop out into a zone when he thought they were in man, or if they bring pressure when he thought they were sitting back, those types of things, how quickly can he find those answers? His leadership, how can he make this group of receivers better than they seem to be?
The
the dulcet tones of Herb Howard, our next guest, who is on Twitter at Herb Howard411, Bears beat writer for the Bigs Media. And he is with us now on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Herb, how are you?
Dan, Lawrence, I'm good. How y'all feeling?
We're good, man. I'm curious, and now that you're a month into covering the Matt Eberflus thing of regular season games, what are you seeing when it comes to the Bears offense?
I'm saying pretty much the same thing everybody else is saying. It's a really, really inept offense, but it's not surprising though. Like you talked about, what this team had coming into, even going into the offseason. We understood that this was not a team that had a lot of talent on the outside. This was not a team that had any elite level talent up front in terms of the offensive line. And so I think what we're seeing was probably to be expected in terms of going through these struggles without having, elite level talent around a second-year quarterback who's trying to digest his second system in as many years. It's a challenge. It's a lot of really good players defensively in this league, and they aren't going to make it easy on them. And they don't really have the answers in terms of personnel to kind of overcome some of the circumstances that they're in right now.
Well, what did you make of what happened yesterday with Luke Getsy? Because you could feel that room got a little bit weird when we all know that this passing game just blows. It's like historically bad. And there with his chest puffed out and his chin high, Luke Getsy is essentially saying that in his world, things aren't as bad as it is in ours.
Yeah, shout out to Mark Potash. Posse's going to give it up exactly as he feels. And he's like, you understand that we're seeing something that you clearly aren't seeing. And so it did get a little bit, edgy in the room because everybody's understanding what they're looking at. And you're not seeing a very, very productive offense. But on the other hand, what do you expect the OC to say? Do you expect him to come to that podium and say, yeah, my quarterback is the worst in the league. My offensive lineman can't stop kids from the candidates. Like, what do you want him to come out there and say? He's seeing the same things. He's trying to get to a place where he can find some incremental development or incremental improvement from some of these players. And I think that's just kind of what we're going to hear. He doesn't really have a choice other than to say, we're going to continue to work at these things and try and find the positives, while also, I'm sure, in the meeting room and at the practice field, he's pointing out all of these negative things to the quarterbacks, to the offensive linemen, to the wide receivers, to the running backs. But up there at that podium, I don't expect him to really come out and say, hey, yeah, we really suck at offense right now. I just don't expect him to do that. And so I got what, I pretty much expected him to say.
What's the danger here, Herb, of what could happen to Justin Fields because he was probably ineptly coached last year and he's in danger every week this year?
Yeah, I think you could get to a place where, he's already far more comfortable using his legs than he is to use his eyes and his arm, right? And I think that, you don't want him to fall too deep into that pattern. It's understandable right now. You go through the tape, and you're seeing times where, 1-2 seconds, he's got 3 guys in his face. The pressure's coming right up the middle. It's coming off both edges. He's got to bail out. He's got to get out of there. But you can fall into a habit of doing that too quickly. And when you do that, your eyes come down. You're looking for escape routes too fast. Now, the good thing is he's really, really good at running with the football. So when he does that, good things tend to happen for them. But he also will miss some guys that are streaking open down the field, or even missing guys that are, open in the flat. And we've seen that, a little bit too often over the course of this short season so far. And so he's got to get to a space where he's at least willing to hang in there just a little bit longer, use his eyes, use his arm, go through his progressions. But it's really, really tough when you've got those defensive ends and those edge rushers and defensive tackles coming at you, and all those guys are trying to kill you. And he's like, listen, I'm fast. I can get out of here. I'll just do that as opposed to sitting back here. And so, but you definitely don't want him to get, fall into a bad habit of always doing that, because even going forward, that may be his MO as opposed to, finding the answers with his arm.
I know what I'd like to see is have it not be binary, Herb. I don't want it to be either stay or go. I want it to be stay on my terms, where okay, you might be able to throw an arm at me, or I may duck under you, but I'm gonna slide a little bit. I'm gonna slip this way. Where it seems now it's like 1, 2, 3, all or nothing. Either the throw is here, or now I'm a runner.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's just kind of going to come with time. Again, when you're trying to digest a new system, He's trying to do everything exactly as he's told to do it. And so there was the whole thing made all week long about the 4 verticals where he missed Darnell Mooney stringing down the middle of the field, and the conversation about where Mooney was supposed to be as opposed to where he actually was. And I think in the future, that will be something that both of them will be able to adjust on and connect in the future. But right now, as he's trying to digest this new system, he's trying to do everything to the letter of the playbook. And so when you do that, it takes away some of that improvisation and says, okay, either this is here or this is happening. And I think that's kind of as far as he can get with it right now. As he gets more comfortable in this system and he gets more comfortable with the pieces around him, then I think you'll start to see him kind of go through a more of a process that isn't just so black or white. Either this guy's open or I'm going to take off on the run. He'll kind of be able to go through that process, try and find some answers, some secondary, tertiary answers. Like we see Aaron Rodgers do that all the time, just manipulating the pocket. He may flush left, then he'll climb up, then he might flush out right. And by that time, he may be to his 3rd or 4th, read, and then he can find those answers. Justin just isn't to that point in this offense right now. It's really just going to take some time.
What happened to his accuracy? How can an accurate quarterback become inaccurate, and how does he get it back?
Yeah, I think those mechanics just break down on you again when you're not comfortable in the pocket. Your feet will break down on you. You'll start to your arm angle will change. The elbow goes up a little bit or drops a little bit, and that ball starts to sail on you. Those types of things just tend to happen when you are not consistently comfortable in the pocket. How often do we get to see Justin Fields really just go 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or even going up to 7, hitch and get the ball out? That's very, very rare. And a lot of that is on him. I'm not absolving him of any responsibility in this. A lot of that is on him. I've been saying all just leading up to the season that the next thing you guys played in the clip, the next thing for him is to be able to quickly decipher what happens to him post snap. And he's just not there yet. And so, but you don't see him with that clean consistency, footwork, eyes, throw. And I think that, when you don't have that clean, consistent pocket, your mechanics break down, and he's inconsistent because we see him be accurate at times, right? We've seen him make some great throws, the deep ball to Mooney down the sideline. He couldn't have walked that ball down there any better. But then he comes back a couple plays later and he misses Cole Kmet in the flat for what could have been a touchdown. It's those inconsistencies constantly riding this roller coaster with him that is really, really frustrating for him, I'm sure, for the coaches and certainly for the fans.
When you're watching the game live or when you're doing your post breakdown of it, watching it on tape, outside of Fields, what's the most disheartening part of the offense for you?
It's everything. I want to point to one thing. I want to point to Justin, but it's all of it. All of it is really, really bad right now. The offensive line, in terms of pass pro, really, really bad. They've been able to run the ball really, really well. That's good, right? They are able to run the ball, and so that's good. But in terms of pass protection, it breaks down for them really, really quickly. The talent on the outside, it's just not at the elite level. I mean, you guys were just talking about Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen, like, people have elite talent outside, and the Bears just don't really have that on their roster right now. And so it is a collective. It's not any one thing you can point to. It's bad all the way around, and they're going to have to continue to just work through this thing, try and figure out a formula for how they can be successful. And I think even with that, there is kind of this natural conflict of interest in terms of long-term development of, say, Justin Fields and trying to do whatever you need to do to win on this particular Sunday. And I don't think those two things are necessarily the same. And so they're going to have to struggle through it, but they need an influx of talent. I mean, difference makers. I'm not saying these guys are bad. They're in the National Football League. Everybody on that team is really, really good at football in comparison to the average human being. But at the NFL standard, they don't have elite level playmakers on the outside. And I think that that's the same with the offensive line. They aren't going to have any Pro Bowl offensive linemen or anything like that. And so it makes it a challenge for everything you're trying to do. A lot of that's going to come back on your quarterback, but he's got a lot of responsibility in this thing too.
He does. And so does the rest of that squad. On the defensive side, I am concerned about this week because of what Minnesota can do off of play action through the air, where, you're worried about Daniel Jones running. I'm worried about Kirk Cousins hitting those two wide receivers up and coming up with some big plays because the Bears aren't disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time most of the teams the Bears have played so far this season, their most dynamic offensive player has been a ball carrier. Even going back to Debo, he's most effective with the ball already in his hands. Justin Jefferson presents a completely different challenge in terms of being able to take the top off and beat you through the air. That being said, the Bears are the worst in the league at stopping the run right now. You're giving up 183 yards on the ground. And so Dalvin Cook's got to be licking his chops, getting off the bus saying, hey, we got $150 as soon as we get off the bus. And so if you can't stop Dalvin Cook, then you have no chance of stopping Kirk Cousins, getting the ball out to Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Osborne, all those guys. They're going to have to be able to prove that they can shut down Dalvin Cook early in that game. First, second quarter, by halftime, you got to get the Vikings in a position to say, okay, we're scrapping the run, and now you get them, one-dimensional. And now you have an opportunity to go create some pressure on Kirk Cousins, and that's when he struggles. That's when he may throw you a ball or two in the second half. But if they cannot stop Dalvin Cook, it is going to be a very, very long afternoon, and they haven't shown the ability to stop the run game. I don't know that they have the horses up front to be able to stop the run the way they need to do it. And if they can't compete with the passing game either, especially without Jalen Johnson, and especially with the early struggles that we've seen from Kyler Gordon. I'm sure they're going to move Justin Jefferson in and out of that slot all game long. And if it's not him, it'll be Adam Thielen, and they're going to be targeting the kid, and he's going to have a huge responsibility on Sunday.
Oh, sounds like it's going to be fun for all of us. Herb Howard, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
That is Herb Howard. You thought that was good? You're going to love the next segment. We do it every Friday to get you ready for a Bears game. We call it our Wall of Sound that Mike Rankin puts together, and we're going to run right through it next on Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score.
Well, I think what was cool about seeing seeing the Bears and seeing Justin is I saw his start. We called his first ever career start up in Cleveland, and that was a tough game. We all were there, and it was a tough game, and it seemed like it was a very conservative plan, and he was kind of handcuffed, and they really struggled protecting him and whatnot. And then we saw him later in the year against Green Bay in Chicago. And it was like watching a different player. It was like watching a different offense. He seemed a lot more comfortable. I mean, first couple drives of the game, Chicago came out and really was in sync, and he had some nice plays. You guys lost there at the end. That was in the Rodgers that was the I own you game and all that. But it came down to the end, and Chicago played really well, and so did Justin. So it was cool to see him from the beginning to later in the year make that young player evolution that everybody wants to see, especially when it's the quarterback. So I think the future is really bright for him. I think, obviously they've got to get him a consistent offense and a consistent philosophy that he can grow along with. But I think he has a real shot to be a really good player in this league for a long time. And I think there was a lot of traits that you saw, even when he was struggling. I think there was a lot of traits that you saw last year early on that if I was a Bears fan would be positive to see.
In trying to figure out his development and like how he grows from year one to year two, it's going to be hard because the Bears roster doesn't look like it's going to be really strong. So what are things that a player sees when we're talking about another player taking a big step that maybe a fan or observer doesn't? What should I be looking at in year two of Justin Fields?
When you're talking about the quarterback position, so we'll just focus on quarterback, obviously, with Justin. Everyone's going to look at the box score, and everyone wants to see 22 for 30 for 240 yards and 2 touchdowns, right? Like, everyone's so enamored with statistics and yardage. And don't get me wrong, this is a production-based league. You are judged by your production. But I think early on, right, and, you think of the games last year, it's body language, it's control, it's demeanor on the field. It's, all right, you just threw a pick. The next drive, does the coach allow you to come out and throw it the next 3 plays, or is it handoff, punt? I think those sort of things tell you all you need to know, both about how the team feels about him and then how his own personal self-talk, right? Does he run? Does he take the field that next play, and the first time he has a chance after a pick, he just lets one rip and fits one into the gap? Or does he throw a bunch of little checkdowns because he's scared to throw another one? So I think it's kind of reading between the lines and not being so enamored with passing stats and where is he in the rankings and his cute. How does he manage the game? How does he handle adversity? Is he the leader that everyone on the sidelines is coming to when things aren't good? Those are the sort of things that tell you a lot about a young player. We all know he's talented. we all know that if surrounded by the right guys in the right system, that he can play at a high level. It's the other things that if I was a Bears fan, those are the things I would be looking at, especially if you're not a team that's going to be competing for a Super Bowl this year, or however as you said, however the roster shakes out. So to me, that stuff is so important in telling me what is this guy's future, and that's why I came away last year watching him. I know some of his games weren't pretty and they weren't perfect, but every time I left, there was something about him that I liked. And I think for young players at any position, let alone quarterback, their demeanor and how they respond and handle themselves is a great indicator of future success.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
You will hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall.
The wall? The wall. The wall? Wall to wall, brother.
You're breaking the wall!
This wall.
The wall.
We get you ready for Bears football by giving you a window into what we've done all week. And some of this is interesting for me because I wasn't here for some of it. So I'll get to enjoy it as a fan as well because I was out on Wednesday. But it is time for our Bears wall of sound. Start that music, Mike Reagan.
Why don't we start off with our guy, Anthony Herron? We had actually like a really great overall conversation with Anthony on a lot of different things in our opportunity to talk with him on Monday. But he gave us a scouting report on Justin Fields through the first 4 weeks.
I used the word methodical, a few times here lately just in describing his process and his mechanics. And I think that the development is kind of methodical too. And what it seems like we're starting to run into, and it's not in its sort of final version here, and it doesn't mean that this is where Justin Fields ends up, but we're seeing moments where, in my opinion, like the ball into the flag, like early in the game, they're in the red zone, and they run a quick boot action into the boundary, and he's got Cole Kmet available to him in the flat, but Cole Kmet has dropped more passes than he's caught this season. And so, it seemed like Justin Fields, he obviously saw him. That's his first and, to some degree, perhaps only read available to him on that play. He decided, you know what? I'm one-on-one with a defender in space. I'm not sure if I can really get it over this guy's head because some of my passes are getting tipped at the line of scrimmage. And frankly, I don't know, going towards the sideline, what's Cole going to do with it, really, if I throw it to him out there? So he decided it was a better idea just to keep the football. You don't want Justin Fields to get to that point.
Also on Monday, Dan Wiederer joined us, he also talked about Justin Fields. He goes, yeah, Fields is having his issues. It's not all his fault. The offensive line isn't exactly helping.
The lost fumble that Justin had, he's got Equanimeous St. Brown coming uncovered on a crossing route over the middle because Cole Kmet has set a perfect pick to free Equanimeous St. Brown, and all Justin needs is another 3/4 of a second. And Braxton Jones can't hold up long enough at left tackle to prevent the edge rusher's helmet from hitting Justin in the tricep, which then sends the football flying forward, and then no offensive lineman goes after it. And so it's another example of, wow, like should be a basic play, right? We drop our quarterback back, we run a pick, we've got a wide open receiver coming across the middle. He's got to have enough time to throw it to him, and he can't get there. There's a play after Cody Whitehair leaves the game where Lucas Patrick is now in at left guard, and he gets pushed like a shopping cart, and Justin's got no time, and he gets sacked back there. And so now these are the things that all become cumulative, and they become ripple effects, and it's the reason why when you have your favorite receiver running uncovered for a deep touchdown, your eyes drop and you don't see him, because you're not comfortable and you're not in position to trust anything. And that's where we're at right now. And I just, like I say, this is going to be a long cleanup process. It's going to be a long and painful growth process. But, man, we're only on October 3rd, and it already feels like it's really, really hard to watch. And it's going to be really hard for them inside the building to try to get their arms around it.
They are trying to get their arms around it, but some of it has to do with, well, how good can the quarterback be? We talked with Patrick Manley on Tuesday about that very question and wanted to know what he thinks Justin Fields' floor is and how the lack of talent influences what we're seeing.
What's his floor, though? So he is a little bit better. There were some better throws. There were some better reads. There were also some bad underthrows, some bad reads. But it's very small. But here's the problem I look at. It's who he's surrounded by. He just, the O-line, the protection was terrible. Absolutely terrible. And he looks scared in the pocket now. There was one where Braxton Jones got a little pressure on the left side. He starts rolling to the right. Well, he continues rolling right instead of sliding and just hitting an open receiver in the flat. So I think he's starting to get a little scared with what's going up front, but he has nobody around him to help him. And I think what we're realizing now is the Bears are who we thought they are. They went 2-1 and we got a little, little sugarcoating on it. Like, oh my gosh, they won 2 games. Maybe they're going to be a little better than they are. But if you look at the talent on this roster, it's just not there. Then you lose to Jalen Johnson, you lose to Cody White here up front. First play, what happens? Lucas Patrick goes in the pocket or the lap of Justin Fields. And I was thinking about this too today, guys. Today's Tuesday, right? Today is game plan day. So Ed Donatel is the defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. He's putting on the Chicago Bears, and he's like, all right, who do I have to worry about? Nobody. Maybe the running game. Maybe the running game.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There's nobody on the outside he really has to worry about. Maybe the running game and then Justin Fields on third down scrambling. So that's the problem with the Bears. When you're game planning for this, there's nothing there that scares you.
That's been the ongoing theme, not just this week. I think it will be how we balance what we see in Justin Fields with what we see around Justin Fields, and that's what Mike Florio discussed on Wednesday about how to conduct a fair evaluation of his performance.
It's amazing the team is 2-2. And this is a chicken and the egg thing that I struggle with all the time. You get a first-round quarterback who gets brought into a situation where there is dysfunction. There isn't a lot of help around him. What's been done in one off season to put help around him? Look at all the other young quarterbacks where they've gone out and they've tried to beef up the team, whether it's the Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence, whether it's Eagles with Jalen Hurts, the Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa, the things they've done to beef up the talent around the quarterback, and Justin Fields is just kind of there, like, it's just me. So I don't know that you can even begin to properly evaluate him. I know he's been struggling, but the team is 2-2. They have an opportunity to go into Minnesota and maybe steal one. The Vikings are a very false 3-1. They could easily be 1-3. This is a game the Bears could win, but it's just hard to really get a feel for this team. They feel worse than 2-2, but hey, these wins in September are money in the bank. So you try to get better, you try to improve, and you hope that you can get the most out of Justin Fields. And you realize that it's a regime that didn't draft him. There's no guarantee that they would have drafted him if they could have drafted him. And it's just a shame because for these quarterbacks in round one, that first stop in their NFL career makes or breaks them. You rarely see a guy who was a first-round pick wash out and resurface somewhere else and be highly successful.
For that success to happen, you're also going to need other things around Justin Fields to get fixed. Our quarterback guy, Tim Jenkins, while Dan was out, he hung out with us on the show, and he talked about some of the fixes that have to come to the Bears offensive line.
They got to get ready because people are going to blitz them like crazy because the Giants got home so much. And the other thing, which is kind of more of a technical change, we've got to get out of what we call like center head pop. So you guys, the Bears, what they're doing is their center looks between his legs, right? He waits for Justin to pick his leg up. This is when they're on the road. When Justin picks his leg up, boom, he pops up his head and he snaps the ball. That is not good with a rookie, or not a rookie, but a young quarterback, because the center missed at least 2 blitz pickups from depth, meaning, hey, we had a Mike coming from at least 4 yards that we didn't account for because guess where our eyes are before the snap? They're under our legs, right? So we need our center to have his hand up. They need to transition to what's called like a guard tap that you guys see a lot of, where the guard is actually the person looking back and then he taps the center. So that's like a technical note that the Bears have to change when they're on the road because we had 2 run-throughs that were unacceptable.
Now, the possibility exists for this beleaguered passing game to find itself. I said possibility, not probability. And there's a reason for that. Matthew Collar of Purple Insider joined the show yesterday, and he says the Vikings don't really trust their secondary.
So far, they have not really trusted their secondary, and I think that that's pretty fair. I mean, Patrick Peterson's off to a good start, and Cam Dantzler's had his moments, but he's also had his not-so-great moments, and this is why he frustrated Mike Zimmer, because there is a great skill set there. He has a natural ability to cover and play the ball. It's really impressive. But the down-to-down technical stuff, there are lapses that have been really costly through the years with Cam Dantzler, and I think that there's not a lot of trust there, not a lot of trust for their nickel corner. They play 2 deep safeties over the top all the time.
Well, that's great. I'm saying, because that's playing right into the Bears' hands then.
And that's why it could change. I mean, that's why you could absolutely be right, because you're talking about a team that has run the football successfully. So will this be the first week where we actually see Harrison Smith come down and play in the box? Because he hasn't at all. And under Mike Zimmer, he played in the box a lot. So we could see that change, but I wouldn't be shocked either if they say, sit back there and dink and dunk on us, Justin Fields, because you're completing 50% of your passes.
Yeah, and as our other guests have said, expect the volume to be turned up a little bit on Justin Fields when it comes to the blitzing that Minnesota is going to do. Matt Bowen, who's with us every Thursday at noon. If you're like, hey, wait, what? Bowen's back on the score? Yeah, he's back with us every Thursday at noon. And he said this is the way that the Bears need to work to contain Kirk Cousins.
Keep him in the pocket.
I don't think they want him in the pocket, really. This goes back to the old coaching staff at Minnesota. I remember doing plays for the NFL matchup show, and every one of them was a boot. I mean, they're getting him to the pocket, not just outside the pocket. They're getting him to the top of the numbers. I mean, they were really moving to Minnesota where he can get outside the pocket where he has a much more clean throwing platform. I don't think he does well with defenders at his feet. Now, a game this year that I would look at is going back to the Monday night game they played against Philadelphia. And Philadelphia just said, we are a zone-based team, but you know what? Against Kirk Cousins, we're going to send zero-man pressure. And they heated him up. And when they heated him up, he made mistakes. And that made him, Dan, going to your point, much more frenetic as the game progressed, right? If you get people around his feet, then he starts to spray the ball a little bit. He's less efficient as a thrower, and he's more in a situation where he's going to give you the football.
That's your Bears solid wall of sound from this show alone. All of that came from right here, and we do it every week. When we come back...
Wait, before you tease the next segment, I just want to say real quick, I'm super jealous right now. Like, we're watching baseball while we're doing the show.
Yeah.
I look up and I see Cleveland in there. That makes me jealous enough. We talked about how great Jose Ramirez is, and he does all the Jose Ramirez stuff inside the game. That game took less than 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, and as we were talking, we were listening to some of that. One of my longtime MLB contacts just texted me the following. Gotta do the little things. Rays hit a homer. Guardians hit a homer. Game over. And I think Bugshambi has even said it. It's Joe Sheehan has said it. It is BGF, TGF. Ball go far, team go far. It is the rule of the playoffs regardless of variance. Home runs, ball go far, team go far. It's the single best thing, most important thing you can do in the playoffs.
But I mean, they did play some really good defense in this game too, and their pitching on both sides was spectacular.
You can't defend a home run.
That game right there is what MLB should be going for. Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Here's a postseason game that was over in 2 hours and 23 minutes.
And that's without the pitch clock that we're getting next year, right? When we come back,
jealous.
How much do you think TMZ paid for the Draymond video?
Well, I was trying to figure out if it was 5 figures or 6 figures.
Get a number in your head, because there is a former TMZ employee who actually has informed speculation about the ballpark number that we're talking about. That's next. Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
You're listening to Bears Friday on the Score.
show and radio. I love it, boys.
Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Simply the best!
What do you think you learned about yourself in this series?
I didn't learn anything about myself.
That's Draymond Green. Draymond Green. And we saw via the video at TMZ what happened with Jordan Poole. It's pretty clear that he kind of walks up on Poole. Poole shoves him back, and then it appears that everything cools, and then Draymond walks over and punches him in the face.
Yep.
And he was not prepared for it, not expecting it. So the definition of a sucker punch can be debated, but it's certainly arguable there. So on Twitter, someone asked Van Lathan, how much is TMZ paying to get this video, trying to figure out if the money is worth losing your job?
And Van used to work at TMZ, very famously confronted Kanye West on TMZ because Kanye stay on that BS, including this week. And Van now does the Red Pill podcast, which is really great if you haven't checked it out. And occasionally our buddy Jason Goff and him collaborate on things.
His response was between $50,000 and $100,000.
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering, is it a 5-figure deal or a 10-figure deal? And I would imagine that if you're someone who works for the Golden State Warriors, you might even have a championship ring, depending how long you worked there. It would have to be significant for you to give that up, because it's going to be pretty likely that they're going to be able to find out who did leak it.
He adds, if the seller were smart, it would be 100. If it's some dumb idiot that got talked into 50, it's easily worth 150. So I'm not sure what the finances over there at TMZ are looking like right now, meaning how much cash what kind of check they'd be able to cut for something like that, and what their models say that would be worth to them in views and attention, etc. But he says between 50 and 150.
I mean, considering how many times that it's been viewed today, you can make an argument that maybe it's worth even more than that. But if you're that person, you better be sure that you got money that you can use to because you're probably not going to, if you do get caught and you get let go, you're probably not going to work for an NBA team again either, right?
Right. If you would do something like that, no one is going to employ you.
So you get that money and get the hell out of the highest cost of living city in the world and move to someplace else with your money and start a life.
Transitions next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
NFL insider Boomer Esiason.
They have to take stock in all the different players. They have to figure out whether or not Justin is the guy. You know, by what I've seen thus far this year, he looks more lost this year than he did his rookie year, and it's hard to watch. It really is. I feel bad for him because I see that he's thinking way too much, and I don't know how much more you can simplify things.
Danny Parkins.
Hey, Robbie, I see in your Twitter bio, it says lover of Pizza Fridays.
Oh, you have no idea. Pizza Friday and Donuts Saturday are two staples in my house. I got 3 boys, 7, 5, and 2. Every Friday is Pizza Friday. Tonight's Taco Tuesday, thanks to LeBron James. My kids love Taco Tuesday. And every Saturday morning we started doing this during COVID, but we get in the car on Saturday morning when everyone wakes up and drive up to a donut place. Usually we pick different ones, just to get out of the house and spend some time together. And we just pop open the back hatch and sit there and eat donuts for 30 minutes and then drive back home and start the day.
That all sounds amazing. So on this show, we do Pizza Fridays. And so it's just a perfect relationship here. We'll have to have you on for any sort of Pizza Friday issues that we've had, because one time Spiegel was in charge of ordering the pizza, and the guys here had...
You never want to be that guy. Never.
Well,
it's always your fault if something goes wrong.
Well, I made an executive decision, Robbie, where I decided they should have not only sausage. Yeah, I decided they should have onions. I know. I shouldn't have done it. You're right. But we have a T-shirt for you. We have Ask Me About Pizza Friday T-shirts available at our Threadless site, and I think it would look really good on you if we got you.
Yes, we'll have to send it to me, and I'll definitely put it on, and we'll definitely promote it. We love Pizza Fridays. Okay. I mean, it's a staple. We usually just do cheese. We're kind of boring, but Our kids go crazy over Pizza Friday. It's kind of the end of the week for them because they've been in school. Their weekend's getting ready to start. They're getting ready to go to basketball practice.
Yeah.
So it turns out to be quite a fun evening.
That's awesome. Well, because there's a lot of bad info out there about Pizza Friday. So anything you could do to help spread the word would be great.
That's great.
So we'll send you.
For sure. Do you guys have a go-to pizza place?
Whoever's willing to give it to us for free. We're in radio here, but
there. You're not under a franchise tag. I get it.
Yeah, exactly
Totally
right.
get it.
Very special thank you to our guy, Shane Reardon, who helped in bringing Patton Oswalt to the show. Want to show him some love. That was a really great, big thank you to Patton Oswalt for being on the show and being as cool as he seems that he is. And if he ever does come to Chicago soon, we hope to have him here in studio and hang out with us.
He said he would.
Talk about all sorts of
Unsolicited.
things.
Yep.
Yeah, he said he would, which is great. Thanks to Herb Howard from It's the Bigs. We appreciate him joining us as well. Who else did we talk to today, Dan?
We talked to Kerry Pinkowski. We talked to Mark Grody, to Joe Ostrowski, to Steve Stone. Is that enough for you?
I think so. I think we probably got everyone ready for Bears versus Vikings on Sunday.
Can we just get it over with already?
Well,
I want that game to be over.
I feel like it'll be over fairly soon after it starts.
I want to have written my column and be done with it.
I think you're going to be given that opportunity fairly quickly to do that.
I hate watching this team, and I'm miserable about even thinking about this game because there's just nothing in it or to it, or there's no point.
Yes, but after you get through the Vikings game, you're not going to have to worry about the Bears for a little bit.
I will do Bears Monday. I'm not leaving.
I know. You'll be here Monday, but then
I'm out.
You won't have to preview Bears Thursday and Friday.
No, I won't.
Because you'll be somewhere else.
Hello, Parkins and Spiegel.
What's up, boys? You're getting out of Dodge, Dan? Good for you.
I am. The wife and I are taking only our third vacation ever without kids.
Wow, third time ever, just the two of you.
Ever since having children. Yes.
That's
I'm
pretty amazing.
The wife and I are doing a in football season trip for the first time, but I'm going to do Bears Commanders. So I'm going to do the Thursday and the Friday.
What?
Then fly Saturday to Wednesday, and we're going to be gone Saturday to Wednesday.
It's a good choice.
You know, because then they don't play again until the following Monday. So don't miss a Bears Friday, don't miss a Bears Monday, but get out of town for like 4 days.
The Bears aren't worth scheduling like family time and marriage time around. They really aren't.
I'm not as nearly as successful and tenured as you guys.
Stop it.
So need to, gotta still prove myself here, man. Doing these Bears Commanders shows, okay?
Yeah. So it's boy, that Parkins, he's such a grinder. He's
that's
grinder rule number 1. Schedule your vacation around the Bears.
Listen. I mean, I caught whatever. Other than between Christmas and New Year's. I've never done it. I've never taken time off in football season. Baseball season, I'll be out of here forever.
He's gonna go fishing. He's gonna go fishing a lot.
Yeah.
Where are you guys going?
Hilton Head.
Oh, fun.
Taking your clubs?
Of course, I'm taking the clubs.
That's where I almost stepped on an alligator.
Nice.
Yeah, I was fishing.
Was it the one that took Chubb's eye?
No, that's when I was in a non-golf period, and I was bass fishing all around the various courses down there, kind of skulking around, and I found this would look like a perfect spot, and I stepped, and my foot was probably, I don't know, maybe 8 inches from the tail of a fairly large alligator.
That could have worked out poorly for you.
That could have been really bad. Yeah.
Did you run?
Well, it immediately just like shuffled into the water, and I okay.
Were you like, yeah, that's right.
No,
you better go shuffling into the water.
By the time everything that happened, I sort of had exactly that thought, like, oh, that could have been bad. Like it was an out of body experience almost. But Hilton Head's lovely. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've never been. I'm excited.
Speaks, how about a little crackling playoff baseball to get us started today?
What, 2 hours and 17 minutes for that game?
Oh, that is just there's your commercial baseball. Like there's what you're looking for. You know what else in that game that I saw that I don't see and I wish I would see more of? There was a pitch that was dropped by the Cleveland catcher, and then he just threw it back to the pitcher because the umpire didn't ask for it. And I wish more catchers would just do that. If they don't ask for you to change the ball, don't give up a ball that might be scuffed.
Yeah, the pitcher may want it.
Yes!
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, give the pitcher an option to keep it.
Don't just offer it up to the umpire when you pick it up. Throw it back to the pitcher and see what he says.
I got these Guardians making a run to the ALCS, man. Going to beat the Yankees after they take care of the Rays. They got couple of starting pitchers who can dominate anybody. They play that style that's been annoying all year long, and it's going to be annoying. They're going to maximize opportunities because they play D and they run the bases.
And they have Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, the only question I have, because we were talking with Ostrowski earlier, 35-1. I said, I don't care what team it is. If I see 35-1, if I were a bettor, I would bet that blind just because of playoff variance.
Would you bet it on the White Sox if they were in?
Hell no. The only question I have for them is, do they have the pop? Of
course.
They got the home run today,
Yep.
but if you look at the correlation between power and postseason success, the one thing that would give me pause is their ability to hit home runs.
Of course, makes all the sense in the world. Josh Naylor is going to have to step up and deliver some bombs here or there. So look, they'll need just enough home runs, but you know what else they have? And Boog was talking about it on the broadcast today a little bit. Remember how brilliant Tito was when he had Andrew Miller and Brian Shaw
and who's the third one? Cody Allen, right? He's got Karinchak, this Trevor Stephan, and a Clase, who's the best, might be the best closer right now in the game. So Tito's gonna manage like the genius he is, and I love all their pieces so much. So
curious how you guys come out on. Speaks and I disagree on like the presentation of the baseball playoffs. He likes that it's an all day. Each game is an island. Each game gets its own national television window. I say
you want red zone chaos.
Yeah, well, because I think that it should all be in prime time. And even if they conflict against each other, like there's very few people. It's been proven that like people watch baseball locally. Like the people that are watching this game right now largely are Cardinals fans and Phillies fans. But if you're trying to grow the game, young Phillies fans, young Cardinals fans are in school.
Yeah, but if they're like we were back in the day, they sneak their little transistor radios, their earpieces in there. And
that's the thing, man. I don't want to take away that joy and that tradition. I think that's freaking great. Now they're watching it on their phones or somebody's iPad in the middle of class, and then they're racing home. They're racing home from school to watch the rest.
Being a high school freshman, it's the forbidden fruit syndrome. It's if you make it even more exciting when you make it harder to access in that way, I guess. But 1983. When Lamar Hoyt was out dueling the Orioles in Game 1. It was a 2-1 win, just like that. And we're all saying, "Hey, Harold's up, Harold!" And that's when they were first game-winning RBI. And everywhere passing in the hallways, and people are talking about what's going on. And
you know what, Danny? It's like you wouldn't be getting the kids with some of that because the games would be going so long if you're all in prime time. But maybe next year, when every game is like this. When pitch clock is making everything like 2.5 hours, 2:40, that kind of thing, timing it all out and having them all together, I could see the wisdom in that. They probably won't because now the TV model is set up for the dollars on multiple windows.
Are we taking the definite article off of pitch clock? Is it? It's not the pitch clock. It's just pitch clock, like PitchCom.
I don't know that there are grammar rules that I have to follow.
I'm just curious.
When's your vacation?
I'm asking. I thought you knew something that I didn't. That it's like capital P, capital C. It's just referred to as pitch clock.
I think that we should try and meet Danny halfway because I understand where he's coming from. What if I gave you an NCAA tournament type style staggered start where we're gonna have. We're going to do it like they do like Sweet 16 games where the games are all in prime time, but we're going to start early. Like when we start the East Coast game, that game might start at 5 o'clock Central or 4 o'clock Central.
Well, they have that a little today. They have like 2-hour windows before these games, but this one was so fast that it's over already.
It is, and it's glorious. That's the way it's supposed to look.
But I think that's right, Lawrence, don't you? And Danny, we were looking at the bracket yesterday. We filled out the MLB bracket. I'm going to win $100,000. But so you can do bracket style NCAA stuff. Yeah, baseball needs to learn and take from whatever they can.
Yeah, I don't think all 4 games necessarily need to be at the exact same time. I don't think that we see it with the World Series ratings. It's not football. So they have this idea that like, oh, if some of the games are on ESPN and some of the games are on Turner, they're cannibalizing each other's audience. I don't think that's really true.
And I did have to go searching. I was looking at Mike and Ray like, wait, where's the other game? Oh, it's on ABC? Wow, okay. Let me go switch channels.
Yeah, but the people who know are the people who are fans of the teams who are playing. So I would put them in the windows where the most people of that fan base can check it out. Congratulations, by the way, Lawrence. Again, I know we already congratulated you privately and publicly on the comic book, but it was cool, and I'm glad Shane was able to help out. He's great at tracking down these celebrity types. But Patton Oswalt's an A-lister, man. That's a hell of an endorsement for that project, and he sounded very comfortable with you guys. I went back and listened.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, he sounded genuinely into it and genuinely happy to be talking to a local radio station, which for someone of his fame is rare. So I thought that was very, very cool.
Thank you. It was super dope to have him, and I know that he loves the guy that I wrote with, Kyle Higgins. So him being that into it and really understanding like what we were trying to do is a hell of an endorsement. So I hope I get another opportunity to do something like that or do something more with what we did.
You are listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
I put on jeans for the first time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Today.
That sucks.
In honor of fall?
It's always a terrible day.
It's funny because like I'm like I haven't been wearing because I am one of those people now. I didn't understand when I was younger. Coach Wren at HF used to wear shorts all the time, and I didn't understand it until I got older.
You
I'm
wear
like,
coaching shorts?
No, he didn't have the crazy bike brand, bike brand coaching shorts, but he wore khakis like all the time. I'm like, Coach, it's winter. And, well, garage to right here. I walk maybe 2 steps outside, but I put on jeans and I was like, oh man, I haven't seen these since January. And I felt a little weird about it.
That was like coming out of COVID in March,
right?
Like, from March of 2020 till like September, I couldn't find my belts. I was like, I was like, I haven't had to wear, you wear shorts, basketball shorts, or sweatpants, and then all of a sudden you have to put on real pants or whatever. I was like, I don't remember how to keep these things on my skinny ass. I couldn't find the 2 belts that I wore.
Well, for our upcoming trip, my wife she says, no sweats, no jeans. And I said,
so where are you going?
I said, we're going to Ireland. And
fancy.
And she said, you're not going to look like just a typical dumbass American wandering the streets, and you're not going to be walking around in sweatpants like an idiot.
Oh, no. This is an opportunity
no sweats,
for you.
No jeans.
Yeah,
I said I'm traveling in sweats. There's no way I'm flying
9
over
hours,
the Atlantic.
Yeah.
I'm wearing these. I am going to wear these exact pants when I fly.
You should take a page from the Danny Parkins International Travel Attire Handbook and use only like your old Bears T-shirts. And like if you have an NBA Jam T-shirt of some kind, that'd be a good call.
Sonics would be my choice if you want to go with that.
Oh, that's good. I like Charlotte. Like Charlotte,
Charlotte's pretty good.
Yeah, but so you go with that, you're like, oh my God, look at the Cliffs of Moher in my NBA Jam T-shirt.
We are headed. We have plans for the Cliffs of Moher. In fact,
hey man,
have you been?
Giants Causeway. Are you hip to Giants Causeway? Find your way to that. It's but I mean that
is
whole
Bruce Bochy there? Or?
No, he might be here though.
He very well might be here.
I was just lucky enough during a break to have the opportunity to see Lynn Bramer, who is up on 10 and in very, very good spirits. And he was talking about the time that he made that big sponsored listener trip over there, and he got to go see Rory Gallagher Way and the statue of Phil Lynott from Tin Lizzy. And he said, and I mentioned, as long as there's enough Jamesons or Bushmills, I'm going to be fine. It's like, no. It's like, I'm going to email you the really good Irish whiskeys that you're going to find.
Ooh.
And so I'm like, yes, you are. Indeed, you are, my good sir.
Red spot.
How long are you going,
Green
and are you
spot.
golfing?
I'm not golfing.
Oh,
we are going. Man. How long am I going? I'm leaving Monday, coming back Sunday.
Danny, I'm with you. Like, and I'm not the biggest golfer, as you know. I mean, I might be the biggest golfer on a course at any time, but you gotta even just go play a pitch and putt on a cliff somewhere. I did that once when I was a kid and I was traveling with my parents, and it's just like. It's where golf was born, Dan. Go play a blustery little pitch and putt.
We have other plans. She has put together an itinerary for us that's just jaw dropping, and she's working with some people over there who have set up honeymoons for her clients before, and we've got, like a tour of a smokehouse in Galway where the owners are going to give us a tour of, and then are going to pair all of their various smoked fishes with ales and whiskeys for us.
Don't call it Galway when you're out there.
Galway?
Galway. They'll hit you.
Okay, Galway. As in, you don't have the gall to call it Galway. Okay, that's my mnemonic.
How the hell do you get a horse from Ireland to here and ready to race?
Well, it's even more interesting than that. They fly them.
So here's my question, Dan. Since you're here, it's even more interesting than what? Because that's not interesting.
Right, that's not interesting.
that is definitively, objectively not interesting that they fly them on a plane. So what is it? What is it more interesting than? Right. What was Connor thinking that they did?
It would be really interesting if they put them on an ancient ship, right?
The horse swims, and then he's just exhausted by the time he makes it to Churchill
They
Downs.
swim. They lie him down on a boat, and it takes 3 months. I don't know.
You
But
guys
like a
leave
plane-
my guy McDoink alone.
They cut the horse into tiny little pieces, and then they reconstitute it once it gets here and reanimate it with a shock.
Well, it's even more interesting. You ever see Star Trek? They beam him from one place to another. I mean, what do we got here? Because that's not interesting.
How the hell?
That's our favorite. How the hell? What accent is that?
No way to know.
It's remarkable.
Leave my guy Quinoa Jenkins alone.
Oh, he appreciated it.
No, Quinoa Jenkins also really enjoyed the Patton Oswalt interview because that's his guy.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm actually looking. I should probably just send Connor a copy of the book. Get his
You
thoughts on that.
you obviously didn't go there, because you're not me, and you wouldn't ask a Holocaust question in the middle of an interview. But Patton's late wife was from Oak Park. The brilliant Michelle, who wrote the book that eventually tracked down the Golden State Killer. It's unbelievable stuff, and a crazy episode in his life. He's all over that documentary on HBO, which is what a really, really good true crime doc if people are looking for one.
Like I told Dan, I speak since you are also similar age to Patton. I think that you will appreciate his latest special, We All Scream.
I haven't watched it yet.
It's pretty good. It's on Netflix, and there's a lot of stuff about the joy and the pain of getting older, and a lot of Gen X references that I think that you will enjoy.
All right. I will check it out.
We've got a fairly full show as well today on a Bears Friday. Pat Manley at 3:00, Dan Wiederer at 4, Parkins versus Spiegel versus Spiegel at 4:40, and Pete Bursich at 5:00. Always a treat to talk to him. Speaks and I both have a reason for potential positivity heading into this Vikings game. Though.
Wait, positivity for the Bears? Or
Yeah,
or
we
positivity
fully
for
admit that it's
yourself?
hope trafficky.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We're going to hope traffic each other around 2:40.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
That's right. But
And then can you toss me into traffic after that?
They do that anyway.
Yeah, sure.
We can do it now if you want.
That'd be fine.
You busy?
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay. Got nothing to do. Right.
Yeah, so that's the show today, gentlemen. Enjoy your weekend. And so, Dan, we do see you Monday, or we don't? I don't.
You
know.
will, yes, because
Okay.
we don't leave till Monday night. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm not gonna miss a Bears Monday. It's football season and it's sports radio or something.
Hey, let's see if we can get to 2 on the moral victory count on Monday.
I heard you guys as I was driving home on Monday, and I just felt horrible because I'm like, oh no, if the over-under was 10.5, there's no way they're getting to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely
chance.
no shot. Absolutely no shot.
No, we were way off with that line. That was horribly set. But enjoy the game. Enjoy your weekend,
If
gentlemen.
my wife died,
Unless it was a Bears Monday, I would take the show off. That's true. Those are big days. Have you seen the Twitch numbers we do on a Bears Monday?
Wow.
God, it's just radio.
Yeah, you don't get to talk, sir.
What?
Because you're Mr. I don't take any time off either.
But that's not because I think it's important. I just have nothing better to do.
No, Danny is to
I don't think
radio.
it's important. I enjoy it.
Danny is to radio as Paul Konerko was to hitting. Just like, there's a lot of intensity.
Good
Taking it
every other
seriously.
year.
What would happen if Bernstein didn't come here during the All-Star break in his 14-year-old Adidas sweatpants? The place would shut down.
Right, what would happen? Oh my God, what would we ever do? All right, boys, have fun. We'll talk Monday.
All right, sounds good. Tanny's open, kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Sunday, starting at 10 a.m. before the Bears take on the Vikings. Turn on the score for the Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook pregame show with Mully from the Mully and Haugh.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of Pizza
Shane.
Friday. You're
There's
welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, We got a little worried. 12:30.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is
enough.
important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Speaks
I
calls
felt
me 5 minutes later. Oh my God, I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are. Can I
hang
get
on
it
to
there?
those feelings about feeling terrible?
Yeah,
by the way.
can I
You're
get the
gonna
pizza
need
there?
those.
Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background.
I'm
sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
Yeah,
Shane's
he's
not
screaming.
saying, "Sausage!"
Yeah, he
As
just
I'm
wants
wont to do.
sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now, and then
Great.
I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said. So I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is
Paisano's is
awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
And what
as
else?
requested.
And
What
what
else?
else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I
What else
got
was on there?
sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's
yeah.
not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which to...
Literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
you're being
irrelevant.
dumb.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Speaks. We
me.
told you on Wednesday. You
told
don't
me?
have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah?
This is our
I eat the
thing.
pizza.
Pizza Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats
Right?
the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing,
I
we get to
wanted
decide
you-
what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never
Sausage.
asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him. When
Shane,
somebody's-
hold on a second. There is
I'm at
sausage.
the edge of my seat. What was
There
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way
Your
to
opinion
judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring
Now-
my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion
I
because
would've
sausage
said,
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I'd be like sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case,
Yeah.
when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm gonna assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just gonna throw onions on it.
There's
And then-
onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
Doesn't
that,
matter.
You only
It was on the
paid
whole
for
thing.
half onion.
that would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would
wants his
as-
$2 back.
it wouldn't
Yeah,
happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
My first time in adulthood.
Pumpkin patch opened like an hour ago, and remember how I was saying I want to get there early?
My little Eric just loves the pumpkin patch. It's one of his favorite events of the year.
Okay, here we go, going to the pumpkin patch.
Pretty awesome out here.
That's awesome. Have you had the apple cider? The warm apple cider's nice, but maybe it's not cold enough for you down there.
I've got the apple cider slushy coming down the hill right now, bud. And along with that, accompanied with the slushy will be some apple cider donuts. I'm not sure how those taste, but I've heard the rave reviews.
Pat Hughes, where's the local pumpkin patch? I'm Pat Hughes. Like stupid stuff like that. Pat Hughes for pumpkins.
Oh, they're the best. The problem that I have with the pumpkin patch is they make you buy the tickets ahead of time as opposed to just doing like cash or card transactions. So I always end up with extra tickets that I paid for, and then they have no value as soon as you leave the pumpkin patch.
Hey, getting taxed either on the property, so
that's right.
You got to think they're making out really well.
Yeah, there's probably a mob connection in charge there. They got a racket going.
Just saying.
That's like some mob stuff.
Have the donuts arrived? Are we keeping you from the donuts?
Oh, they're here. I crushed my slushy mid-interview, and the donuts are here. I'm just staring them down. I'm giving my game face right now.
Okay, man. Well,
demolish.
We appreciate
Thank you guys.
Because you know what? It was a nice Sunday yesterday. I could have gone pumpkin picking. I could have had donuts down in Lewisburg and cider. But no, I watched your sorry-ass play. All of us watched your sorry-ass play when we could have been down at Lewisburg enjoying cider and donuts. Win games now.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
He often surprises me, Speeds. Usually I'm along for the ride like the audience with the Tanny Open, but I was like, where's my man Bulldog Bob Fesco? Where's Lewisburg and cider? Where's that dumbass rant? It's got to be coming. It's got to be coming. There it is. Yeah.
Sometimes I think that like one of those audio cues will stick in his head as the segment is happening. Then it's like, there we go. Then the Open kind of formulates itself. I imagine overnight, lying in bed, different pieces come to him, and he.
Oh no! In the moment. We're talking. We're talking apple picking and cider. How do you not think of one of the dumbest sports radio rants of all time right away? Got to work it in.
We can do dumber. We've got 4 hours to try and do dumber rants.
You're torturing us.
I actually don't think I can do dumber. I might be. I can maybe do angrier. I'm not sure I can do dumber.
Every one of you sucks.
Yeah. Exactly.
He sounds like Charch.
Yeah, he gets after it.
Shane, Tanny, you guys think Danny can do dumber, don't you? I mean, he's selling himself short.
It's a Friday, dude. Let's do the show and just like not try to get on each other that way. But yeah, for sure.
Crack some poison in the two,
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
We're gonna shoot some arsenic back here and see if these windows open.
You guys have fun. Man, Shane, very down. Very, very
You know
down.
why? I'm very worried about there being a breakout of serial killers.
It's because all you watch is serial killer documentaries.
But it's not just
on
me.
Netflix.
I've only watched the Dahmer one, and now I started the Gacy tapes. But Netflix is romanticizing it, and I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
Oh man, well,
Are you my wife?
The episodic TV show You. Have you watched You?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, talk about romanticizing it. That dude is a love interest.
I'm worried there's going to be copycat docuseries out there. Like someone's going to try to copycat the Dahmer series.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up, dude.
I think there might be an outbreak of organizing for all the organizing TV shows that are out there.
All right, this is a real worry of mine, and you guys are just belittling it completely. It's not nice. I just said, let's have one nice day.
We get someone to share a vulnerability. We pretend like we're welcoming and we're a bunch of friends, and then we pounce on your insecurity.
Yeah,
it's what we do. I
Shane
gotta
is
say, though,
Shane is struggling spiritually. I understand.
No, I'm not.
Only
agnostic.
one at a time. Only one at a time. So, as you guys know, I host an NFL podcast, 1ST ampersand pod. It's very popular.
Rolls off the tongue.
Me and Andrew.
I wouldn't just
Phillip-
assume that we know that, by the way.
Yeah, okay, well, as the three of you and like 3 or 4 members of the audience know.
Can we whiteboard one ST for everyone out there?
sure. Someone texted yesterday and said that they really enjoy Juan Esti Pod, like good work, Parkins or whatever. And I was like, what? But it was probably a voice to text situation. Juan Esti.
Juan Este, E-S-T-E.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And
Yeah.
fun fact, if you search Juan Este, you're just as likely to find the podcast.
You find a Colin Coward podcast.
Right. So First and Pod is the name of the show.
Oh.
We do it twice a week, and we try to cover every team every week. So we go over every game, either previewing or recapping. So we record after Sunday Night Football to recap all of Sunday's action, and then we record after Thursday Night Football to recap the Thursday game and then preview the weekend. So last night, at around 11-something p.m., we start recording after that Broncos and Colts, whatever the hell that was. Like, that was Al Michaels was my spirit animal during the game. Like, I thought that he was broadcasting the game for me. He was just incredulous, except he was getting paid significantly more money by Amazon to do what he does than what I do for 1ST ampersand pod.
Type of game you'd like to have in the 5th Regional on CBS on Sunday.
Just killing the product. Speaks.
That's amazing.
He is 3 games in, right? Because they didn't have a week 1 game on Amazon. He's 3 games in to this, billion-dollar television deal that they hire Al Michaels, the most famous broadcaster of his generation, to front, and he is just eviscerating the product.
Morgan Gordon carrying the ball inside the 10, and it's going to be 1st and goal. Words I thought I would never speak tonight.
See, when you hire Al Michaels, you know you're getting that guy. He's a made guy. He bonds with the viewer over, sometimes, as long as there's not a concussion involved, being honest about the product. But I got to tell you, I will point the thumb here. I ran screaming from that game at halftime.
I don't
ran
blame you.
Screaming to anything. I went to Dahmer, as a matter of fact.
I don't, man, you and Shay just bring it on. I wanted something joyful, so I left the football game and I went to Dahmer.
I'm only half kidding, but sometimes a game can be, at least at this point, so bad, it's almost good. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, you know
No,
what
I'm not feeling that just yet over here.
If a game is like sort of bad, it's not good.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe a game will break out here. 2nd down and 10.
He's just killing the product. And I forgot who said it on Twitter, but it was hilarious. Like, they're like, man, Herb Street has no problem with this game after all the Big Ten West games he's watched over the years. Like, for college football, like him being out there, it was totally fine. But so I'm thinking, like, all right, I got this podcast, we're doing the show, watching this terrible game, staying up, and Michaels is killing it. I bet the under, which was nice. It was a low-scoring game. But then there was this other thing that I was feeling as I was watching the game, and it was joy. And it was genuine happiness.
Is it because you get to talk about football for a living and you got to hang out with Andrew Filipponi to record 1ST?
That is a huge part of it. We were texting each other about, hey, what's your favorite part about doing this pod? Talking to each other? Yeah, okay, what's their second favorite? We'll get back to you. But so I'm just kidding. It's great. But the fact that Russell Wilson is not on the Bears is such a huge bullet dodged. Man, Ryan Pace went to Trey Lance's pro day, saw John Schneider at a bus stop or something, and was like, hey, can I trade for Russell Wilson? And Schneider was like, I don't know. What do you want to trade? He's like, I don't know. How about a couple of first-round picks and a third-round pick, and you can choose 2 of the 3 of Khalil Mack, Akeem Hicks, and Kyle Fuller. And Schneider was like, oh, that's real interesting. Let me go back to Pete Carroll. And Pete Carroll apparently said no. But, like, the Bears almost had Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson wanted to be a Bear, reportedly, and we all wanted it to happen, and the Broncos ended up trading
more than that. They traded 5 draft picks and a couple of players to get Russell Wilson, and they gave him $245 million, and he sucks. Like, he doesn't move, and he doesn't read defenses, and his arm strength appears to be gone, and he's no longer accurate. But other than that, sweet $250 million.
Oh,
dude.
Man. See, I don't think he's cooked. I mean, look.
Did you watch?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I watched the first half.
Stinks.
And then I watched the highlight reel, and I've watched a lot of the Broncos. They've been on. They've been pushing them as a prime time favorite. He's really late on his reads. Like, he's crazy late sometimes. That brutal end zone INT was late. The 4th and 1 pass where KJ Hamler ends up throwing the helmet down late.
Yeah, the last play. Yeah, the last play.
But he still throws a very pretty deep ball, even if it's to 2 people at once, like he did last night. He can still move. He can still scramble. It's just like, seems like he doesn't want to sometimes.
Unlimited.
But not wanting to is kind of a problem.
I agree, but also we know that Nathaniel Hackett's a boob. You know, like, I guess the question is, do you think he's going to respond to the humbling? Because he's getting humbled big time, and it's very, very ugly. I wouldn't bet on him being this fully cooked. Like, he's not. You think he's toast? Completely toast?
I don't know. I assume he won't be bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL bad, like at times he's looked. But what I'm saying is, you think it's bad in Chicago right now talking about Justin Fields struggling? Dude, we got 13 games left of Justin Fields, and then can cut bait if they want to.
Well, no, that's undeniably true. That you're thrilled you didn't, because if you traded for that guy, you're thinking that he's going to be great right away, and your window begins immediately.
Imagine being a Broncos fan.
Yeah.
You don't have first-round picks, and you don't have cap space, and you signed him till he's 40. Like, you are locked in. Now, is it likely to improve? Sure. But he wasn't good last year.
Limited.
Yeah, limited. Not unlimited. Limited. And people are like, oh, he had the pin put in his thumb and it was the hand surgery. And like, that was what we all kind of assumed, because just 2 years ago, he was a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Like, we're not far removed from Russell Wilson looking great. And he says he wants to play into his 40s and all of those things. But like, man, like, his ex-teammates are dunking on him.
Mm-hmm.
They paid him a ton of money. They gave up a ton of assets. Geno Smith is outplaying him in Seattle.
Geno Smith is the #1 rated quarterback in the NFL as it stands right now. How's Pete Carroll thinking? You know,
he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Got to be feeling pretty good. You were all over Pete Carroll, my friend. Last year.
I'm looking now. Listen, I personally think that the Saints are gonna welcome Geno Smith back to earth as being a career backup. Like, he had great numbers against Atlanta and Detroit, 2 of the worst defenses so far through 4 games in the NFL. So I think this is going to be regression this week for Geno Smith personally, but he's obviously winning the breakup, Pete Carroll. And I don't think that what we've seen from Russell Wilson and what we saw from Russell Wilson last year, there's no reason to believe that Russell Wilson would be doing this in Seattle if he was still there. Like, it was clearly time for that to be over. But you think that we talk about, like, how bad of a quarterback situation it is here and how other places it's like, oh, Zach Wilson comes in and immediately looks good in the 4th quarter. Looks like the Jets have some hope. Or Kenny Pickett comes in and, yeah, he throws 3 interceptions, but the guy looks fearless. Steelers fans have some hope. Where the hell's our hope? Hey, it could be worse. You could be the Broncos. And maybe in 5 or 6 games, this will feel completely ridiculous, and he'll get comfortable in the new system and with everybody else, and it'll be fine. But we all wanted, or did we? Russell Wilson instead of Justin Fields. I don't know if you remember this, Spiegs, but our guy Shane Reardon, I think they asked us, and I think we were like, no. Can we get someone on?
No, they asked me.
They just asked you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, well, I just wanted to believe that I was asked to go on Seattle radio.
They asked Shane to go on Seattle radio around the time of those trade rumors. And our guy, Mr. Sports, came with the flame emoji takes.
Now, it wasn't that long ago there were real hopes that Russell Wilson would be traded to Chicago. With the Bears drafting Justin Fields, has that completely gone away? There are no more fantasies about Russell Wilson. If he says, hey, I want out, I mean, if he wanted to go to Chicago and Justin Fields could be part of that trade package, you'd have to do that immediately if you're the Bears. Are there any of those conversations anymore over there?
No. And I'll push back on you. I mean, as hard as possible. I would not trade Justin Fields for Russell Wilson. There's no.
Oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind.
All.
You're crazy.
No. I'm not, because you've got to capitalize on a rookie contract and a team that already has cap issues, a team that's going to be resetting their defense, a team that's going to be resetting their offense. When you have a talent like Justin Fields, and you're in a position to get a new coach and a new play caller and a new offense around him, hopefully something that fits him better, I'm not going to trade away all that control of Justin Fields on a rookie deal for a Russell Wilson that's basically dead.
Wow. Dude, we'll ask Pat Manley at 3. We'll ask Dan Wiederer at 4. And I'll raise my hand right now. All your quote-unquote football experts would have traded Justin Fields for Russell Wilson in a heartbeat. And right now, the Broncos might have the worst quarterback situation in the NFL when you factor in how he's playing, the age, and the contract. Don't tell me Shane Reardon doesn't know sports.
I wouldn't, especially not today on a Friday. I wouldn't go after Shane. I mean,
that take is aging like fine wine.
It was steeped in Justin Fields' love and belief.
Whatever he got there.
That part of it not necessarily aging well, but we'll see what happens with that. But it is very good.
The point is, right? The point is, you'd still rather have the Bears situation.
Yes, you would, of course, because you'd rather have the room to grow, the room to pick a quarterback if you so choose, and obviously all the money and the picks still here.
Yeah, if you're going to be bad, you want to be young, cheap, and bad, as opposed to old, expensive, and bad. And if you're going to be bad, you want to have your first-round pick, as opposed to not having your first-round pick.
Man, this is something. So Danny gets to scream from the mountaintops for Russell Wilson and how Pete Carroll is a boob, and yet he gets to go on with his life and just carry on as a host. Meanwhile, Shane is out there nailing contrarian takes like that. And I don't know, Shane, what do you need? Do you need more mic time? Do you need more money?
No. Well, yes, to the second, I don't need more mic time. Probably less to be better for the listener. But I just maybe respect.
Oh,
in this.
Oh boy, that's
whoa.
I don't know.
Just looking for a little bit of respect.
I think money might be easier to come by.
RSPBT. Find out what it means to me.
That's what. That makes sense. But man,
you're crazy. You're out of your mind. He's not dead. He's having a rough season coming off of injury. Justin Fields, what has he done? Nothing. Do you know he's going to pan out? No. To hold on to Justin Fields and not get Russell Wilson immediately makes you a Super Bowl contender with that defense. To hold on to Justin Fields is insane.
Too young, man. Jalen Johnson is a nice piece or whatever, but you just gave millions and millions and millions of dollars to Eddie Jackson, who has shown you that he can't play anymore.
He fixed that.
It's just age.
Yeah, he fixed that.
I was going to say.
We could have left that part out there, Tanny. No one's going back to listen to my interview with that dumbass Brian No.
Seriously, you played it too long. The respect just dropped a little, unfortunately. Well, no, I'm going to give him respect. It's a Friday.
Listen, when you get into the take side of the business, Tanny comes for us all. Right? I mean, he will make any of us sound bad. We were giving him too many compliments. The audio was aging too well, and he had to go the other direction. But seriously, like, Broncos fans have to be mortified. And yeah, for those of you keeping track at home, I wanted Nathaniel Hackett over Matt Eberflus, and I would have traded Justin Fields for Russell Wilson. And 4 games into the season, I'm petrified. Like, if I'm a Broncos fan, I'm thinking that we maybe won't be relevant for 5+ years because of those moves. So I got that wrong.
It's funny. I got I get a few different sports newsletters as we all do, and one of them that I get is is called Throwbacks from Michael Weinrib. He's a really good writer, and he sent one today. It happened to be The Legend of Herschel Walker, obviously with Herschel in the news, but it recasts. It reminds people of some of the myth-making that went on for Herschel and how he immediately signed with Donald Trump after college with the New Jersey Generals, which is funny. But also, of course, the Herschel Walker trade where the Cowboys traded him away to Minnesota for so much. And it includes a column from Randy Galloway saying how the Vikings fleeced the Cowboys at the time. Like how people in Dallas were like, oh, my God, what a lopsided steal for the Vikings. And that did not age well at all. But Randy Galloway went on to have a great career for another 35, 40 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I think you're okay, Danny.
The opinion
You're all
business, not for the faint of heart. Shane Reardon, crushing the game. Russell Wilson, not so much. Pat Manley joins us at 3 o'clock. Coming up next, Spiegs came in with maybe the Bears win if this happens. And I was like, maybe the Bears are competitive if this happens. We see who's more in the hope trafficking business next on The Score.
You're listening to Bears Friday on The Score. Keep it here all day as our team of Bears experts continue.
Look, I'm not going to let the White Sox ruin my life. We're still going to have a good time.
Right, 1 and 2 would never do that.
That's right. 1 and 2.
I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. We're still talking about this.
Thing 1 and thing 2.
We already talked about this in crosstalk.
Oh, no, we'll talk about it.
Would never.
Look, the station is about people, right? And there's a lot of great people that make this place what it is, okay? From the top down, Mitch, the best boss you could ask for, Russ Matera, David Field, Rachel Williamson, who we saw today.
Oh, yeah,
obviously, the producer, sales, traffic,
Yeah, you're so humble guy.
It's not about one person, okay? To be number one, it takes a lot of people.
Shane, for those of us who can't see in full, or maybe the listeners not able to see on Twitch, please describe the belt that Tanny
Yeah, Tanny just literally pulled out a WWF championship belt. This is the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
And for anyone who doesn't know why the normally very humble and understated Chris Tannehill is wearing a full gold championship belt today, is because
I don't know either, because it just showed up at my house this morning. And John Greenberg's like, here you go, man. I didn't even read the poll results yet.
Right.
So it was kind of spoiled, ruining the surprise, but that's okay.
Well, 2,600 people voted on The Athletic for a sports radio poll. And among all of the producers at both stations, Chris Tannehill pulled. What was your vote total?
32%, something like that, right?
I think it was like 48%.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
42%.
It was a very high percentage.
I think it was higher. It was higher than that.
So Tanny basically beat the field. Everybody else had some votes, and then there was Tanny. He is clearly the number one producer, but not to be overlooked. It was a distant second. Like, it was second behind Secretariat. I don't know who finished second to Secretariat.
I don't know. The distance was so vast, nobody does.
Right, but it was a talented horse nonetheless who finished second to Secretariat, and that is Shane Reardon. Shane Reardon is the best of the rest of the producers.
Congratulations.
Distant second, again, to Chris Tannehill, but second.
Let's hammer home the fact that I've been doing this job full-time for a year and a half,
right?
And everyone else has been doing it for about 40.
The Score.
You guys saw he's doubtful right now, so we're hopeful, and we're going to have to wait the 48 hours. Wait and see where it goes, and see how he progresses from there, and we'll see where it is.
Pat Manley in 15 minutes. That's Bears head coach Matt Eberflus today talking about our Bears Monday 5 o'clock guest and Bears number one corner Jalen Johnson. However, he did have some work at practice today. Not a full participant. He was limited, and he's talked to us before, Spiegs, about how much the matchup with Justin Jefferson means to him, especially since Devontae Adams has left the division.
Mm-hmm.
And
can you decode some social media tea leaves as well? There was some of that today.
Well, I mean, on his Instagram, he sent out a picture of him on the field, and it says, "Gotta get back to the trenches. They said they need me."
Ha.
I don't think that means much decoding.
Well,
and he was a limited participant in practice today, listed as doubtful for the game on Sunday, but some optimism that Jalen Johnson might play on Sunday.
I think there's a little decoding. He's back to practice, so you go back to practice, and that's the trenches. So the trenches were today, and ideally, hopefully, the trenches could be Sunday. But so I don't think it's going to be up to him. Such is the way in the NFL, right? The trainers and the doctors will look at it and say whether he can or cannot. He's not quite a made guy to buck the trend yet.
I agree, and I'm not saying that he is. I mean, most guys who are doubtful do not play, but we have talked to him weekly. He was rare in that I asked him about Justin Jefferson week 2. The matchup wasn't until week 5. A lot of players would just talk about, hey, one game at a time, don't look ahead. He had no problem doing it. And then last week when we talked to him about it, knowing that the Vikings game was coming up, I asked him, because Justin Jefferson, if you look at his game log, it's 3 games with double-digit targets where he makes a huge impact, and the Philly game. And I asked him, hey, what went well for Darius Slay, or what went wrong for Justin Jefferson in that Philly game?
I would say his versatility and being able to move inside, outside. He can play the slot real well. And now that they have the new offensive coordinator, they put him in a slot to run option routes. They put him on the outside to run a lot of over routes, some double moves, and things like that on the outside. And even give him some jet sweeps. I mean, we seen him. He scored one last week or this past weekend on jet sweeps. So just them being able to put him in a lot of different positions really just set him up for success. So I feel like limiting his production is going to be tough on the whole defense because everybody's going to have to face him. Everybody's going to have to account for him. And they have a good running game, so it's not too much. You can't just sit there and go too high and double team him and things like that because you'll have a light box. So, I mean, at some point, you got to win your matchups. Everybody has to play a part in defending him, defending the run game. But, I mean, he's a talented player. He's been very good since LSU. So, I mean, he has a lot of good natural gifts. He's only getting better.
What did I don't know if you studied this part of it yet, but what did the Eagles do that was so successful against him?
Darius Slay won his one-on-one matchup for the most part. And I mean, for the most part, entirely, he won that one-on-one matchup, making plays on the ball, being in good positions, using his feet, and finishing on the ball. At the end of the day, he had a lot of PBUs and 2 interceptions as well. But they were flying around on defense as a whole. There were guys hitting them. There were guys coming, swarming. Everybody was playing together as a unit on that defensive side of the ball. And then Darius Slay just had a phenomenal game.
The guy clearly cares, and he clearly studies, and he clearly has a long memory, man. Like, we've been kind of joking about how he doesn't have a lot of other interests and, you know, the food stuff, and he's, sheltered, and he doesn't change the smoke detector and lives football and all that stuff because he studies. He really cares, and he has no problem telling people he wants to be one of the best cornerbacks in the league.
Yeah, that context, that knowledge of Justin Jefferson's season so far,
yeah,
what he's doing in this offense with Kevin O'Connell, the fact that he had a jet sweep touchdown. This comes on a Monday of the Vikings week when they haven't really, as a team, dug in yet. That's all on his own, right? That is all his own observance and paying attention and watching games and or highlights or like getting ahead, dissecting.
Yeah, the Eagles game was Vikings-Eagles was what? That was a Monday night game, right? So like that, he maybe he watched it or whatever. He cares. He clearly cares about playing Justin Jefferson and proving that he's a guy who can take a number one receiver out of his game and hold him below his season averages. He clearly cares about that.
So maybe he will push to try and get in this game, more than he would if this were Giants week and his injury was in the place that it is right now. Man, I like that kid. The more we get to know him, the more we hear him and think about the way that he approaches the game, the more I like him. He does have some issues with restaurant choices. He does have.
That's fine, but that was my one. That was my one piece of potential Bears positivity. Jalen Johnson trending towards potentially playing, and we know he wants to, cares about this matchup, and has been studying for this matchup for more than this week.
And here's my little bit of hope. Kirk Cousins is still Kirk Cousins. He will still get rattled sometimes, especially if you hit him, and he will give the ball away. He will give the ball to you. He is still prone to mistakes of adrenaline and having it be just a little too much for him every once in a while. Here's an incomplete list of quarterbacks with better quarterback ratings on the year than Kirk Cousins. In an offense with Kevin O'Connell, who's doing a lot of good things, and with all those weapons and Dalvin Cook and everything, Jacoby Brissett has a better rating. Jimmy Garoppolo has a better rating. Cooper Rush, Jared Goff, all of those guys have better quarterback ratings than Kirk Cousins. And shout out to On Tap Sports, who I was reading some stuff about Bears Vikings, and they gave me these numbers, which is really interesting in dissecting the Vikings offense so far. They use play action on 30% of their dropbacks. Okay. Kirk Cousins, though, is 25th in average depth of target, 24th in yards per attempt, and 5th in adjusted completion percentage on play action. All those numbers on play action. What that indicates is that they use play action for short passes, not for deep shots. They use play action and then try to show these quick hitters, these quick short hitters. I'm calling it now. Eddie Jackson's going to jump a play action short pass and get a pick six in this game off Kirk Cousins. I don't know if the Bears are going to win.
Safety.
I am calling the pick six for Eddie Jackson, as he is more aggressive, more confident these days, and they will have scouted this tendency here of them to use play action and throw short. Eddie's going to jump one and get himself a pick six against Kirk Cousins.
Okay. I mean, are you going as far as picking the upset?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No,
listen,
they're not going to stop the run, man. I don't think the Bears are going to be able to stop the run. Everybody throwing around this history of like how the Bears have stopped Dalvin Cook through a bunch of different coordinators and a bunch of different coaches and defenses and stuff. Not this batch. This is a different batch to try and stop the run against Dalvin Cook, and I'm not buying it until I see it with this bunch.
Yeah, Dalvin Cook hasn't looked quite like Dalvin Cook through 4 games. He doesn't have a 100-yard rushing game yet. His yards per carry numbers are still good, but the volume hasn't been that high. It's weird. Like, the Vikings offense just feels like they have moments and spurts of looking incredible, like what Justin Jefferson did in the opener against the Packers. Like they played the Lions, who everybody looks good against offensively. You know, they've had little moments, but they haven't put it together, and it was supposed to be bringing in O'Connell and modernizing and all that stuff. But everyone seems to be able to run on the Bears. So I assume this will be Dalvin Cook's best game of the season.
I assume so as well. Cousins is good, but he's not great, and they have everything they need now in addition to the offensive mind, and that guy's sharp. I mean, I don't know how much you've paid attention to O'Connell. I hadn't paid a ton of attention to him talking, but then because we're having Bursich on later today, I watched a couple of those things that Bursich does with O'Connell on the Vikings website, where he basically, O'Connell is there with a tablet, and they're breaking down plays from the entire game. They're like 10 or 12-minute pieces. And I don't know how many people are doing this around the league, but it was really, really good. Of O'Connell just kind of talking through the offense and some defense, but like very willing to share and walk the fans through what they're doing offensively. And I feel like they should be an explosive, dominant offense with everything that they have, and they are not, and that's on Kirk. To me.
Pat Manley helps us scout the Vikings, and where did he hang out as him and the family were evacuating the hurricane down in Florida? It's a hell of a story. He shares it next on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show mornings, 5:30 to 10. Up next for the 2-2 Bears.
I believe a caller said something to the effect of, without Michael Kay, you're nothing, to Don LaGreca.
It started as a simple discussion about Joey Gallo's value to the New York
Oh,
Yankees.
wow. Okay, I haven't even seen that.
It's just a sports thing they were talking about.
My
here.
apologies. Here we go.
Don, you sound pre-K. Pre-K. He makes outs, Don. That's how.
But you're not answering, Mike. But they've got the best. They've got a 14-game lead in the division, yo. They've got a 14-game lead in the division. You don't think fielding
Don,
helps you win?
Out. Oh, my gosh. Don,
Well, no. Oh, my God, to you.
Some of your comments are...
No. Hold on. You have no comments. I'm at least answering your question. All you say is Don. I know my name is Don. How is he hurting them?
The question. He gets an out every time.
But it's not hurting them. It's not hurting them. If he bats zero, the team is 40 games above 500. But you really think he's going to be on this team in the playoffs? Do you really believe he's going to be batting 160 and starting in the outfield and batting sixth for the Yankees in the postseason? Do you really think so?
So, Don, if they had a guy batting 300 in his spot, they'd be 25 games up. That's how he's hurting him.
Oh, my God.
You think so?
So that's what you need to do. Look, stop with your Michael K. I'm on the air. I worked at the Fan before Michael K. I do Ranger games without Michael K. 16 years doing pre and post for the Jets.
My God.
Guess what? No Michael K. I got a podcast that's in the top 50 in every country on the planet. No Michael K. I've got two kids. I've got a wife. 17 years I'll be married to in September. Guess what? No Michael K. I've got hair that people would die to have. Michael K. Nothing. I'm a fabulous driver. Michael K.'s got nothing to do with it. I'm one of the best friends you could ever have in your life. Zero to do with Michael K. Do not ever say to me, you wouldn't have the guts to say it to my face, Michael K's got nothing to do with what I am and who I am. I can work with Michael K. I can work without Michael K. You better bring it. You ask me questions, I answer them. I ask you questions, you say, Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on meth in 84. Play it, Don. Kept looking behind me, thought something was going on. I hate you.
Oh, my God. Tripping on mescaline in 1984? With Cuber?
Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on meth in 84.
Okay. That's something. Guy was on mescaline playing Cubert in 84. Noted. Ask Don LaGreca about that. Also noted. Don't ask him about Michael K.
Or Joey Gallo.
Believe we touched a nerve. Caller touched a nerve with you wouldn't be anywhere without Michael K.
Also, when he says, nothing is about Michael K. I mean, you have been his co-host on the Michael K show for more than a decade. At least some of your career is due to Michael K.
I gotta say, as a guy who was once on the Danny Mac show,
some of your career was due to Danny Mac.
Absolutely true.
But that's just how it works.
But if you had called me out on that at the time, and it might have touched a nerve. But I don't know.
Did you run up your hair and your driving?
I don't think I would have gotten.
I've got hair that people would die to have. Michael K, nothing. I'm a fabulous driver. Michael K's got nothing to do with it.
I drive a Dodge Stratus.
What does Michael K have to do with his hair?
Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
I was special teaming it up all during the week.
Patrick Manley.
My all-time favorite Bear would have to be Patrick Manley.
Bears long snapper for 16 seasons.
Pat Manley, the long snapper, Maynard, put it in position, and Robbie Gould sends the Bears to the NFC Championship game.
The longest tenured player in Chicago Bears history.
Captains the midfield for the coin toss. Patrick Manley breaking an all-time Bears record for games played.
It's great that they have one of the most confident combinations between the snapper, holder, and kicker.
Craft beer mogul.
Long snapper IPA. The can as me long snapping a ball on top of an El Camino.
Patrick Manley.
We're probably watching the tape and saying, why is Manley on the ground rolling around? He's not blocking anybody.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
So much good Bears content all week, and Pat's a huge part of it with Bears pre and post on the weekends. But also, if you want to hear more of David Haugh and our 4 o'clock guest on a Bears Friday, Dan Wiederer, you got to check out the Take the North podcast. It's in the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. Bears, of course, travel to Minnesota. Division game this weekend. Listen to Take the North for a full preview of the game. Haugh and Wiederer get you ready for Sunday. Follow Take the North in the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. Pat Manley with us on the Circle Resort and Casino hotline. Circle Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Pat?
Happy Friday, guys. How was the week after that terrible game last week?
Oh, it's brutal, man. It's an ugly town when the Bears are bad, and when people think, oh no, this is going to be a really long season. Maybe you're familiar with the dynamic, Pat. It's all too familiar.
It is a little bit, and it's. I'll give a funny story. Olin and I were talking. My former co-host with the pregame, and he just kind of gave me a laughing emoji, and he's like, "You got to talk about these guys for the rest of the year." I don't think he's gonna miss it.
He was texting us yesterday because I was saying nice things about Tevin Jenkins, and he's sending highlights of Jenkins getting beat up, and we're all trying to goad him into call the hotline, brother. Come on.
Yeah, no.
But you're saying he's not
going to do it.
What about the no-name pod? He's talking about it. Olin can't quit the Bears. I don't care what he says.
Oh, he never will. He can't quit football. That's one thing. I know that for a fact, man. He lives that. He lives it.
So he'll be talking about it. He just won't be talking about it as much into a microphone. He'll be blowing up all our phones.
Yeah, exactly. Laughing at us and telling us how wrong we are.
Yeah, exactly. So do we have Trent Dilfer said on our show that he was like, the Bears have some square blockers, and he was trying to explain it as they've got some guys who are good run blockers in the interior, but that they basically can't be good pass blockers. He made it sound like they can't get better. They don't have it in them. Do you believe that the Bears' interior of their offensive line is beyond salvation?
That is a great question. And by the way, Shane Reardon, good get on Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, he's great.
I had to throw that plug. No, I don't know. They're just young. I mean, Sam is still young. He obviously struggled terribly last week, and those games happen. Let's see how he bounces back. Lucas Patrick, I hate talking bad about him. He's a fellow Duke grad, but I think he is just what he is. When I scouted him when he was with the Packers, to me, he was the sixth guy or a guy that would be the first guy to come in, when there was an injury. And he's an NFLer. He's not a guy that's going to, make a difference in a game. He's a guy that you can plug in and be happy with or be okay with. And then the one about Tevin Jenkins, I like Tevin Jenkins a lot. I think he can become a better pass blocker. Is he going to move back out to tackle? I don't know, but he is great in the run game. I really like him in the run game. And I would love to talk to Olin about Tevin Jenkins because what I've seen, I like what I see, and I think there's going to be growth there. And him and Larry Borum move people off the ball. Those guys are just people movers, which is impressive. But to go back to your question about pass blocking, I don't know. I think Sam might be at his ceiling. I think what we've seen enough of Sam Mustipher. I think he is what he is. And it's maybe an inconsistent player. It's a guy that makes some great blocks. Seems like he's pretty good in protection calls and things like that. Like I said about Lucas Patrick, I think that's just who he is. I don't think he's going to be a guy that can improve. I just think that's who he is in his NFL career, and let's just hope Tevin Jenkins can improve.
I think Tevin Jenkins has developed into a really fascinating touchstone
for conversation about this regime, because they clearly didn't like him from the get-go. It was incredibly obvious with everything that happened, and we talked a lot about it, and they've demoted him, and then he's had to fight his way in for part-time usage as a guard. Patrick flat out replaced him, and they had the willingness to tell us that it was because of performance in practice. But here we are, 4 games in, Pat. Has he been the best Bears offensive lineman? You got to. If I were to ask you who the best offensive lineman has been, is it Tevin? But either way, the point is they don't like Tevin. Are they wrong?
I know.
Are they wrong?
Well, here's one thing about the practice deal. I would love to know what he's doing wrong in practice. Is it mental errors? Is it physical? Because right now that's not a physical practice. You know, you're into the season, you have pads on, but it's not a true physical thing. So I'm wondering if he's making mental errors and they feel like they just can't play him because he sees too many mental mistakes in practice. That's one question I want to know about him. But as far as the best O-lineman, it's an incomplete answer because everybody has – the young guys have shown some flashes. Braxton Jones to me has shown some things where I'm like, all right, he looks pretty decent in this, and then he'll get beat. Same with Larry Borum. There's a quarter or a quarter and a half Larry Borum will play, and you're like, wow, this guy could be a good NFL right tackle. And then next thing you know, he's getting beat up. He doesn't take on a bull rush. He's getting beat around the corner. And as far as Tevin Jenkins, I can't say that. I can't say he's been the best because he hasn't played enough. You know, he's been rotating in and out, so that would be my answer to that. But I don't think any of them have played well enough. So if you're grading, if you want to be the best of the worst, I guess that's the way to answer that. I don't know who that would be. Maybe Larry Borum, if I watched it over and over and over again, I would say he's probably been the one where I feel like he's improving and he might be a guy that can stick in the NFL at that position for a long time.
So what do you do, Pat, when you've got these low pedigree tackles in Jones and Borum, and then you have a lack of talent on the interior and a quarterback who is shown to be susceptible to the blitz, and you've got Smith and Hunter coming off the edge in this game? Like, what would you even game plan protection for with this opponent on a fast track in a loud environment?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. First, you just run the ball, like Getsy's been doing, be the answer to that. But no, as far as protection, to me, I'm putting somebody, because they're going to run, he runs the Vic Fangio style of defense. I'm sure you guys have talked about it this week, that they're only going to really rush 4 most of the time, but you don't know where the 4 are coming from. So if you've got the nickel look in there and you've got the 4 down guys, I'm putting somebody close to the two tackles to either chip or give body presence, and then let the 3 interior work with those 2 in the middle. Because you're not going to see you don't think you're going to see a lot of blitzing, but this is the Bears offense that needs to be blitzed to beat them, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ed Donatel throws a lot more at them. But I'm putting people close to the tackles on their side, making chips or body presence or releasing through that guy just to slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, you mentioned Ed Donatel, old friend, former Bears coach, along with his buddy Vic Fangio. That's the style. They've got a real nose tackle in Dalvin Tomlinson, don't they? It's been tough to watch the Bears' defensive line get shoved around against the run. Is Dalvin Tomlinson why they don't get eaten alive against the run?
He's pretty stout in there. I don't think he's as good as Dexter Lawrence and what he did last week to Sam and the interior guys, but he is darn good. But you definitely have to worry about him. He's a good run stuffer. He's good enough in the pass rush. So they have trouble in front of them. These Vikings have not put up the numbers in sacks and things like that. I don't know if it's because they're getting used to this new defense and coming from Mike Zimmer's defense where it was just kind of get up the field and all that kind of stuff. But they have a lot of talent over there, and Dalvin Tomlinson is darn good in the middle. So this is going to be another good test for Sam Mustipher. After last week's struggle, I really want to see him bounce back and play well this week.
Pat Manley is our guest. You hear him on pre and post this Sunday around the Vikings game. Mike Mulligan, of course, with Pat on that show. So Luke Getsy came out and said it wasn't a bad month for Justin Fields. Your reaction was what?
I just laughed right there. That's coach speak. And to me, when I read all that stuff, because I read the transcript, and you can't do that as a coach because you're not being honest to the players. And I went through that, and Spiegs, I sat next to you and I talked to you about Mark Trestman and the way he lied to us about practice. Yep. Players know a standard. They know what's good and bad. They watch the tape. They know they're not playing well. Don't lie to us because you're lying to them as well. I did not like that at all. They know they're not good. They know they go there on Monday mornings and watch the tape, and they're like, man, we played like crap. Oh, man, that's an ugly series. They know that. I did not like to hear Luke Getsy say that. Just be honest. The players want to be told, just to be honest with them. That's what needs to be done. I didn't like it at all.
Well, that's really interesting. So why would Luke Getsy? We know why Tressman wasn't honest, because he was a strange guy who just believed he needed to keep it positive all the time, right? Is Getsy? We don't know if Getsy's that way. Is it possible that he's worried about a young quarterback? And it is early in the process too, Pat. Like, any reasons why he might have gone that way?
I mean, that just might be who he is. I think it was a pregame show last week. We played that clip of him on the sideline talking to Justin Fields after a couple bad series, trying to be positive with him, like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Maybe that's just his way. Maybe that's just his way to go about it. But I'm just not a fan of it. I'd rather be told, I suck. That wasn't good enough. You need to play better. I'll give you an example of Dick Duran. I know Olin's probably talked about it as well, but it's a story about him. He had a bad game, and Dick Duran just walks by him and goes, "You have to play better next week." And that's it, and walked on. And I would respect that from a coach more than saying, well, you had some good plays, but you lost a bunch of them too. But let's talk about the good ones. Just be honest with the players. I don't know. Maybe that's just the way he is. Maybe it works. We'll find out.
Doesn't that speak to the difficulty of the task? Like, this is such a difficult thing to ask Justin Fields to do. They changed his footwork. They changed some of the mechanics in the offseason. They're changing the system and everything, and he's being asked to do this while the numbers still count and everything still counts. I think they're really using kid gloves with him and hoping that he takes a step, Pat.
It kind of feels that way, yeah. And it's a new staff. It's a new player he's never worked with. Maybe he's trying to figure him out as well. Maybe he has gone hard on him in practice and meetings and all that, and he didn't respond well. And maybe he's trying this. So this could be just a way to coach. He's trying to figure out how to coach this team, how to coach Justin Fields. It is early in the season. It's the first time working with him. So we'll see if his demeanor changes or his words change to us in the media and as fans. But like I said, I don't like it. But maybe that is the way he feels it's the best way to deal with Justin right now.
They said they're just putting Velus Jones right back out there. Is that the way to handle it, special teams-wise, after he had the terrible punt return attempt?
Yeah, I mean, you talking special teams or on offense?
I mean, they didn't give him any snaps on offense.
No. So, I'm just saying.
They said that, like, okay, so they controversial decision. Ball goes back. They get the 3 and out, punt it back to Velus Jones, yes. and he muffs the punt. They said this week, yeah, no worries. We're just throwing him right back out there. He's going to be fine. Is that the way to handle it?
Yes, that's why you drafted him. I mean, that's exactly why you drafted him. I think the number one thing, the reason why you drafted him was because of his special teams ability, and let's see if he can become a receiver. He was a darn good receiver in college, but let's see if he can make that transition. And to me, there's no difference between catching a college punt and a pro punt. You know what I mean? There's no difference. It's not like hitting a minor league baseball compared to a professional league baseball or major league baseball. So it's the same thing. He just made a mistake. I think he'll go out there, and I think he'll be fine. I think he is a pretty darn good talent. I love his vision. Some of the kickoff returns, I thought he saw some good holes. There was one bad one, but I think this kid could be special. And you push him right back out there. You put him right back out there. He made a mistake. That punt he dropped, he should have caught. He talked about it. But that stadium, with the way it's built, it's very vertical. So up top, high up there, that ball will move a lot. And he just had to get his feet over and get underneath the ball, and he didn't do it. And I think he'll be fine, but you put him right back out there.
How tough is it to do what Bagley did last week, coming off the street and making those 4 kicks?
Well, not very difficult, and I'll tell you why. He's been good. Like, he's a good kicker. He's probably the 33rd best kicker, and that's the reason why he's rolled in. Coming in with the what do you call it? The clown car of kickers.
The traveling caravan of unemployed kickers, Pat. It's a Volkswagen microbus, and one of the Grammaticas has to help start it, like Little Miss Sunshine.
So he's riding shotgun in that thing right around the NFL. But he's a good kicker, and what helps too is you have Pat Scales and Gil the punter, who is an excellent holder. He's a better holder than I thought he'd be as being a rookie. So when you come in and that operation is smooth as it is, it's very easy for him to walk right in off the street or out of the clown car and make those kicks. And the other thing is, too, he's played with a bunch of different organizations. So he's gone through different snappers and holders and things like that. So he understood what he was walking into. Like I talked on the pregame show last week about, like, Robbie, after I left and we had a new Pat O'Donnell came in, that's a whole different operation. He got so used to me and Podlish and Maynard, it was very, very simple. And then all of a sudden things were just a little different, and it took some time. I thought he was, obviously they made a mistake in cutting him, but it makes a difference when you have that. If you don't have that continuity or two really good snapper and a holder to make you feel comfortable when you're kicking the ball.
Hey, Pat, you mentioned the aforementioned Olin Kruetz, and we were talking. I've been calling myself the highest-ranking former center on the Score staff because of my intramural football past. But is that not fair to you? How much did you play straight-up center at Duke in addition to long snapper?
Left guard and left tackle.
Okay,
never played center.
So I'm technically a higher-ranking former center than you at this point.
100%.
Okay. Good to
Besides, when I think it was East Marietta Vikings back when I was 12, I played center.
Oh yeah, no, mine was college age, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, it's flag, but it was counting that.
Yep.
Congrats, Speaks. So,
Thanks, man.
Pat, if you have any questions for Speaks.
Yeah. So, what do you do on a saw dog? What's your call on that?
Oh man, the saw dog. Yeah. You gotta start that thing nice and clean, and then you get a lot of miles to the gallon out there on the open water.
Okay.
Was that a sea dog? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you.
All right. Okay.
And not raw dog either. You're talking about saw dog.
No. That's a different podcast.
Okay, I got it.
Speaking of the open water, Pat, how was sheltering with Frank Thomas? That looks pretty fun on Instagram.
He wasn't there, it was.
Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't there, guys. Too bad. He was the smart one. He got back to Chicago and got out of town. But we had to evacuate over to Boca Raton. Finally, the hurricane went through. It missed us by like 13 or 14 miles, and I feel terrible for the people below us or south of us. But it was a tough week because I thought that devastation would have been our place. But so we came back to Lakewood Ranch. They live inland a couple miles, and he allowed us to stay at his place because they had power, and it was very nice of him. Had a nice little studio set up there, and with all my iPads and computers and ready to do the pre and post game show.
Wow, that's nice to have good friends like that. Your
No,
former
it was.
neighbor.
It was very, very nice.
But
it was more his wife. Don't give Frank all the credit. Give Megan the credit.
Oh, okay. All right, there we go. Did you walk around to every fridge and replace Big Hurt beer with Long Snapper IPA?
I was trying to. I just drank them all out of it. No, I did drink a lot of his red wine, but we replaced that as well.
Okay. Does he have any Big Hurt beer left down there?
I
Probably
don't
not.
think so. I don't know if they make it anymore.
Oh no, I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either.
Yeah, you would think that he would keep some.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but it only lasts so long, right? You don't want like a skunk Big Hurt beer.
I don't think it was very good to begin with. So what's the
terrible.
Right.
All right, I got to tell you. Do you want to hear a funny story about the Big Hurt beer?
Oh yes, please.
So, Frank was my old neighbor in Libertyville, and we would go over there and have cocktails and beers or whatever on Friday nights. Kids would run around, and he was brewing his beer. Well, his brother-in-law is one of my best friends. And about the second weekend or second time we're there drinking his beer, Frank looks at this guy and he's like, "Hey man, so what do you think of my beer?" And this is Frank's brother-in-law. He's a very honest guy. Will just tell you his opinion. He goes, "Frank, your beer sucks." Told it to him to his face. My jaw, I think I spit out the beer, then my jaw dropped. And I was like, "You just said that?" He's like, "Yeah, it does. He just nees to know."
Hey man,
what did Frank say?
Well, he goes, "Yeah, we know it's not the best," but then they built another beer called they built a 2.0 version or whatever, and that was better. But Frank just looks at the brother-in-law was like, "Doesn't surprise me coming from you."
Hey, Manley, pick a lane, man. You're saying coaches got to be honest with players, brother-in-laws.
Yep,
have to be.
You got to be honest.
Well, maybe not. It's not it's a brother-in-law relationship. It's a little different.
Right. Oh man, that was
sorry you had to sit through this. I really am. This really sucks.
That's incredible. All right, Pat, you got a pick for this game?
Yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. After watching last week, I think we're really seeing who the Bears are now. Losing to a team like the Giants, who are not very good, and what scares me, guys. You got Jalen Johnson, you get Cody Whitehair out. Just think a couple more injuries. Who's going to be out there playing, and much more ugly can it get? That's what scares me. So I've got the Vikings winning.
This isn't ugly enough. You wanted to be
That's what scares me. I think it can get uglier.
It can always get worse.
Yes, 100% it can. I mean, they're but
this is not a good league. It's not a good league right now. I mean, that game last night we talked about a little up top was freaking hideous.
Oh.
Tom Brady called it out a couple of days ago. They're like, "Tom, why do you think there's so many teams that are 2-2?" And he's like, "A lot of bad football out there." Are you seeing that when you watch?
Oh, it was terrible. I was watching it last night with my daughter. She's 16, and she looks at me. She's like, "Dad, this is horrible." And she doesn't know football that well. And she's like, "This is just real." I mean, yes, it is. So we just turned the sound off and we just chatted and just kept watching bad football.
That's a beautiful bonding experience.
It was over bad football. I made the most of a bad situation, of a bad game.
Good for you. Pat, enjoy pre and post, man. Good to talk to you. Glad you and yours are safe, and we'll talk next week.
All right, we'll see you guys. Thanks.
All right. That's Pat Manley. Dan Wiederer of the Take the North podcast will join us coming up at 4 o'clock. We still have Parkins versus Spiegel coming up at 4:40. Pete Bursich at 5 o'clock. We don't take as many callers as we used to. There was a caller in the sports radio land that had a very creative suggestion that we think that deserves a little bit of Chicago airtime coming up on The Score.
Super Bowl winning quarterback Trent Dilfer after every Bears game at 4 p.m. with Parkins and Spiegel.
What you talk about the quarterback is starting point. Do his eyes start in the right place? Every time your eyes move, your feet go with them.
Get the insight and analysis you can only get from Trent Dilfer the day after every Bears game at 4 p.m.
We were talking to Jalen yesterday, and there was something going on in the background of the conversation.
Just really of what the injury is, but I feel like the name of this game is winning, and I feel like we won. That sounds crazy to me almost. It's just like
Jalen, do we need a battery replacement for that smoke detector? I'm hearing a beep in the background. Is that a smoke alarm?
Oh, I'm talking. I'm not even. Oh, I hear there it goes. I don't know what. Now that you said it, I don't know what it is. I don't think I need a battery, but I might need to go get it checked.
Grody came in and he said, man, men who live alone, bachelors, they'll put up with some stuff in how they live. And it made me immediately transport back to my single days.
That's some time travel right there. And you're picturing yourself and our listeners and our producers as times that you have lived alone. How about like with roommates when you're basically a bachelor?
Yeah, that counts.
Okay.
That counts. Just like the level of acceptability in your home when you did not have a significant other to answer to in the home. When Steph and I started dating, I lived in a pretty nice place in Kansas City. It wasn't that expensive because nothing in Kansas City was that expensive, but I had to get out and find a new place kind of quickly. Mm-hmm. The new spot wasn't great, and I was like, I'm not going to live here that long, and I didn't really unpack for a while, and the freezer wasn't functioning, and I don't cook, and I was eating 14 meals a week out at that point. So I was eating 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner, to go for every meal, and so it was not that big of a place. So my sink was extra storage.
Oh,
I had literally I just had no use for the kitchen sink. Mm-hmm. There was never a scenario. There wasn't a garbage disposal. So it was just so it was just like there was like a phone charger in there, and I had like a speaker wire.
Did you not use the sink for normal sink things?
What would you need the sink for?
Washing your hands?
The kitchen sink.
Washing dishes if you ever cooked anything?
That's what I'm saying. I ate 14 meals a week out. I ate out for lunch and dinner and didn't eat breakfast.
You didn't rinse out a glass for water or fill up an ice tray?
The freezer didn't work.
I could see this. I could see this, knowing Danny.
How much stuff did you have that you ran out of storage elsewhere, and you had to use the sink to do it?
It was not that big of a place. Like I said, I found it in a pinch. I'm not proud of it, but yeah. The first time I brought Steph back to my place, there was a phone charger and a speaker in the kitchen sink.
Yeah.
Those you two children.
Those are some terrible moments when you're like, oh, she's going to see how I live now.
True story. I'm not proud of it. Texter writes in, socks were disposable. I bought a new pack every Friday.
How about this one? Toilet chain broke. I reached in the tank and the water pulled the flapper to flush the toilet. I did this for roughly 4 months. Instead of buying a $2 chain from the hardware store, at least I got a free hand wash out of the deal.
This is my favorite text so far from the 815.
Oh, God.
I stacked a box full with window blinds on top of a big plastic tub and set my TV on it. My girlfriend has since moved in and has been living with me for 3 years, and that's still my TV stand. Absolutely no reason I shouldn't have a TV stand.
Oh, you're going to marry that woman, though, sir.
Jesus Christ. Man.
Yeah, no, if Steph stayed with me with the kitchen sink as storage for extra chargers and speaker wires, you're going to be just fine.
Afternoons on the Score.
Guys, I got to tell you, Danny, you are just the biggest idiot in the world.
Becoming more and more of a popular opinion these days.
Let me ask you a question. On a Friday where Shane has given voice to the idea that we be nicer to each other,
Just
be
to me.
kinder to each other, does that count? Does that count as Tanny going after Danny? Or is that a Shane suggestion, that drop? Like, where are we here? That was pretty mean. Pretty mean.
As you know, 80% of the drops Tanny plays, I tell him to play.
It's true.
Guy doesn't have an ounce of creativity or instinct in him, so I kind of have to lead the blind there. That's why they call me the JAP, the junior audio producer. I'll let you sound that out on your own. But no, that one Tanny chose.
Okay.
He was feeling angsty in that break.
Sometimes I think about you two as like one monolith, just kind of like one wall of producer thought, and that's not fair. So,
in fairness, he just said be nicer to him.
Yeah, it was just me. Yeah.
I don't think he was really too concerned about us being nicer to each other or anything else.
No, I feel like this week has been more targeted to me than it has anyone else, especially with the two things that Spieg said to me yesterday, and I can bring those up if you want.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Spieg said his life would be better if Shane wasn't around. That was number one on his list of atonements for next Yom Kippur. And then in the 4 o'clock hour, Shane, that was very good. It's nice that you know stuff. With clapping in the background. Jackass.
It's true. I think I'm trying to deflect attention from the fact that I don't have a song this week again. And I appreciate your off-air mulligan for lunch, Shane. He was the only one who said it, but I ran with it.
I still feel like you owe sandwiches.
Yeah, we know you ran with it.
I definitely
I didn't have lunch today. Tanny, do you have lunch? Danny, did you get lunch?
No, I did not have lunch. Man, next week's feast is going to be so decadent when you miss another week of songs.
It's not going to happen.
Can we upgrade? Can we just take the cost of what like 2 sandwiches would be for each person and do Shellfish Tower or something like that?
Double the lunch? No. See, here's the deal. Beat the Streak is now over. And there is no reason for songs to not happen, as far as I could tell right now. So songs are back next week.
The 1 hour a day that you spent on Beat the Streak is the reason that you couldn't do a song now 3 weeks if we're counting not doing one before the season.
And I do.
So do I.
The week of week 1, there was no song, so that's a missed week right there.
Thanks for noticing. I know you love the songs.
Hey, do we let Spiegs? Do we give him an opportunity to produce songs to catch up for this week? Like if he does 2 next week, is he off the hook? Because it'll be good that way if he rushes 2 of them.
Good call.
Nobody wants that. Even the people who love the songs don't want to.
You just conceded on the front end. That was not happening. Good suggestion. We all know that's not happening or possible. It's not easy to produce these songs.
That's right. The Muse. I put a calendar on the Muse. That's not how it works. It took Guns N' Roses 20 years to release Chinese Democracy.
You're comparing yourself
Danny?
to Guns N' Roses now?
Yeah, well, it was just for you. I just want to make a reference you'd get. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, no, you said that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Again, we should point out.
Sure.
You're the one who proposed the calendar.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And the deadlines, you're like, I think I'm going to give a song every Wednesday. Hey, it's not how it works. Making a song have to be due every Wednesday.
Well, I was wrong. I was clearly
there. It is.
My head was
that's
out over
thumb.
my skis. Yeah,
that's pointing a thumb right there. That's what it sounds like.
I'm learning. I'm evolving.
Paul Feinbaum takes a lot of calls. Spiegs. We take the occasional call. They say that I'm as dumb as can be, or whatever the hell that guy just said. And
what did he say? Maybe we should hear it again just to be safe.
A lot of. I think I was just in Parkins.
Guys, I got to tell you, Danny, you are just the biggest idiot in the world.
All right,
biggest
idiot
now, in the world.
I remember.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Right, you're right.
That one was front of the line. Get this guy on the air. Creative suggestions.
Oh boy!
Right on the Paul Feinbaum show, because we were talking about the Bears are in a rough situation with their offense. The Broncos, having traded first-round picks and spent $245 million on their quarterback, are in potentially a disastrous situation. So sometimes you need some creativity. Hey, we've been talking about creative solutions for the White Sox this offseason. So maybe this will get some of the creative juices going here for some problem solving from the Paul Feinbaum show.
Let's get to the calls and check in with Roger in Texas. Hello, Roger. Roger, are you
Hey,
there?
if it's okay. Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Paul?
I sure can. Go right
Okay.
ahead.
All right, great. Hey, I've got a couple of thoughts I'd like to share with you and your listeners.
Of course.
That's okay. All right. Well, first, Saban said during his conference that fans were an external factor and meant nothing and contributed nothing to the outcome of the game, which sounded like to me that he doesn't care about his fans, his fan base, or whether they come to the game or not. So I suggest to them that they quit building statues and bending the knee and giving their undying devotion to him. Secondly,
well, and by the way, you can suggest that all you want, but nobody's going to listen.
Well, I know that.
Good comeback.
But that's just my feeling about it. But secondly, as far as Jimbo's contract, that $90 million contract, a hitman costs a lot less than that. Thank you, and have a great day, Paul.
Just still trying to figure out what he said. Tyler is up next.
Paul Feinbaum, you know what he said.
I believe he just suggested killing Jimbo Fisher.
As opposed to paying the $90 million left on his contract.
They take their football very seriously.
They
down there in
really,
Texas.
really do. Wow, what a lame retort or lame anything from Feinbaum. He's better than that. Come on, Paul.
As far as Jimbo's contract, that $90 million contract, a hitman costs a lot less than that.
Now, let me ask you something.
How much does a hitman cost?
No, that
Ask a blank.
Like 10 grand.
Yeah,
That's my price, sir.
we could find that out. We could find that out. No, does that qualify as a death threat? If you're Jimbo Fisher, do you take that as a death threat and file legal charges against Roger of the Paul Feinbaum show? I mean, you could.
No.
Technically.
No.
No.
I mean, yeah. I think that sometimes people, I've had people say, I want to kill you, or, I know where your radio station is. The scariest one I ever got was, I got a scope on you at the corner of Shawnee Mission Parkway and Metcalf, which was the intersection of the old station.
Sorry, man. It was a Friday. The Cubs weren't playing. I was really upset.
Yeah. I mean, it's not fun to see that stuff on the internet, but, no.
It's not fun. This is not fun.
I love when Matt clarifies for us.
Yeah, but I don't think that rises to the level of an actual threat. I think that Roger was trying to be a little funny, and it felt maybe a little flat. But it does give you some keen insight into when we talk about how angry and deranged it can be in a pro sports town. It's nothing like caller-driven radio in a college town, man. It's nothing like
Roll down Tide.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like the message board culture, the shaming 16-year-olds for changing commitments to recruitment season and the entire thing. It's an entirely different animal. So, 10 grand? 10 grand for a hitman?
That's for me.
For you to do the job.
Yeah, I'd kill someone for 10 grand. Sure.
Oh, jeez. Didn't expect it to.
It would take me a lot more.
It would have to be like a convicted felon, like a pedophile or something. I'm not just going to take out your father-in-law. Not you guys specifically, but someone out there, you don't like your father-in-law. I'm not going to kill him.
You could also just kind of make a deal with someone where you exchange it, crisscross, like strangers on a train or
jump.
Yes. Daddy Mac will make you. Or Throw Mama from the Train, which is the movie I think of so often because Aaron!
Yeah, isn't that the plot of Horrible Bosses? Also, they all agree to...
Yeah, they all agree to kill each other's bosses, right? It all comes from the Hitchcock Strangers on a Train.
Jennifer Aniston is hot in that movie.
That is
what a take.
Uncomfortable
bold.
dentistry going on.
Do you want to be contract number one?
Yeah.
Everyone loves his mama.
Yes, he does.
Murder,
right?
suicide.
You guys are so down today. What's the What's the problem?
We got this crisp fall air out there. We're Shane and Tanny. Hope you're staying warm back there. We're in the studio.
We're just waiting for Cubs pregame to kick off here. We'll be all right.
It's got nothing to do with you guys. It's just the perfect fall Chicago weekend. I just want to be like sitting on the porch, you know?
All right, honest question. As long as you brought up Cubs pregame, we know you guys are White Sox fans. Do you wish there were still White Sox games to watch?
Not this team.
Yeah,
Sure?
like if this same team, if they backed into a postseason spot, like no thanks,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
good.
no.
I don't want to see them get trounced by whoever. They'd be playing the Rays or whoever. I don't, not interested.
Right. Oh, you'd be all over it if they were in the playoffs. You'd be hope trafficking with yourself, hoping that Lance Lynn was a bastard.
100%.
No, I mean it all depends on how they got there, right? Like if they swept Cleveland, then that would change things a little bit. But if other circumstances happened and they truly backed in, I'd be like, come on. Every opportunity is sacred, but it's an unfair question to ask after we've seen the whole season play out.
I know,
because our opinion is already informed by how they played for 162, which is perfectly average. I went to the game with my cousins the other night, and they're not avid fans. Like, so Chris, how are the Sox this year? I was like, right now they're 80-80. They're perfectly average.
Oh God, yeah. Explaining this season to somebody, especially when it gets late in the year, has been arduous. I've been in that spot. But if the White Sox were starting a wild card series against Seattle in an hour and a half, you guys would be freaking pins and needles, excited, and buying in and believing the possibilities.
Seattle already up 3-0. The game just started.
Look at that.
Yeah,
we got Jose Quintana out here on the bump for the Cardinals. So
5 1/3 of shutout baseball in Game 1.
We're living vicariously through Q. So
he dominated
really
Kyle Schwarber.
Just the last twist of the knife of that trade for Cubs fans. Now he's pitching well in Game 1 of a playoff series for the Cardinals.
Who cares?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But every team in the baseball playoffs has a shot.
Yes, they do.
So you could have lost 10 straight games heading into the playoffs. You'd be like, well, weird things happen in this game.
Quintana, you're welcome.
Yeah. But that's what you do. Will you be? You're gonna be locked and loaded all weekend, baseball playoffs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a companion, man. It's a companion. It'll be everywhere that I go. I'm very much looking forward to it. We'll see how many wild card games there are on Sunday, because only games 3 as necessary on Sunday going up against the NFL could make for a very interesting sports day.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. But
for you,
anything competing against the NFL, it's don't measure it in the viewership. Just measure it in the joy that it brings you.
I just want to put it out there. The White Sox were not a companion this year. Anything but.
They were an adversary.
They were a mean companion.
They're that partner that you spend months brainstorming how to break up with.
You still don't do it.
The abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Because you're not entirely sure you can do better. Right, Shane?
Right.
What was the analogy you were workshopping the other day? We never got it. It was about the White Sox, I thought, or the manager.
Gone and past.
Oh, the moment's gone.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those 5-month teases. I'll bring it back for April 1st, 2023.
Calendar.
Huh?
I said I'll put that in the calendar.
Okay.
I want to set a reminder right now. But will it actually be relevant then, or are we going to just have to update
Yeah,
something?
probably. I mean, I think the negativity surrounding this team will be relevant forever. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
That makes sense. Dan Wiederer has been spot on my over-unders and predictions for what's going to happen within these Bears games so far. I have a few more for him coming up for Bears and Vikings. He joins us in 20 minutes. Gave Speaks a homework assignment yesterday. He accomplished the task. It's next on The Score.
The 2-2 Bears are taking on the Vikings in a divisional matchup. Will Justin Fields finally show he's a franchise quarterback Chicago's been hoping for? We're talking Bears-Vikings right up to game time. And don't forget to listen starting at 5:30 a.m.
Jason Goff and I do the show the day of Game 6 with Jay Zawoski as producer in Cleveland, and we're told, okay, you guys can go to the game tonight. You got press passes for the game tonight for Game 6, and then we'll do the radio show tomorrow. If there is a Game 7, or if not, we'll do the show tomorrow. And then we got to fly home. 2 p.m., day of Game 7, you got to fly home. And I'm watching Game 6 thinking, if the Cubs win this, I'm supposed to do a radio show from the site of Game 7 in Cleveland and then fly home and watch Game 7 on my couch?
When you have a press pass to Game 7.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. And I tell that to Mitch Rosen. I'm not leaving Cleveland if there's a Game 7. He says, well, I need you on the air Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. So I proceed to look for ways to get home, think about renting a car. I ask Rosner and other media types, like, could I get a lift if you drive home? Rosner's like, I'm going to be filing stories probably till 3 or 4. Then I'm going to drive home. No idea if I'll get home in time, yada, yada. So Game 6 ends, Cubs win, and I'm thinking, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I go to meet up with our friend Len Casper and have a drink at the team hotel. Because he tells me that's where they are. He texts and says, come on over, let's have a drink. Everybody's excited. We won Game 6. There's a Game 7 tomorrow. I'm in the lobby bar there at the team hotel talking to people, and there's one person on the Cubs exec side who I know. My band played his wedding in 1998, I think. And we're talking, and he's like, can you believe it? Game 7. I'm like, I know, I'm not supposed to be there tomorrow night, but I got to try and stay. I got to figure something out. And he looks and he goes, you need a ride? And I said, yeah. And he said, wait 1 minute. And he goes over and talks to somebody, comes back, and he says, you have a seat on the plane. You have a seat on the plane after the game tomorrow night. And I'm like, oh my God.
The team plane.
The team plane. So we all the buses leave, go to the Cleveland airport. At this point, I think it was like 4:15 in the morning. We all get off the buses on the tarmac. Security is a table randomly in the middle of the tarmac. Put your bag down. And then it's the biggest plane I have ever seen in my life. Like a 747 with another one on top of it.
It's a big plane.
Some kind of crazy ass double-decker plane. I go up this staircase, felt like an eternally huge staircase to get on this giant ass plane. And I'm
winded.
Like, oh my God, dying.
Yeah.
Absolutely dying. And I'm like, all right, here we go. Here we go, Jim. I'm going to get on the team plane. I'm going to sit, I assume, between Rizzo and Bryant, right? This is what you figure?
Yeah, that's what you would figure. It's what you would figure. Taking the bus with the marketing guy to the biggest plane in your life, You're assuming that Matt Spiegel's seat assignment is next to Chris Bryant.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I get on the plane. I look left and I see some players, I think, and I see champagne flowing. I see a party, and it's to the left, and I'm like, oh man, there we go. And then I'm told, go to the right. Go to the other way.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Because who the hell am I? I don't
You got a seat on the plane.
I got a seat on the plane, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm sitting with the random staffers who were flown out of the goodness of Tom Ricketts' heart at the time to go there. And so I go back, and I'm walking over there, and I see Jim Deshaies. And Deshaies looks at me. He does like a triple take, like, what the hell are you doing here? And I say, I have no idea how. And Deshaies goes, atta baby. How the hell did I get there? You know? Doesn't make any sense. And yet there it is.
You made the right call, though. Because, I mean,
you can't leave.
You can't leave. Worst case scenario, you're late getting back to the show in a media member's car who's driving.
Right.
And it's now content on the air that you were there and you're calling into the show.
If you're program director, you support my decision to stay.
Of course. Yes. Of course. I mean, I get it. It's a huge day for the station, huge day for the show, the whole thing. But it's the right move.
Yeah.
It's the right move.
And the baseball child in me is not going to leave before Game 7.
Can't leave.
Can't do it.
I support it. I would have supported it then. I support it now.
To be honest with you, really offended by it. And I'm gonna come for you. I think you should be canceled. I'm coming for everything you built.
Yeah.
I am disgusted, Danny.
Afternoons on The Score.
Wembanyama turnaround from the elbow. That's unguardable.
Yeah, it is. Nothing you can do about that.
Victor Wembanyama drills a deep three. That's what he can do. Tremont Waters setting up. Konate missing the three, and that will be kept in play by Wembanyama. Another highlight reel kind of play for number one in a Mets 92 uniform.
Victor Wembanyama The number 1 pick in next year's NBA draft. Was talking yesterday about how I'd never seen anything quite like it. We were talking about guys who we saw, early. I talked about seeing LeBron at the EA Sports Roundball Classic. Not saying that I have any sort of inside info to him, but just you see the hype before everybody in the world knows who he is. I saw Candace Parker play in high school in the state title game against my high school, and you're like, oh, wow, I've never seen a women's basketball player like that. And this guy seems to have a lot of that. And Spiegs hadn't watched him, said, hey, do me a favor, homework assignment. He's the best prospect since LeBron, according to everybody. Giannis, Steph, LeBron, everyone's in awe of him. What'd you think?
Yeah, he has it all. He's got post moves. He's got those impossible-to-block turnaround jumpers. He can shoot the three, but he doesn't seem to play out there a lot. Like he'd rather be out there. Like he's one of those bigs who'd rather be out there. He just has it in the bag. He's got a handle, and my God, on the offensive glass, the putbacks against rim protectors looking completely unstoppable. Like, I remember the first time I saw Shaq just dunk over 7-footers, being like, oh, okay, so that doesn't matter. Like that kind of thing. And I threw out the name Kristaps Porzingis because he's 7'3", and people had said unicorn for him. And, sometimes you hear that hype on a big guy, like he can do everything. And you're like, man, we've been here before. But this dude has a grace and athleticism that is insulting to compare him to Kristaps or somebody like that. Like, he doesn't look as fast and smooth as Durant did when you're like, oh, that's a 6'11" two guard. That's interesting. This guy looks like a big man, but an incredibly agile and skilled big man. I ended up with a comp, Danny. I feel like he is right now, as I watched him, he looked like a taller and thinner, obviously, but also faster Joel Embiid. Like, just crazy reach, able to be that guy as a true traditional big, but he's taller. He's taller, and he is thinner and faster because he's younger. But I was suitably blown away, justifiably blown away.
Yeah, I mean the Embiid thing. Listen, Embiid is reasonable, and Embiid is an amazing basketball player, and a top 5 player in the world, and he's certainly developed the 3-point shot. There's something to just like this guy's shooting at a younger age. Like Embiid has added that to his game, and
this guy can do it already. Yeah.
Seems like it, which is just a little different. And Embiid, I remember going to practices at KU and watching Joel Embiid when I covered that team when it was him and Andrew Wiggins. And the whole thing, every game they would talk about how, when you see a Ryan Fitzpatrick game, they reference every time, like, oh, Ryan Fitzpatrick, he went to Harvard. Joel Embiid, the whole thing, it was like, he's only been playing basketball organized for 3 years. He played soccer and volleyball. Like the guy would just be practicing the Hakeem Olajuwon dream shake. And it was just like he was teaching himself, and he's kind of awkward, but it was just transforming before your eyes, and it was just all raw potential. This guy looks like a finished offensive product.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
And just there's something about the praise from guys like LeBron, Giannis, and Steph that's interesting. And, they're obviously fans of the sport, but those are arguably the 3 best basketball players in the world, and they're all like going out of their way to see him live or check in and comment on it. It feels like the next big thing in basketball.
Well, he looks under control. That's the thing. He doesn't look like a baby deer that is sprouting and has to get used to his body. He looks like a 7'4" guy who has full physical control and the wherewithal to do whatever he wants athletically. It doesn't strike me as like the kind of big who, like Giannis, has turned into a guy who often will be on the perimeter and creating from the perimeter. Like, I could be wrong on that. Maybe I haven't seen enough of the handle. And he's just a senior. He's the equivalent.
He's not in the league until after this season. It's
right.
Next year he'll be a rookie.
The guys, that's great, but is he my guy, Steve Ho You Fat?
Yeah, it's a great name. It's a great name.
Is this
curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me. I don't want a tweet from anybody. That's the man's name.
Ho, you fat. It's got 2 E's in Steve, too, which is a nice touch.
3 E's.
Oh, you fat.
Oh, you're right.
Two E's would be correct. Three E's is what makes it a little
You know
abnormal.
what's weird about Steve Ho you fat?
Ho you fat.
2 E's in Steve.
Well, the whole thing. He's got 3 and then 2 E's before the V. Come on.
Man, I hated the French before Steve Ho you fat. I hated him.
Oh, you fat.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, yes, you did. Oh, you fat.
Yeah, the number 1 and number 2 picks were playing in that game, and the big takeaway from the internet was, "Ho, you fat."
So go ahead and talk about Wembanyama however long you want. I got my French ass boy out there, Steve Ho you fat, just tearing up the court and the sheets.
He's so large. But he's 34 years old. Steve Ho you fat is not really an NBA prospect. He's been playing in France since 2008 professionally.
He's a pro.
Yeah, it's a long time pro. I mean, would you change your name if your name was Steve Ho you fat?
Yeah, it would remove one of the E's. It'd be very upsetting that everyone would be like, "Oh, you keep misspelling my first name."
Yeah. That's why I'm going to change my name.
Yeah.
You know that Steve Ho you fat mentored Wembanyama, right?
He's helping him.
Yeah.
He did? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you fat.
Now it's good to have fun with names.
We agree, Pat. Yeah, I would change my name to John Ho you fat. Totally would change it.
So when I listened to Luke Getsy yesterday, it felt like a coach who was acknowledging the bad in Fields, but trying to spread the bad around to the rest of the team. I know the comments upset Bernstein. They upset Pat Manley. Curious how it hit Dan Wiederer's ear, who was in the room when Luke Getsy said, "Not a bad month for Justin Fields." We'll start the conversation with Weedsy next on The Score.
Monday mornings at 11. Check out Score Bears expert.
But, for example, I always use this as an example. Pacino, they teach you in acting that it's all about being incredibly curious. Well, Pacino takes it to the next level. Like, you could, turn on a light. He's like, wait a second. You flip a switch over here? The light goes on over there? Whoa! This is sorcery. So or just breaking down speech patterns. If you watch Robert Downey Jr. does this thing where he talks slow at the beginning and speeds up at the end and sounds like you have to burp halfway through. Okay, so are we on the same page or not? There's that type of stuff which can, that finds its way. It's almost like you're teaching people how to do them. Or the impressions, it's interesting because if you start with Robert Downey Jr. and slow it down and raise the pitch, it becomes Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
Throw me a frickin' bone and then you add some awareness. It's Donald Trump, quite frankly. So it's odd that they're so close. You go, hi, Kermit the Frog here, and then you bring it down, and it becomes John C. Reilly. Did you touch my drum set? And then it becomes Mark Ruffalo. I see this as an absolute win. And then you can actually add a little more Kermit back, and it's Joe Rogan. Wow, Jamie, pull that up. Oh, my God, that's effing nuts. That's crap. Jamie, pull it up. So, it's really interesting. Oh, Chris Hemsworth is up here, and Russell Crowe's down here. So they're so close.
They're kindred spirits.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, to have Jimmy Fallon. Oh my gosh, it's so great! I can't believe it's Adam Sandler. Hey, how you doing? I really like what you're doing. Start laughing. Oh gosh, it's so great. Buddy, you're doing such a great job. Oh my god. You guys see this? Okay. Hey, then Chris Berman shows up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, but the ability to go back and forth, like. I would imagine, yes, a lot of people can do the small, but the ability, like you just showed us with the...
Yeah, that's more fun to me.
The vocal range part of going back and forth. That's amazing. That's mastery.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mastery. It's a gimmick, but I'll take it. I'm fine with it. Yeah, to me, that's what made me different than most people who did impressions. They do, Rich Little would do 30 minutes of one, and then you're going, what's next? What's the next thing that you're going to do?
Bears, Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! I'll tell you, I am fired up today because how about them Bears?
Dan Wiederer.
Dan Wiederer from the Chicago Tribune again.
Bears beat report and enterprise writer for the Chicago Tribune.
This story by Dan Wiederer, it's obviously very well reported.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score and 2400 Sports.
I listened to you guys talk to Dan Wiederer, and he's spot on pretty much for everything. You know, and I agree with everything he said.
We want it to be a fast Friday and a fast, focused Friday.
Dan Wiederer. His name is Dan Wiederer. Wiederer time. Weedsy with Danny and Speeds. Wiederer time. Bears. The Take the North Pod. Dan Wiederer talks football with you.
Take the North Pod with Dan Wiederer and David Haugh. Check it out. He's with us every Bears Friday at 4 o'clock on the Circle Resort and Casino Hotline. Circle Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book in Spiegs. Weedsy texted me and said, we could also talk hoops discoveries for a minute or two if you want.
Love it.
I'm not saying I discovered Wembanyama, man, but it's cool to at least not be late to the party because that dude is ridiculous. What discoveries do you have?
Yeah, so I did cover Candace Parker a little bit when she was in high school, and the first time I walked into the Naperville Central Gym, I probably had the same reaction that you did. During my time down in North Carolina, I got to see John Wall play at Word of God Academy in a very small gym, which is a really, really cool afternoon there watching that guy do his thing against kids that were truly helpless against a guy his status. And I remember seeing
he's the fastest player I've ever seen with the ball in his hands. I saw him in college. I sat courtside for a Kentucky game, that team that lost in the Elite Eight to West Virginia when they had Cousins and Bledsoe and Wall.
Yeah.
I knew they were the number one team. I was at that game. They lost in the Carrier Dome. I've never seen a dude faster than John Wall.
Ty Lawson, believe it or not, with the ball in his hands, also very close to that in terms of going end to end and being able to go fast. I saw Kyrie before he was committed to Duke, but was on Duke's radar, and saw him at a Bob Gibbons tournament in Chapel Hill. And I just remember the feel that kid exhibited as a 16-year-old for angles and passing lanes and everything else. You were just like, okay, this is something that I haven't seen before in my life.
Listen to the hoops bona fides on Dan. Let's see you do that, Biggs. Let's see ya. Go ahead. And Biggs likes baseball. He's good at baseball, but you got the hoops down, sir.
Yeah, 7 years on Tobacco Road for me. So you pick up a lot of hoops during that time.
So what was your read of the unfortunate comment? I said it read worse than it sounded when I listened to the whole thing live, but I don't think Justin had a bad month from Luke Getsy. What was your takeaway?
If you cherry pick that part of the press conference and you turn it into a social media sharing conversation, it gets off the rails quickly. If you listen to the entirety of what Luke Getsy said yesterday, you understand that he was also very critical of Justin in that press conference. Said, listen, this guy's got to hit the cheap ones. Listen, his completion percentage should be well below 50% because he's still holding on to the ball too many times and taking sacks when the ball should be in the second row of the seats. He should be improving his pocket presence. And he criticized a run of Justin's, the one on the four verticals route where he ran into a hit that I talked about earlier in the week. There were a lot of things that Luke was openly critical about. I think Luke has been the most honest and candid guy in that podium room this season, and I don't want to see him lose credibility just based on a sloppy comment, because I don't think deep inside him he believes it wasn't a rough month for Justin. It certainly was a rough month for the entire passing offense, and they're ranked 32nd in so many categories accordingly. And so they've got to figure out a way to message that a little bit better so it doesn't turn into what it's turned into the last 24 hours.
I'm glad you're pointing out that nuance, and you're the guy who's been listening to him in full detail every week. Yeah, there's a point in there where it was just kind of a throwaway comment acknowledging that the incompletions were okay, and in fact, he wished he had even more incompletions instead of taking some of the sacks, like that kind of thing. So the big question is he being honest with Justin and pushing him about the things he's been bad at while also trying to encourage him? Is he living that balance privately with Justin?
1,000%, without any question at all. And that relationship is the same as it's been from the start, where it's very open and honest and critical and constructively critical in a way that's going to help Justin grow, hopefully. Justin's got a lot of growth to do. I think we're all in agreement on that. And the first month of the season has been jarring for a lot of us in thinking that this thing was going to look at least a little bit cleaner and a little bit smoother than it does right now. I don't have any questions that they're handling the coaching part of Justin properly. Now it's about turning it into actual results when it matters. And so far we haven't seen enough of that. And that's got to start again. It should have started 2 weeks ago. It's got to start Sunday.
Well, so with that relationship being what it is as the backdrop, where are you in terms of listening to Justin weekly and taking things from it or not? Because he's obviously down and the sentences are getting shorter and stuff like that. So what do you listen for when you listen to Justin? Because it's gotten a little more arduous.
Yeah, arduous is a good word. Curt is a good word. I wish that he would understand how little it takes to fake energy for 6 minutes, right? Like just project, man. Like we're only asking you one time per week to come to that podium and talk to the media and by extension the fans for 7 minutes, and just find a way to make it look like you're okay being there and that you're not having a colonoscopy done, right? Like there's something to that, right? And it's part of being QB1 in the NFL. It's part of being QB1 in a market this size. You better embrace that because it's not going away. It may be annoying to you, but it's a part of your job description, right? We all have things within our jobs that we don't like to do, but we say, hey, look, this is what I get paid to do. Partly is to handle some of this, and so he's got to be better at that. As far as what I'm listening for, I'm trying to learn more about what makes Justin tick as a question answerer, and trying to figure out what are the things that he is trying to work on right now and that he's really focusing on. And so you're just trying to pick and choose post game and then again on Wednesday where you're picking up on what he's trying to learn and where he's at. I think right now there's a huge emphasis inside the building about sharpening that pocket presence and that poise. And we talked to Andrew Janocko on Thursday evening, and some of this is the word trust came up, right? And it's trust your wide receivers, trust the process, trust your training, trust your offensive line. And then there was a follow-up on is it less trust and more a leap of faith because some of these things around you aren't worth trusting yet. And so that's kind of the process they're in right now.
Dan Wiederer is our guest. Is anyone on the Bears offense having a good season?
Well, that's it, right? I mean, no. I mean, find me someone, right? Like, I had the numbers package that I do weekly at ChicagoTribune.com. And when one receiver on your opponent has more catches, receiving yards, and the same number of touchdowns as your entire receiving core, you've got problems in the passing game. When your number one tight end has not broken out the way you thought he should, you've got problems. When your offensive line is shaky and now reshuffling because your team captain Cody Whitehair is gone for a month or longer, you've got problems. So somewhere along the line, somebody on this offense has to step up, the guy. It's supposed to be Justin. It's supposed to be Darnell Mooney. Those are the initial wicks that need to be lit, and they've got to get that going so that everyone else can follow suit and have their production go up.
And I thought that was a big part of what Luke Getsy was driving at when I listened to that whole thing. I thought it was basically, you guys are asking a lot of questions about Justin. It's more than just Justin. Justin's done A, B, and C thing poorly, but we've got to do better with separation. We've got to do better with protection. He's taking a ton of hits. There are a bunch of protection breakdowns. It was almost like he was like, you guys want to give an F to Justin for the first month. I want to give it an F to the entire group. Can we talk about it as a team instead of an individual? That was my read on the situation.
Yeah, and I think he was also emphasizing that he's the offensive coordinator and not the Justin Fields coordinator, right? And there is a distinction to be made there because, listen, our conversation naturally is going to week by week revolve around the question on, is Justin the guy for the long term, right? That's the biggest question that the Chicago Bears organization is facing for the next 10 years of their direction. And so we're going to ask it weekly with a weekly check-in on where that question is at right now. Luke is trying to tell you, look, inside our room and inside our meetings and inside our at-home film studies, we're trying to figure out how to get 11 guys to do their jobs properly, right? And so he can't take the long view on this thing when he's got to take a day-by-day view on how do we get this thing shored up so that the problems we saw in New York aren't consistent every single week, where it then becomes a miserable experience for everyone. I think we'd all agree that the first 4 games offensively, obviously they've done some great things on the ground, but otherwise it's been a miserable experience from a success standpoint and certainly from an entertainment standpoint.
Dan Wiederer tracks TARs. He tracks tuck and runs for Justin Fields. Sometimes it's a tuck and run like he did when Cole Kmet was open in the flat on first down at the 13 against the Giants, and he loses 2, and that's clearly a weird tuck and run. Sometimes it's a tuck and run where he gains 12, but could have looked up and hit Darnell Mooney going straight down the middle, even though Mooney had changed the pattern. That's something that a veteran quarterback probably sees and throws. Is Justin looking down the field when he scrambles enough? And if not, can that skill grow?
Spiegs, you get an A+ for understanding why the TAR grading scale was implemented on the Parkins and Spiegel show to begin with, because this is exactly why. You brought up 2 very good examples there. One is a tuck and run sack, right? And everyone in the building tells you that Justin has to throw that ball to Cole Kmet in the flat. Even if he is only going to gain 3, maybe 4 yards on that play, the ball's got to go there because 4-yard positive gain is better than a 2-yard loss. Your next play was a 9-yard run to Khalil Herbert, whereas if you complete that pass for 4 yards, now that 9-yard run gets you in the end zone instead of 3rd and short, right? And so these are the types of things that have to improve for Justin Fields. The other one that you mentioned, the inability to see downfield, right, first of all, and then to run into a hit. Luke Getsy also brought that up yesterday, saying, look, even after Justin made that decision to run and scramble out of the pocket, he's got room to his right. And if he can get over to the sideline, he can get that thing inside the 10-yard line with his speed, and instead he runs right back into the defender and not only doesn't get as much yardage as he could, but takes a hit, right? So that's another tuck and run that is – it's a 3rd down conversion, and it keeps the chains moving, and it keeps your offense alive. But you go, man, in the big picture of that play, that's not what you ultimately want there. The other thing is there were 10 of them against the Giants, right? Ooh. 10 tuck and runs, totaling 50 positive yards. That volume is too high for me because 10 tuck and runs tells you that your passing offense isn't working at all, right? And that you don't trust anything, and that you're bringing the ball down and getting on the run really quickly, and that you either can't protect it or you don't trust your protection or you're not seeing receivers when they're open. And that volume is why we introduced this stat to begin with, because it was happening so often in August that I said, if we get deep into the regular season and we've got double digits and tuck and run in a game, we know we've got some alarm bells to sound.
All right, Dan Wiederer, I've given you props and over-unders to predict games. You have been just nailing it throughout this season.
I think I'm 4-0, and I don't know what my net profit on that is, but you can Venmo me the money when you get
Yeah. I'm the house, and I'm good for it. It's an IOU, checks in the mail, yada, yada, yada. All right. Dalvin Cook, rushing yards, Justin Jefferson receiving yards. What's the higher number?
Dalvin Cook rushing yards. That's a good one, though. That's the one that I've taken the longest to answer because it's a good one, and the Vikings have to choose kind of what they want to do to impose their will on the Bears. Listen, the Bears, I looked this stat up. The Bears are on pace offensively to set a franchise record for rushing yards in a season, and they've been outrushed for the year to this point, okay? So they've been historically good running the ball, and yet they have fewer rushing yards than their opponents have, which tells you how bad it's been. And so you would think that the Vikings would start there and say, let's just try to pound Dalvin Cook and maybe some Alexander Mattison until they show that they can stop this. At the same time, you know that it only takes one mistake and one play for Justin Jefferson to break the game open. And I can't imagine being Alan Williams this week, going into a game where you still don't think you're going to have Jalen Johnson playing on Sunday. You're facing a defense or an offense that can beat you in so many different ways, and you got a game breaker in Justin Jefferson that you got to account for every single play. I've talked around this for about 4 minutes, and I'm coming right back to Dalvin Cook rushing yards on that one.
What did you make of Jefferson or Johnson's Instagram post? Did you see it?
I have not seen it yet.
Back to the trenches. Back to the trenches.
Yeah, you said, got to get back to the trenches. They said they need me. And it's a picture of him playing football, and the Bears responded in the comments from their official account. And he was listed as doubtful, but he's talked to us every week, man. He circles this. He cares about how he matches up with Justin Jefferson. I think there's a chance that he tries to gut it out on Sunday.
So I have no question that Jalen will want to gut it out. Here's where this gets tricky. The Bears are in a 2-5 situation where it's 2 games in 5 days, right? So you have this very quick turnaround to play the Commanders next Thursday night. And with guys like Johnson and David Montgomery, you have to make sure that you don't put them in a position where they play and then you're like, okay, now do we try to use them on Thursday night in the short week against the Commanders? Would we be better off just letting them sit this one out Sunday and then turning them loose against the Commanders and then having that very long layoff between the Commanders and the Patriots game, which is on a Monday night? And so the schedule is probably going to dictate some decisions internally for the training staff and the coaching staff, and as they try to figure this whole puzzle out. I have no question about Jalen Johnson's hunger for this. Jalen Johnson walked into Hallis Hall for the first time and said, let me cover Devontae Adams, right? Like that was Jalen Johnson rookie year, like, let's go. And that's the way he's wired. You guys, I'm happy I've gotten to know him a lot more this season, and you see that hunger and that passion that he has. I just think that there are some other factors at play here that may influence that decision by Sunday morning.
Counterpoint, Bears can beat the Commanders without Jalen Johnson. They're terrible. And that's a little preview for Parkins versus Spiegel coming up at the 40. But no, I mean, seriously, it's a division game. Couldn't you see prioritizing that and then giving him the blow on Thursday if need be? No.
No. I don't. I mean, I don't know that the division game means as much to them as much as it's just like, let's try to get these guys back on the field and then not have interruptions, right? Like that's the biggest thing, is like just trying to hit the ground running and not have another interruption beyond that. So we'll see where they go. Sunday morning will be interesting to see kind of how the pregame workouts go on that surface out there in Minneapolis, and then what decisions they decide to make.
Hey, Dan, if the Bears were a fully functional offense, how would they attack this Ed Donatel Vikings defense? What's the way to get to them?
So look, this Vikings defense is vulnerable against the run. Okay, good news, right? This is part of your ticket to an upset on Sunday afternoon, is being able to establish that run, commit to it, and do it in a way that is really, really purposeful, right? And they've done that fairly well through most of the season. I just gave you those numbers that they're on pace to rush for 3,000 yards in a season for the first time in franchise history. So attack that way. Some ways to get Justin some confidence with some short throws. They're going to play a lot of that too high shell and make you try to put together 11 and 12 play drives down the field. And it's a patience tester, particularly for a guy like Justin who admits that his own patience is not strong at times, right? He's looking for the big play and doesn't always settle for the small gains that are right in front of him. And so they've got to figure out a way to manufacture those short completions and some of the play action game while establishing a very punishing ground game. And we'll see if they can get it done to hang around in a game, because if you can hang around in a game, now all you got to do is maybe make Kirk make 1 or 2 mistakes, right? And give you the ball, give you a freebie. And now you can pull off an upset.
Why do you think their run D is as bad as it's been?
Well, Alan Williams gave you about 6 reasons on Thursday afternoon, right? And I think it starts, if we're being honest, it starts with the fact that up front they're not very stout on the defensive line in terms of being a run defending defensive line. I think that there has been a surplus of examples where guys are trying to do too much, and Alan Williams really stressed that Thursday, that guys are coming out of their gaps, or they're slow to fit, or they're trying to make plays that aren't theirs, and then they're allowing a 3-yard gain to become a 15-yard gain, or whatever it may be. And so there's a lot of teaching that needs to be done for guys to understand to just, hey, relax a little bit, just take care of your thing, trust that the guy next to you is going to take care of his thing, and we'll be able to get some stops. But until you have a high level of elite playmakers and standout players, you're going to struggle a little bit, and you're going to have to play near perfect. This team is not put together to play near perfect, and so we've seen the results that we've seen through the first month.
So the offensive line is going to be Braxton left to right, Braxton Jones, Lucas Patrick, Sam Mustipher, Tevin Jenkins, Larry Borum.
That's where I'd put my money, but Matt Eberflus kind of waffled today on that when he was kind of pushed on that and said, look, we're still kind of trying to figure out if Lucas can play center and that they've taken a longer look at him snapping this week. And I don't know what that would mean at left guard if you decided that you needed to make that move at center and what you do there, right? Like they've got Michael Schofield in the house. You could go that route if you wanted. It was just a strange late week kind of twist that Matt Eberflus gave us. And so I'm going with the lineup that you gave me. That's what I'd put in pencil on my depth chart as I walk into the arena on Sunday. But if they make a switch and they decide this is the week that Patrick snaps, then we see what the shuffle is.
Dan, good stuff, man. Thank you as always. We'll talk next Friday.
All right, fellas, enjoy the game. Hopefully it's better than that one last night.
Actually, wait, are you still there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. How close in your mind were the Bears to getting Russell Wilson?
My mind, not that close.
Okay. How lucky are they that they did not get Russell Wilson?
I don't know. I mean, it's like right now, in the state they're in, I don't know that you could call them lucky in any way, shape, or form, right? Like they're averaging less than 100 passing yards per game. So I don't know.
If
I know
you're going to be bad, don't you want to be young, cheap, and bad as opposed to old, expensive, and bad?
Sure. You're still bad, and it's just a depressing place to be, right? Like, I mean, that's fine. It's just like, one of these years we'll have a conversation about how cool is it that the Bears are good, and instead of like, aren't we lucky that we're young, cheap, and bad? Let's have a parade.
I'm not throwing a parade. I'm saying that the Broncos are potentially in a worse situation than the Bears. That's one. That's what I'm saying.
They could be. Yeah, they could be. And I'll tell you what. I mean, that's 3 primetime games that they've had this year, and I've wanted to put a screwdriver through my eye in all 3 of them. So hopefully we don't have to watch them much more.
Don't do it, Dan. That sounds like a problem for you and your family long term. Okay?
It would be.
Yeah. All right. Be safe.
See you, Dan.
Have a great weekend, fellas.
Yeah, keep the toolbox away from Dan Wiederer. My God.
Yeah, no, it's serious though, man. If you that game was rough last night. It's we're going to talk to Pete Bursich to get the Vikings perspective coming up at 5:00. We've got Parkins versus Spiegel in about 15 or 20 minutes.
So while we're talking to Dan Wiederer, I get high fives for being a full active participant in the conversation while the Cardinals were giving up 6 runs in the 9th inning. Danny,
I'm watching it too.
Runs. Good. 6 runs they gave up to the Phillies. And it's classic October baseball with some turtling by a young manager, in my opinion. He brings in the closer Helsley for a 5-out save and then doesn't bring in John Flaherty. Instead brings in a contact guy and this other guy, Andre Pallant, who gives up, wait for it, contact, and the Cardinals blow it.
Coach, they were 93-0 in the postseason, the Cardinals were. Heading into today.
Were there, with the lead in the 9th?
Lead in the 9th, yep.
Oh, my God.
Just in general. They won their last 93 of 93.
Again, that's mostly on Tony La Russa.
Oh, God. But, man,
Oliver Marmol with some very shaky decisions. And your guy, Ethan Katz, with a tweet in the middle of that one, no Flaherty, with a frowny face. He wanted his guy from the high school, Jack Flaherty, to come in, and he did not. Good stuff.
It's a good way to consume this game, by the way, with Michael Kay and Alex Rodriguez on the call.
Oh, my God.
On mute.
Yeah.
It's a good way to take in that sporting event. It's Parkins versus Spiegel versus Spiegel in 20 minutes. We are just Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bulls fans, don't miss the Scores Bulls preseason special on Friday night, October.
All right, so the White Sox broadcast will not mention Shane Reardon.
Correct.
It just won't.
Nope.
That's it.
Do we have one that will?
Hey, I do. Yeah, Shane hasn't even heard this yet. This is a surprise for Shane. Get a text 1 o'clock this morning.
It wasn't just 1 o'clock. It was later than 1. It was like 1:38.
No, it was 12:48.
Okay,
I'm rounding
my
up.
bad, never
I'm rounding
mind.
up for the bit. I'm rounding up to
I thought
1.
you didn't know what it was.
Well, I'm going off of the screenshot that he sent to our thread today.
Oh.
The little teaser.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Well, let's finish
Sorry about
this
that,
off.
Danny.
Let's
Sorry
try
about
to
that.
finish this off clean.
My bad. My bad.
Anyway, so get a text. I won't betray confidences, but let's just say this is from the broadcast of the Westchester Tournament of Champions.
Wait a minute.
What?
Slow down. Westchester Tournament of
What is that?
Westchester,
Oh, I thought you were a fan.
Illinois.
Whatever. It's our guy Gio who texted me.
Yeah.
And
No.
And this is the Westchester Tournament of Champions, a softball matchup.
A softball match. Gio, the broadcaster.
Gio's on the call.
Mr. Nerves of a Cat Burglar himself.
So this is a game that Shane is not involved in yet.
Yeah, of course.
And Rusty goes the other way. Wes Shannon, what a catch right in front of you. And Wes flipped the ball down to second. Right in front of you. Wes Shannon, quick as a cat. Went over there and made a tremendous sliding catch. Last time I saw that, it was Shane Reardon in a media game.
No, that is amazing.
Oh my God.
That's incredible because I can tell you, sometimes you're watching a game and a play looks exactly like another play that you've called before, and he thought of you.
That game was 9 months ago.
And there's a swing and a foul ball, and Reardon makes his third catch right up against the screen. No tag. Tell you, this kid's got the nerves of a cat burglar.
Oh my God, Gio.
What did he say last
My
time?
guy.
You are a reference.
Last time I saw
And she was like a cat, right? She
had the nerves of a cat.
She was like a cat.
Quick as a cat.
And you're a cat burglar.
Oh.
You are a reference
Oh
for
my God.
great catches by a third baseman
think
for
about it.
Gio, the softball broadcaster.
Anytime somebody slides and their legs go up against the brick wall at Wrigley, I think of Bill Miller, the Cub who slid and broke his leg on a play like that. So it's understandable
Yeah.
in Gio's mind. He
In the
thinks,
softball world, it's me. In Major League Baseball, it's Bill Miller.
I mean, what an accomplishment, man.
Wow. That feels good.
That's got to feel great.
I needed that.
I bet it looked exactly the same. He thought of it, and he thought, my audience, they probably know about that play because the media game's gotten a lot more pub. Let's face it, that game, is that the most played highlight on a 50,000-watt blowtorch in the history of Gio's outstanding career? I'm thinking yes. Right?
Probably,
that
yeah.
play.
Well, we all know about Gio. He saves his best and biggest calls for the biggest moments. He nails it every single time. So
unbelievable.
That's what he does as a play-by-play guy.
I think
He speaks nose.
you could argue that play by Shane is the most legendary play in the history of Gio's career.
Yeah,
More
has
people
to
have
be.
heard it than anything.
Yeah, I love that. What
Really?
is Gio
Wow.
doing up?
He texted Chris Tannehill at 1 a.m. with
He's
that
very
information.
helpful. Just hear it. They have the highlight by itself. I didn't have to skim through a game to find it. Here it is. Here's the video of the highlights.
It's more
Thank
than
you,
we
Gio.
usually. It's more than we usually give you.
Yes.
In a text thread.
That is truly amazing.
To you on was he said, Draymond obviously came in, apologized today, left, didn't practice. Asked if he would be at practice the next few days. He said that something he knows, but would defer to you on.
I didn't practice today. I won't be here tomorrow, and I expect him to return on Saturday and get back at it.
That's Steve Kerr. The video's out. TMZ got the video of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole in the face. And the Warriors said they're going to handle it internally. But that was before the video came out. The league normally lets teams handle discipline of on-court violence when it happens in a practice setting. But this is interesting because we have the footage. We talk about this all the time. Video changes things with public opinion and public pressure.
It does, Danny. And the video, for anyone who hasn't seen it, just a quick summary. He and Poole are just trash talking, and then Draymond walks over to him and initiates, and there's a shove from Poole after Draymond has walked over and chested up to him, and then Draymond with the punch escalated it
Lands
terribly.
it, too.
What's that?
Lands the punch.
Oh, lands the punch completely. But it's like, in terms of the aggressor and the person who truly lost his cool, it is both. It's Draymond as well as the punch. It's all on him, in my opinion.
No question. No question. But I think what's going to be interesting is when Bobby Portis knocked out Mirotic and injured him, Mirotic came at Portis. Bobby always said it was self-defense. He just happened to land a great punch, and it messed up his jaw, and Mirotic missed months, and they gave Bobby Portis, what was it, the 8-game suspension?
Mm-hmm.
But Bobby came out and was like, it was self-defense. Draymond was the aggressor, and people talking about this video leaking, like that's the bigger story. Man, you can't have him punching a dude in the face. I'm not sure that the Warriors are going to be able to get away with, yeah, he's going to be back on Saturday. Like, I think there might be too much heat around this sort of thing. And I said this on Twitter, conspiracy theory time. Draymond has said that he believes he deserves another max contract. Steph got a max contract when he had it. There was a little bit of questions about his health. Clay got a max contract when he was recovering. But Draymond's older than both of them. Like, he doesn't deserve a max contract based on what he's going to do in the future. He absolutely deserves one based on what he's done in the past. Any shot the Warriors leaked this video?
Oh God, it's so sinister.
Any chance they leaked it to kind of like, hey, like, we love you, Draymond, but you're a hothead. You're too into new media and your podcasting, and like, thank you very much for your services. You're a legend, but we don't necessarily feel the need to be in business with you for the next 5 years.
Well, and the skills being what they are, like, and sometimes it sure as hell looks like he is eroding, and then the energy comes up as it did in the middle of the finals and saves it and elevates his game and everything. But I completely would understand the desire not to pay him. And now this will help in that regard in terms of public opinion. It'll help a lot. I understand where you're coming from. There's already reading a column from Dieter Kurtenbach in the Mercury News, basically calls it an 8-figure mistake from Draymond Green. That this is an 8-figure mistake. That this will cost him that max extension, and that's heavier than any suspension would ever be. That he's going to feel it for years.
There would be And again, I mean, Draymond is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's an unbelievable basketball player and an all-time Warrior. But if he wants to play another 5 years at max money, he's just not worth it at this point. How do you build public sentiment in that fan base? Show him cold cocking the next Splash Brother. Like Jordan Poole's part of the next wave of great Warriors team. That video is crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy because like I never saw Mirotic and Portis, but this is all Draymond initiating and not liking what Poole is saying and then making it physical.
All right, I got some making up to do in picks against our offspring. A 10-year-old, a toddler, a radio host who claims to be trying for the first time, and me, a guy who gets paid handsomely by a gambling company. I won it last year. I'm coming back this year. 3-0 coming your way. Parkins versus Spiegel versus Spiegel on the score.
Oh, no.
Hey, NFL fanatics, check out First and Pod, starring the Score's own Danny Parkins, with co-host Pittsburgh sports talker and Parkins' buddy Andrew Filipponi. It's local NFL fanaticism on a national scale.
Can we let Justin Fields sink or swim, please? Because he actually looked better this week, and that is the lowest bar ever because he was the worst quarterback in football through 3 games.
When a new coach and a new general manager inherit other people's players, I think they show you through their actions how they really feel about the guy.
Follow First and Pod with Parkins and Pony on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sleep Number is a great investment in your sleep, your mood, your health, your relationship.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is. Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony, see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there
those
is
who
a
don't know-
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not
Dave.
the president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The South Side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to
fine.
patch him in.
You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
Give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So, Dave.
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
All right, good. Because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes. Absolutely.
All right,
Go ahead. Keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you?
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God. I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking
I know.
about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an IC Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an IC Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
Yeah,
and fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
It's a newer type of situation, and
I'm confused.
All right.
I've been hearing it I feel like just this year.
All right, I'm going to tell you.
The segment where Danny Parkins and Matt Spiegel pick NFL games against not only each other, but their own family.
Bears. Why the Bears? Because Bears.
Can you say, "Hey, Spiegs, I'm going to beat you again"?
I'm gonna beat you again. Please.
Just fathers and sons bonding over gambling on football.
Where's my money, Dad?
I left it in there.
What? How could you do that, Daddy? It was my money.
That's bad money. I don't want you to have that money.
Parkins versus Spiegel versus Spiegel on the Parkins and Spiegel Show on 670 The Score.
Three-way tie for first place among Spiegs, and Owen Parkins.
Wait, hold on. I've got Owen as a push.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've got Owen with 1 push from last week.
Oh, my apologies. So Spiegs, then Owen,
Yes.
then me?
Yeah. Owen got a -3 and it pushed on
the Bills.
The Bills game.
The Bills won 23-20, and that was indeed
I
a push.
apologize.
Yep.
Hand up. That's on the
Wow.
last place guy.
That's a lot like, Lori Loughlin and others trying to get their kids into USC. You know what I mean? Like Danny is trying to grease the skids for Owen. Caught.
Guilty as charged.
It's a lot like Lori Lightfoot stealing a case of Modelo from a Walgreens. As long as we're on bad Lori's.
Her people had to pay for it. They had to.
She paid it photo. It's fine, but it's better for the narrative of her being horrible.
Anyway, yes, it's Spiegs and Rubin in charge.
Pete Bursich coming up, by the way, at 5 o'clock. All right, I alluded to this one earlier. I'm willing to say that 8 years of the NFL is more accurate than 4 games of the NFL, and that is that Geno Smith is a backup quarterback. So he got fat and happy in that first game against the Broncos, which was basically their Super Bowl. Then Atlanta and Detroit, 2 of the worst defenses in the league. Saints are very much not that. It's in the Superdome. It's loud. Kamara's supposedly back. Tons of skill position talent for the Saints. Very good defense for New Orleans. New Orleans laying 5.5. Saints -5.5. I think they turn Geno Smith over multiple times and win that game by double digits. Owen Parkins, your first pick.
All right, dude, are you ready for some football picks?
Yeah.
You going to go 3-0?
Yeah.
Who do you like this week? Can you say quiet, Eli?
Quiet, Eli.
All right, who do we like this week? Bears or Vikings?
Vikings.
Vikings?
Yeah.
Vikings -7.
7.
How old are you?
I'm 2.5.
Okay, so you're 2.5, and you like the Vikings -7.
I need Thomas.
I know, you want to watch Thomas the Train. I know.
I got to say that 2.5, it's adorable to know, but completely irrelevant. Had nothing to do with the pick.
Well, just wait, Speaks. There's a theme that comes off. I do this all at one. It's one free-flowing conversation, then Tanny has to edit it. So 2.5 will come back up.
That's really inside radio there for the folks at home who couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, Danny pulls up his audio editing program at home and says, I'll chop this up.
That may be 3 different times during the day. He goes over to Owen for a pick.
Yeah, that's the other situation.
I'm just letting you. That's a tease for his second pick, where
All right,
2.5 might be relevant.
Got it.
He's got the Vikings -7.
Got
Go
you.
ahead.
Titans plus 2.5 against Washington. This is me. Picking against the Commanders is fun. Carson Wentz,
-2.5.
Yes. Excuse me. Titans -2.5. Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Say I'm accusing of cheating. You're trying to get 5 points against the spread.
Inorganized. Has turned it over 6 times. The O-line has given up 17 sacks, and they're banged up right now. No John Dotson, maybe no Logan Thomas. Titans have Derrick Henry rolling. That'll be enough for starters. Titans are going to win this outright and cover their 2.5. Ruben Spiegel, your first pick, and he based him on animals this week. The Bengals plus 3.5 or the Baltimore Ravens.
I'm going to go with the Bengals because, they're freaking Bengal tigers. They're awesome. And ravens are just like black birds that are in horror movies.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, blackbirds that are in horror movies, they eat dead flesh, and it's weird. I get it. I'm with the Roobster. So he's got the Bengals plus 3.5. Danny.
Patriots at home -3.5. I don't like that I'm on favorites this week, but the Lions' defense is so bad. DeAndre Swift is out again for the Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown is questionable for the Lions. I think the Patriots are just going to be able to do whatever the hell they want against Detroit's defense. I think they might have 40 minutes time of possession in this spot. I'm laying 3.5 with New England in Foxborough. Owen Parkins.
Chargers or Browns?
Browns.
Browns plus 2.5.
Plus 2.5.
Hey, what's an animal that's brown?
I don't want to do.
You don't want to do this? Okay, well, one more, okay? I need one more from you.
Hey, Owen, sometimes you got to make radio even if you're not emotionally invested in the segment, man.
He's a little under the weather this morning.
Like Danny, April through October.
It's a good gig if you can get it, man. It's a good gig if you can get it.
There's always fishing in Canada.
Yeah, I should take it up.
Move to cottage. Did they open that Canadian border yet?
No, they didn't.
For some people.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Jaguars -7 at home against the Texans. These are heady times in Jacksonville. They're going to get a blowout at home against a bad Texans team. The Eagles D figured out Jacksonville after a really good start last week. Texans not as good on D. Zay Jones is back. Trevor Lawrence has his first truly massive game. A good start in fantasy, by the way. I like the Jaguars -7. Ruben Spiegel, Eagles -5.5 or Cardinals? A couple of birds involved here.
Eagle.
Eagle?
In a fight, Eagle would so definitely win. Because eagles actually steal food from other birds in midair. Or sometimes they just take the bird itself. So eagles can get you on land and in the sky. And aren't they, super good at diving?
I think so.
I don't know if they're good at diving, but I know that's a lot more eagle information than I had. So he's got the Eagles.
I don't love the number that it's currently at right here. I bet it at 6.5. It's 7.5 presently. But given the track record, I don't think it's going to necessarily matter. Chiefs -7.5 at home, Monday Night Football. They outscored the Raiders 89-23 last year.
Wow.
Nothing from Josh McDaniels has impressed me. Very little from Derek Carr has impressed me. The Chiefs' offense looks amazing. Arrowhead at night, extra day. It was not tough for them against Tampa's defense, so there will be nothing problematic against the Raiders' defense. Chiefs could score 50 in this game. That'll be enough to cover 7.5. I'll lay it with Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. Your third and final pick, Mr. 2.5-year-old Owen Parkins.
Panthers or Niners?
Niners.
Can you say Jimmy G?
Jimmy G.
Jimmy G.
G.
Is Jimmy G handsome?
Yes.
Mommy thinks Jimmy G's handsome. Can you say Jimmy G is handsome?
Jimmy G is handsome.
Okay.
Can I have Thomas? Train?
You want to watch Thomas the Train?
Yeah.
All right, say I'm done with football picks.
I'm down with football picks.
Okay.
Can I have Thomas?
That's the bartering system in the house. All right, dude, you can watch one of these 11-minute episodes of Thomas the Train if you just focus on the football picks. You went 3-0 last week.
It's good. It's good. He's the Parkins I fear.
So he's the Browns, the Niners, and the Vikings. If you want to trail the 2.5-year-old who went 3-0 last week, so he's hot.
You didn't give Owen points on that one. Are we going currently at -6.5, or was it different when you saw it?
No, 6.5 is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, 6.5 is fine.
God, Shane is on his game on this segment.
And I said he went 3-0. He went 2-0-1. My apologies.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Shane's trying this year. It's a nice touch at this segment. Oh wait, that's me.
Tanny literally shut his mic off.
The Vikings have too many ways to beat the Bears offensively, and they're going to put up points. But I believe Justin Fields and the Bears will show a couple of strides in the passing game, and Kirk Cousins is going to give a touchdown away. I'm calling an Eddie Jackson pick 6 on a short play action pass. This will be the first Bears moral victory since their season opener against the 49ers. They'll cover the 7.5. I think they're going to lose. I have them at 27-20, but that's covering the 7.5. So I got the Bears covering the 7.5. How about
where can people find these moral mushroom?
Yeah, exactly. How about my boy Ruben? Bears plus 7.5 or Vikings?
Well, technologically speaking, aren't Vikings like Giants? Like they have crazy strength, crazy accuracy, crazy speed, and Vikings could take down a bear probably.
So you think Vikings?
Yeah.
Are Owen and Danny ever going to catch us?
Absolutely not. I'm going to win this.
He's going to win it. Not
It's a
me,
lot of
not
talk
us.
for a guy one game over 500.
Speaks, you thank me for trying on the pick segment this year. I want to thank you for recording these picks through your Campbell's soup can that you have connected to Ruben. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not like you're holding young Owen for ransom on that phone line there.
Ruben.
Oh, yeah, that's the other kid.
Not Owen for ransom.
My kid
You'd
wants
keep
to watch
that cute little kid, huh? You'd keep Owen. Not
Thank
giving
you.
you back.
No.
I'm 2.5. Yeah, you are, Owen. Yeah, you are. He's so cute.
God, the love for Owen and the disdain for Ruben is
No,
first of all,
disdain.
it's
not
disdain.
disdain. We just wish he'd pick the bats up a little bit quicker.
and the bets. The bats and the bets. We hope we pick those up a little quicker.
Ruben, I felt like is very popular in this segment last year.
Yes.
It's waning. It's waiting.
Oh, we
he's
love
he's having
Ruben.
a down year.
He's having a rough year. He's got to come back. I'll talk to him.
Ruben's got to carry it by himself, though. You've got Steph chiming in, so
yeah.
you got Marta
Eli
on your side.
chirping.
Eli,
last
Marta,
week.
Steph. Like, how many people do we need here to
He's
prop
got a
up
whole
Owen?
ass train on his side. Thomas is carrying this segment.
It's true. It's true.
They're cuter when they can't put words together. That's just science, folks.
Yeah. Hey, I think his verbal skills are very advanced.
They're impressive.
for
I
his
agree.
age. Thank you so much. Although you really did struggle. I was like, come on, dude, you know things that are brown. But if I would have waited for him to give me something that was brown, we would have been here all day to support
Texters are wondering why Owen likes Saints wide receiver Michael Thomas so much. Or maybe it's former Bears offensive lineman Stan Thomas. He's very specific.
There's no way to know. Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to even entertain that. The pride of Joliet and Notre Dame. He does Vikings radio. He's a friend of the show. You know him. You love him. Is there any vulnerability here that the Bears actually can exploit for the Vikings? We asked Pete Bursich next on The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein here from the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 a.m. to 2. Up next for the 2 and 2.
and I apologize to those watching on Twitch that I have not quite been able to properly position my monitor in that milieu there on the Twitch. But I'm learning more about Twitch. I think now
we forgive you for that. I don't forgive you for not saying that my question was excellent, but we can talk about it.
Listen,
2-0
I'm
me.
I'm flummoxed by my ineptitude at Twitch. Okay, so I am excused. That one's like a pass. That was a let, like in tennis. That was a let. Okay, that was a let. All right,
You're such a weirdo.
This is a generational group. They ended the curse together. You've got all these recognizable names. How could you possibly sell when they're playing this well? So for me, Bryant has to stay for the balance of the year as I try to shoo my children away. You guys are making too much noise. Dad's on the air. Please go, Gabriella. Please. Vai via. Don't be able to shout it. There you go. Okay, there you go. I had to go with the Italian urging to leave the room.
That was tremendous.
How many languages do you speak again?
Well, I mean, guys, as we have established many times, English remains a challenge for me on many a day. But
John, just for parenting advice here, I'm still a relatively new dad. My only child is 16 months old. Did you just shoo your kids away in a foreign language and then lock the door behind them? Is that what just happened?
That's precisely what happened. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is like real time parenting. Okay, I am in my basement underground, what should be a good secure bunker for them to not bother me. But and we have so there's 2 other adults in the house to take care of the kids at the moment, so they should not be here. But of course the kids come into the room, and now we actually like live broadcasting this. They may now start rattling on the door, which creates its own ruckus, and let's hope that doesn't further impede upon our interview here.
I would not allow that to derail our baseball
We
conversation.
shall move forward. We shall continue forward.
Friday, so I'm trying to stick to that, you know?
I like it.
Clutch, end over end, plenty of leg again. Double doink. He missed it. Double doink. Double doink. And the Saints can go marching out.
The matchup looks absolutely terrible on paper for the Bears. But a beautiful part of Bears Vikings is we get to call our buddy, the pride of Joliet, the pride of Notre Dame, Vikings Radio Network, their color analyst, Pete Bursich, on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Pete, how the hell are you?
You guys, Chicago coined the phrase double doink, right? So I just unashamedly stole it and used it in a good way. So you never know. It can happen. It could be good or it could be bad. And that was the first thing that popped into my head was double doink. And it's like, here we go. So thank you.
I think it was, of course. I think it was Collinsworth, right, Speaks? Collinsworth was on the call for the Cody Parkey game?
I think it was Collinsworth. I think you're right. But, Burse, you are 100% correct that everybody thinks of the Bears with the double doink. I got tagged in tweets, like I'm sure you did, Danny. Like this was so. You can't take us off the hook though, because ours was a playoff game. So yours will fade, ours will not. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, trust me, we've lost some game. We lost an NFC Championship game in '98 to a missed field goal. I mean, that didn't help, but. Yeah, it wasn't. I guess it wasn't at the end of the game. We missed 2 PATs back in the day when it was at like the 3-yard line in one game. So the Vikings are very familiar with kicking trouble. So let's just put it that way.
That was Gary Anderson, right? Gary Anderson for Dennis Green.
Gary
team?
Anderson missed one all year, and that was during the NFC Championship game. So, well, whatever. It's not. That's all water under the bridge. But I'm just saying we've had quite the share of kicking trouble. So here we go.
Pete, we look at this as a terrible matchup for the Bears. How do you look at the Bears as a matchup for the Vikings?
I mean, you're right. I think on paper and young secondary and there's a lot of things that go the Vikings' way, no question about it. But it's when you take a look at this Bears team, and I'm telling you, when Fields figures it out and decides that he's going to throw the ball instead of just running it, I know sometimes he's running for his life, sometimes he's not. But every week that you watch film, there are open receivers down the field. Last week, Darnell Mooney right down the middle of the field would have been a touchdown, and it's just a matter of what you're concerned about is he kind of figures it out this week. You know what I mean? He figures it out this week. So we can't, and you can't as a player or a fan or whatever, just assume that, things are going to be the same, right? That he's going to keep missing those things. And if he doesn't, and you guys already have a pretty darn good running game, so anything can happen. It's a division game, right? That's how these things, anything can go either way. But on paper, the matchup does look good for the Vikings.
That's interesting from your perspective. So when you're watching film or you're looking at even just some of the highlights, et cetera, you're seeing Fields tuck and run a lot, and you're seeing some open receivers. What do you and Paul say about Justin as you look at it together, as you prepare for a game like this?
Well, number one, Paul doesn't watch film. So, number two, if he did, I wouldn't listen to him anyway. But I know every week I do a coach's film. It's on YouTube or the Vikings site, and it's just a matter of what's going well. And some of the throws to Mooney. I mean, you've got to respect that combination, right? You've got to respect Fields to Mooney. They're very, very good. They can be very, very good. And the scary part is they can be a hell of a lot better. And hopefully for you guys that someday they're going to get there, or they will, and each week continue to get closer and closer to the potential of what they can bring and what they could be. It's just you hope that potential is next week, not this week. But it's a combo platter. There was a bootleg against the Giants. He had two options to throw the ball to, and he decided to keep it and got tackled right at the line of scrimmage. It's like, just throw the ball, man. Just throw it. Just get rid of it. Throw it. That's. And you just, so it's hard because the coaches, what's their job? To get receivers open. Well, they are a lot of the times. It's like, because everybody wants to know where do you point the finger? And it's kind of like, man, it's a little bit of everything, and everybody, those guys all got to hang together and keep battling. But there's a lot of potential, I think, there between that combo of Mooney and Fields.
Pete Bursich is our guest from the Vikings radio network. Well, then, just in your experience, because the question is, does it click? How long does it take to develop? Is it something that can be taught? Like, Bears fans are bordering on panicked right now that Fields just might not have it. Seems like you think there's no reason to panic.
Well, I mean, there's such a number of things. I mean, I've never seen a quarterback get more balls batted down at the line of scrimmage. So what does that mean? Well, I mean, that could be a bunch of different things. I'm not a quarterback expert, but it just is what it is, right? But there's, again, you look, it's not like you guys are 32nd in the league in passing. You guys own that by an average of by 42 yards. You're 42 yards behind the 31st team in passing in the NFL on a per game basis.
Right.
Okay. Well, some of that is, you guys played in a storm against San Francisco. There's been other things that there are reasons for that. And like I said, there are opportunities there. There are tons of opportunities there. So when do you wake that? When do you wake that up? And it's like that is. How long does that take? I mean, I don't know. For Fields, he's got to not care about throwing picks. He's just got to throw it where it's supposed to go, and just go from there. And ironically, if he wants to run, you look at Rodgers. What made Rodgers so dangerous? He scrambles, and when he scrambles, what does he do? He beats you deep, right? He tries to heave it deep. So when he scrambles, the DBs keep backing up, right? And so you're going to be able to run even more. It's like the whole thing will perpetuate itself once he gets that rhythm in that passing game and that confidence in the passing game. How long that'll take, I don't know. If I had an answer, I'd be making millions on the sideline coaching, not doing this stuff on the radio.
Oh, he's not making millions, but he's doing all right. He's Vikings Radio's Pete Bursich and the pride of Joliet, Notre Dame, and TV host, man. Saw you doing those film breakdowns with Coach Kevin O'Connell every week there on the team website and up there on YouTube. He seems likable, funny, a little cocky. How many coaches are doing this kind of thing? Was this his idea?
I have no idea.
He's eagerly driving that bus, man, and he's teaching a lot and letting the fans in quite a bit.
In the off season, for the media, they did a little presentation. He and Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, our new GM, about the guys that they drafted, and listening to him talk, I was thinking, the fans would love to hear this, and we should be able to do this. And we approached him with it, and he said, sure. The guy, I think you understand when you listen to him why the players like him. He's very positive. He's got a very, very high tempo, and he's able to take some complex things and make them sound pretty simple. And he's just really, really good when he's talking about film, when he's trying to explain things. And so just trying to share some of that. And basically, like I told him, we're not looking to give secrets away. This is just, what do you love about football, right? What do you love about coaching the game and guys learning things and the little things that guys do that really goes unnoticed throughout the league. I mean, you see highlights. Everybody watches highlights. But it's like my fiance says, behind the highlight reel, what goes on behind it? And there's a million things behind it that go behind it, and we're trying to uncover some of those. And it's a lot of fun. And for people who love the game of football, they love that kind of content.
Yeah, they do.
Your fiance says behind the highlight reel.
Yeah, she's like, you should do a TV show called Behind the Highlight Reel. Just to let all the kids know. Because what do kids do? They watch YouTube highlights, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. They just watch Justin Jefferson roll out and go for $180 and whatever. They don't see him in practice after a two-a-day, in front of a jugs machine catching 100 footballs. Or they don't see him working on a break. Or you don't see a defensive lineman working on his hands or doing this and doing that. And all the work that goes into getting and making and being part of a highlight reel. It's, it needs to be known, because these guys don't just roll out of bed and catch, 3 touchdowns and go for 200 in the game. It's a hell of a lot of work. And, the other thing too is you see a guy put the work in, and then you see positive things happen on the field, I mean, that's what coaches love, because it's like, yeah, see, this is how you do it. You work hard, you get better. It's a pretty, it goes, maybe except in radio, you work sometimes when you don't work as hard, you do better. But, in football, it's usually pretty a direct correlation.
Well, congrats on the fiance. I mean, that's good work right there.
It is. It's a lot of fun. I mean, like I said, it's a lot of fun, and I just thank Coach O'Connell that he's willing to do it, because they're, the old school coaches, man. They, they're not interested in doing anything that's not going to make them win. Me, talking to the fans, not going to help me win. Why would I want to do it? Right?
Well,
that's the old school kind of mentality.
Yeah, and so how's the transition going? Because we went from brilliant offensive mind, theoretically, on the Andy Reid tree to a defensive guy in Eberflus. You guys go from the stalwart defensive guy in Mike Zimmer to young Kevin O'Connell off the Sean McVay tree. How's that working for the overall team and the defensive identity of the bunch?
I think I think offensively you're seeing a bit of a learning curve. I mean, Cousins he was his first year here a 71% completion guy. Last year he was 68. This year he's somewhere in the high 50s, I think, right now, maybe low 60s. I don't know, but it's there, right? That lack of rhythm, and there's a lot for these guys to learn. They're giving Cousins a lot more to do before the snap. They're making him read and look and try to find out what coverage he's in, and then make the decision of where to go with the football. So they're putting more on his shoulders, I think, mentally. Defensively, it's ironic. We have some of the same issues you guys have. It's just you guys going from a 3-4 to a 4-3, where the linebackers want to sit and read instead of filling. And then on our side, that's a big problem we have against the run. Is just most of our guys up front, even though they're new to the team, outside of I think Zadarius Smith and maybe Blacklock, all those other guys were 4-3. Daniil Hunter was a 4-3. Dalvin Tomlinson was a 4-3. Harrison was a 4-3 player in Buffalo. And they're all learning this 3-4 technique, and the linebackers are learning that 3-4 technique behind them. So the run stopping hasn't been stellar, but like again, both sides of the ball, your team, our team, everyone's kind of learning something new. And at that level, when the game is so damn fast, I mean, you can't have any questions at all in your head. So it's a work in progress, no question about it.
Pete Bursich is our guest. You mentioned how bad the Bears have been stopping.
No, I didn't say that.
The Bears have been bad stopping the run. I'll say it.
Yeah. And that's again part of the scheme, part of the technique. I think it's a lot of it's also just the depth that you guys have at that D-line position. You guys have always had a D-line that was ridiculously good, right? And right now, you guys are trying to, fill some gaps, and you got some guys in there that, are struggling, right? And so that's just going to happen. I mean, Justin Jones has got a lot of juice, and he's hurt a little bit, but you just got to get in this day and age in the NFL. You need 8 D linemen. You got to have 8, and you got to rotate them, and so you've got to have depth at that position.
Is Dalvin Cook still prime Dalvin Cook? The numbers are not great so far.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, physically, yeah, he's just not. That's part of our offense, and we don't have an identity in the running game. Meaning, we don't. What's the run, or what are the things that we do in the running game that we stick to? And we've got a great fullback in C.J. Ham, and we're kind of using him, not really using him. Kevin O'Connell and the Rams. If you watch any of that offense, they didn't have a fullback. They had a lot of tight ends, but not any fullback. So how are they going to use him? And I think the running game's a little bit of an enigma right now. It's been sputtering. The more we can use it, the better our passing game is going to be. But Dalvin Cook is still every bit of Dalvin that he's ever been. I know his shoulder's kind of dinged up, but he's fine and he's healthy. So on our side of the ball, that's absolutely something that's got to improve. I mean, explosiveness, period. I mean, the average per pass, getting down the field. We like to see a lot more of that. Like to see a lot more shots taken deep. That's for sure.
You know what these quarterbacks have in common, Pete Bursich? Jacoby Brissett, Jimmy Garoppolo, Cooper Rush, Jared Goff. Would you like to take a guess at what they all have in common?
No. Yeah, no, tell me.
They all have better quarterback ratings than Kirk Cousins. So can he still get rattled and still give the ball away? What's going on with Kirk?
Of course. You know, he has 4 interceptions. I think he had 7 all of last year, right? The interception he threw against the Saints was on him. He missed Justin Jefferson twice, he said. He said this in his post-game press conference. He missed him twice. So, again, that's that learning curve. And one thing about Cousins is that if you don't pressure him, he's efficient, right? He's an 80% completion guy. And he could put a ball on a dime. He's got an unbelievably strong arm, and he's unbelievably accurate. Since I've seen him play here, the only times I've seen him fall off the wagon is when he gets pressured a lot, when he gets hit a lot, right? Then you see that completion percentage in the first half go from 10 to 12 or 15 to 17, and then it ends up being 27 of 40, right? In that second half, he gets inaccurate. Yeah, that's still possible. And for Cousins, I mean, he's a good enough quarterback to win a Super Bowl with. There's no question about that in my mind. He's got to get comfortable with this system, and right now I don't think he's 100% comfortable with it. He's making some mistakes, but like I said, they're putting more on him mentally, and I think in the long road that hopefully can get him over the hump from being what the country sees as he's a stats guy, he's a numbers guy, right? Numbers are always going to be good. How many games is he going to win doesn't matter, but his numbers are always going to be good. I mean, unfortunately, he played a lot in Washington on the East Coast, and that's just who got to see him all the time? Philadelphia, the Giants, all the New York media, and all they've got him kind of pegged in that can't win the big game situation, and until he proves otherwise, no way you can get rid of it. But he's still good enough. If you go ahead and rush 3 and see what he does to your defense, so he'll pick you apart. But if you get after him and get him on the ground, then you got a fighting chance.
Last thing really from me, as we're talking to Pete Bursich from Vikings Radio, after the first game, I thought Justin Jefferson was going to set the single-season receiving yards record. That was the whole talk coming in with O'Connell and the switch and put him in motion and all that stuff. Then the Philly game, Darius Slay just ate his lunch. He's had double-digit targets in 3 of the 4 games. Obviously, he's amazing. Obviously, the Bears have a problem in the secondary, especially if Jalen Johnson doesn't play. But, what's the key to somewhat limiting him? Not taking him away, but somewhat limiting him.
The thing with Jefferson, and he's not a underneath, wiggle route, pivot route kind of 5-yard receiver. He's a strider. He gets downfield. He gets into that second level. And what teams have been doing, the Lions did a great job of this. It wasn't Oruwariye. It was the other corner who actually did a really nice job. He's a very, very good football player. And Darius Slay, they jammed him, and then they had safety help over the top. And if you go back and watch the catch that he had against the Saints, corner was rolled up on him, but didn't jam him, didn't touch him. And if you don't touch him, he's gonna burn you. Now for Jefferson, he's got to grow as a receiver too. His 3rd year, he's got to learn what to do and how to respond when teams jam him, and that's how he's going to get better. He's going to work on those things, and that's one of the things they've been working on. You can do different things, motion him into the backfield, motion him at the snap. But that motion takes away from your ability to get vertical. So again, it's a balance, right? It's a balance with everything. And if you don't take care of him on every play, it's going to come back to bite you. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the Bears decide to try to take him away. And I would assume they're going to have someone up on the line of scrimmage trying to jam his ass on every single play.
We love these excuses to talk to you.
They're going to try.
Yeah.
They're going to try and fail, but they're going to try.
Are you giving it to Yoda? There's no try. There's do or do not. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Listen, Jalen Johnson would be up to the task, Pete, but I don't think Kyler Gordon's ready for that. I know Kindle Vildor's not ready for that. If Jalen can't go, I think if they wanted to, this could be a 200-yard game for Jefferson. I don't know if they want to.
And we have other options too. I mean, Thielen's still playing well, and KJ Osborne, our number 3 receiver, caught the winning touchdown against Detroit, kind of saved us. it was nice to see that, Jefferson he struggled against the Lions, and then by the end of the game we were getting the football to KJ Osborne and to Adam Thielen, and KJ ends up with a big touchdown at the end of the game. So that transition is there. It just took a little bit longer than you would like. So we have a good stable of wide receivers outside of Jefferson, but Jefferson, he's special, man. The kid's a lot of people in this league are fast, but this kid just has that. He has the ability to just shift and explode, and he just doesn't break stride. So he's definitely a talent, and I'm glad we got him and not Philly.
I remember. I remember Danny talking a big game on Jefferson props last year, late in the season, primetime game, and Thomas Graham Jr. came off the practice squad and had a decent game at cornerback.
Yeah, no, I remember that's where like I see Kendall Vilder still playing. That was the first time I'd ever heard his name. Was against last year.
Yeah,
when I think he had all 5 of your DBs out. Same kind of thing, right? Oh my God, we don't have any DBs. They're going to throw all over us and. You saw what happened, but it's different group up front. I think for you guys, and I don't know. I mean, if I were you, I'd just blitz the snot out of us and see what happens. I mean, what else? What do you got to lose, right? Nothing.
Yep. That's true. Burst, we love these excuses to talk to you. Sorry that Paul Allen won't watch the film, but maybe your fiance will, so you can at least talk football with somebody intelligently.
Absolutely, that's what we do. I'm actually at Hinsdale Central now. They're playing York tonight. I'm going to watch this football game. I got a freshman game. My stepson's playing tomorrow morning, and I jump on a plane and can't see my son play college ball because he's not. He's on the taxi squad right now, and then Sunday call. It's just football all the time. It's not too bad.
Sounds
good to have you on, Pete. Good stuff, man. Don't be a stranger, all right?
All right, guys. Yeah, take care.
Thanks,
all right,
Pete.
Enjoy the game. Pete Bursich from Vikings Radio, Joliet out there in Hinsdale as well all the time. He's always driving around. He's listening. We sometimes get messages from Bursich that he's tuning in. So it's good stuff, man. I like talking to that guy.
That's awesome. Yeah, I wonder if he runs into Wani as Wani's going out there seeing grandkids and nephews and cousins playing high school football. Probably
I'm sure. Man, Wani's got he finally gave up that Fox gig. No more traveling to L.A. I know it hurts him to not have his Heineken and nachos with Jimmy on Saturday night when they get out there, but just living the life, watching high school football games on Fridays and Saturdays, then doing his Bears gigs on Sundays, hanging out. Good for Dave. We haven't done one last thing in a while because we had weird Cubs interruptions and stuff. So text and twitch in your questions. We'll answer them to end the show. We like to call it one last thing. But coming up next, an off-the-beaten take went national this morning, and it relates to kind of how we started the show. So we can circle back around to that next. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bears fans, check out Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson live with Parkins and Spiegel every Monday at 5 p.m., recapping every Bears game.
It was all mistakes. I lost a bet.
Okay.
It was a bet against the Green Bay. I'm going to tell you who I lost it to. Her name is Lauren Cecilman. She was the Pan Am and medalist winner. I want to say she played soccer for Canada. And I lost the bet. The bet was if we were going to beat the Green Bay Packers. And I'll have to wear this cheese head. So I'm going to shamefully grab this cheese head.
Oh, no.
And wear this in this interview because I'm a man of honor. So I'm going to put this on, sadly.
Oh, my God.
Jalen.
All right,
Go get it. I'm worried about you, man.
Put it on. So this is Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson putting on a cheesehead to pay off a bet.
Lauren better be very special to you, Jalen, because
oh my God,
that's a tough look.
Oh my God,
that is a tough look right there.
Oh.
Can you pan up? Oh, he's doing it. He's adjusting the frame as well.
I at least have to be comfortable in my uncomfort.
Did you get the points? Did you? Because you guys were an underdog. Like, did you know
the point spread?
No. This was just a flat out win or lose.
Oh, Jalen,
money line.
That's a tough bet for you, my man.
Yeah, you might want to talk to Danny when it comes to gambling stuff. But I mean, don't do it at all.
I wasn't too. At the time, I wasn't too concerned. I felt really good going into the game. Towards the end, this started to come into my head. I had some last second regret. But it is what it is. I was gonna bet on me and the guys any day.
You realize, Jalen, there will be some meatball Bears fans, and I use that term very lovingly, very passionate meatball Bears fans, who will be horrified by this. Will think that you are a traitor. They might spell it wrong, but they will call you a traitor, Jalen, for doing this. Are you prepared for that?
I am a man of honor, and I said if I lost, I would do it, and I'm doing it 2 weeks later.
Is it comfortable? How do you feel about
terrible?
It's terrible.
Nothing about this. It's uncomfortable. It looks horrible. Nothing about this damn hat is pleasing.
Yeah, that's right.
Broncos fans are bailing.
They've had enough.
It's 9-9. They're like, the heck with it. I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out of here. That's crazy.
You know, I'm grateful for them battling for every moment, every play, and they kept believing to the last play. And that belief is a powerful thing, and that's what I'm going to keep believing in. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Broncos country. That's right.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
Where the hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Get those questions in, text and switch for one last thing. That was Broncos fans leaving the game as it went to overtime. Before the start of overtime, Kirk Herbstreit couldn't believe what he was seeing. Not exactly the SEC anymore.
Well, yeah,
And-
that's the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
No, and then Russell Wilson ending the press conference after having the disastrous game with Broncos country. Let's ride. Not exactly reading the room.
Oh my God! How about Herbstreit? I think realizing last night that he's allowed to rip the product when it's bad. He was never allowed to do that in college, and Michaels is giving him the green light to do it. So, like, he was kind of giddy, enjoying himself. I heard the end of the first half. He was like, "Well, there's the halftime crew. They're going to be breaking down everything that went on in the first half. A lot to talk about." And Michael's like, "They do have a lot to talk about." Like, there was.
I think that
so much.
I thought my read on Herbstreit last night was that he was entertained by Al Michaels. Like, he's a great broadcaster. He follows his play-by-play guy, and he's like, "Oh, really?"
You know, I'm only half kidding, but sometimes a game can be, at least to this point, so bad it's almost good. You know what I'm saying?
No. Like, Chris Fowler would not do that. I bet you that harkened back to some Brent Musburger days for Herb. He's like, oh yeah, this is back to like having one of those made guys like Fowler's off the set at game day. You know, this isn't tennis. Like, he's trying to earn his stripes. He's calling a pretty straight game. But Al Michaels, he doesn't care. He's texting his bookie. Like, he doesn't care what's going on.
Type of game you'd like to have in the 5th Regional on CBS on Sunday.
All right, that's the one I love so much. It's so inside TV. Type of game you'd like to have on the 5th Regional on CBS on Sunday. So,
it's like, why isn't Spiro Ditas here? I'm way too famous for this game. That's right. Can Jay Feely and Spiro Ditas get on a coach flight, please?
This game was built for Andrew Catalan. This doesn't need me. I'm above this, 100%.
Where's Charles Davis when you need him? Herbie, call around the jet.
and yeah, oh my God.
Thank you guys. Broncos country. Let's ride.
Let's ride. Nobody wants to ride with you right now, Russell. Nobody wants to ride with
Guy's dead. He's dead.
You killed him on Seattle radio last December.
In December of 2021.
Yeah.
I told you.
You did.
I told everyone.
I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's cooked. I believe there will be a resurgence for Russell Wilson. Maybe I'm in the minority here, but
well, he's going to have plenty of time because he's signed for eternity. So he's going to get plenty of opportunities. Kyle Brandt went on Good Morning Football today, Spiegs.
Yeah,
and lit him up. Listen to this.
This is going places really fast. The last play is meaningful, not in just that it was KJ Hamler or not that he missed. It's the reaction afterwards from Hamler. It's spiking the helmets. It's that I don't know when Russell Wilson turned into Mitch Trubisky, but I wish he would turn into Geno Smith so they could win a game. Okay? Right. Because Geno makes that play 10 times out of 10, and then afterwards, they got a 4th and 1. They want to go for it, and look at that. That is a teammate that is on national television as at home. Afterwards, it's just perfect. They pass when maybe they should have run. I think Russell Wilson is one of the least authentic personalities we have in this league. I think Russell Wilson is a poser. And that doesn't mean he's a bad person. I actually think he's a good person. I think he tries to be something that he's not. And when you make the $245 million, you either got to be a really great guy with the locker room who loves you, or you got to be an amazing player. Brady, who makes half of what Russell's making, is both. Rodgers, MVP. Patrick Mahomes, both. Allen, people love him. He's amazing. Kyler, we'll find out. Russell Wilson, first of all, the NFL, the Broncos fan base has no history with him. They have no allegiance to him. This is not a Seahawks thing that they drafted him, they grew up with him, he's their guy. None of that. I work the NFL honors. I work the red carpet. Kelsey comes by, Rodgers comes by. Russell Wilson shows up with his sunglasses and his wife, and I think they think they're Jay-Z and Beyonce, and they will literally put their hand up and say, no, we're not talking. Why? Because you think you're that cool and you're that famous and you're that amazing and everything is so perfect. That does not work in a locker room unless you are really good or really, really good guy. It just doesn't work. $245 million, that can come unraveled fast. And especially when you're missing throws like that and you're putting up 9 points in a nationally televised game. Look out, this could come off the rails.
So the stuff about Russell being a poser and not being authentic has been said about Russell, subtly or hinted at. I mean, that is on NFL Network. Kyle Brandt going at it today. Danny, you've heard that stuff, right? And sometimes it's opinionist, but like to hear it in the midst of regular football analysis because it's about the locker room, and Brandt is saying the locker room could get real ugly real fast. I thought I appreciated his stones to put that out there. Frankly.
Yeah, I thought given the forum, it was a little surprising. He didn't get a lot of pushback. He got a lot of people applauding it in terms of people with large social media followings within the NFL circles. When they lost to Seattle, a lot of ex-teammates, and they would be loyal to Seattle, of course, but they seemed to take a bit of a victory lap when the Broncos lost to Seattle week 1. And Richard Sherman included. And Richard Sherman was yucking it up with Russ last night pregame, but that was not what he was saying on his podcast when he was after that first game. Like, I think a lot of people soured on him, but in Seattle, he won him a ring. So they put up with some of this. And listen, I think some of it's that he's a little corny. I think some of it's jealousy at Sierra. And some of it's jealousy of the money and the commercials. So I'm sure it's a combination of all of it. But with the Seahawks, he won them a ring, and he still had some ex-teammates turning on him publicly and doing a little grave dancing after week 1. He doesn't have any of that with the Broncos, with the players or the fans. So all that they know about Russell Wilson is that they traded a bunch to get him. They gave him a bunch of money. He's supposed to be ready-made, top 5, if not, top 10, if not top 5 from day one. And he bought the most expensive house in the history of Colorado real estate. Like, that's what he is. Like, he is coming with all of the fanfare. What we gave up, what we gave you, how you're carrying yourself, celebrity couple. And through 4 games, it's been an absolute disaster. And he's been corny.
Yeah.
Like,
Broncos
having
country.
them yell out run or pass from the sideline, pretending to high-five guys when he runs out onto the field, ending his press conference like that. Like, KJ Hamler was like, man, just throw me the ball. I'm wide open. That's a receiver who's proven exactly nothing in this league.
Yeah.
Spiking his helmet in frustration and showing up as future Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, it's not going well.
Russ has always reminded me of Alex Rodriguez. Like when A-Rod was a player, you could tell that A-Rod was constantly consumed with how he was coming off and what he was doing, and it was putting on an act. And underneath that, was A-Rod a decent guy? Not at the time. Then there was a little brief period where I thought maybe he's a little self-aware, maybe he's a decent guy. With Russ, I don't know. I mean, Brandt says he thinks he's a good person. I don't know. I certainly don't know Russ to know whether he's a good person underneath there, but he is definitely putting on an act, and it's not going to serve him well in a locker room and in a sport where people have to take you seriously.
I just can't imagine the level of fear you'd have, sports fear, as a Broncos fan today. Week 1, you're completely out on your coach. Week 4, you're terrified that you gave $250 million to a washed-up quarterback. The contract doesn't even kick in until next year. And, oh, yeah, by the way, you don't have first-round picks. It's when the Bears traded for Cutler, you just kept getting teased. You know what I mean? There was enough positive, and he was young enough that even though it was frustrating, you kept coming back year after year after year after year. If Russ is just bad, and I know you said you think he isn't, but like, if he's just bad this year, he's their guy in perpetuity because of the money.
I know.
So it would just be like a uniquely terrifying thing. A lot of teams draft a quarterback and he sucks, or a lot of teams trade for a quarterback and it's choppy. You don't trade and sign for a guy of his caliber and get you don't give $200 million contracts to guys who are busts. It just doesn't happen. Only like 4 guys ever have gotten that contract. So it's a known commodity type of investment. And he looks horrible. So it's got to be a unique fear. It would be like if Deshaun Watson was terrible for the Browns.
With all that guaranteed and their whole future tied up. Yeah, I think there have been flashes. There was like one drive last week where it was like, oh my God, there it is. There it is from Russ. The one where he ran in the touchdown after throwing the deep ball. And so there have been moments where I'm like, there he is. And he can still run. He can still scramble to create. He's just not doing it sometimes. I feel like he came in there coasting, thinking he's Russell effing Wilson, and all he's got to do is show up and it's going to come easy. And that's just not the way it works. And I think he'll realize that he has to respond from the humbling and show up stronger. So
we answer your questions for one last thing. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Don't miss Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score.
clock to punch. I do. I'm leaving right now.
It's time for One Last Thing.
So let me ask you a question.
I just want to ask you.
Is there some question?
One question.
I mean, is that really a question? This has been a good session.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Question.
Come on, man. That's a stupid question.
Why is that a stupid question?
Can anybody else answer that?
I just want to ask you. One question.
Anybody? Yeah, man. That's a stupid question.
I just want to ask you. One question.
It's a stupid question. You should be equipped to answer.
All right. I did answer it.
I just want to ask you. One question.
That's a stupid question.
We got the answer. Then you should be able to handle a stupid question.
I
I
did.
just want to ask you.
Well, that's a great question.
One question.
One Last Thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Wanted to send a special shout out at the beginning of One Last Thing to a prominent member of the Twitch mob. Their tag on Twitch is MX Hawker. Met them out at the 30th anniversary event. Kevin, who's running the Twitch chat today, shared with us that MX Hawker shared in the Twitch that they lost their father today. So our condolences from all of us, but MX Hawker still in the Twitch chat and spending the full 4 hours with us, kind of having us help get them through the day and brighten the mood. So wanted to share our condolences to MX Hawker, and it's we appreciate you sharing that with us because it is a nice reminder to know that this stupid little thing that we do can make a difference. So our thoughts are with you.
That's often the best thing we can offer is just a chance to help make a day better or get through something. So thanks to the mob for listening and for being there and for supporting each other. Good stuff.
Shane gathers and asks the questions that you text and Twitch in. He asks them, we answer them. What do we got, Shane?
Yeah, with that, thanks for the transition, Danny. From Audio ID Kid, with fall arriving, what's your favorite fall comfort food?
I mean, I was thinking about the apple cider donuts. Like it's like a once a year thing.
I can't stop thinking about them since Kyle
I
Long.
can't stop thinking about it.
And Tandy's not doing sugar right now.
I know this is a tough time to be a fat boy in the fall.
I'm with you, man.
It's so
I'm with
tough
you.
because you got the apple cider donuts transitioning into the pumpkin pie and then right into the holiday French silk pie. It's bad. It's hard. So I'm trying to be a good boy out here.
This is a time to make big casseroles and big fatty mac and cheese and stuff like that. Just have it around for a week and slowly pound away at it. But I'm not doing sugar or alcohol either here, so it's difficult.
Man, you guys
Shane?
being healthy.
I think my short rib chili recipe is incredible, and it's one of the only things that I actually talk about my food being very good. I think my short rib chili is killer, so I'll probably have that once a week for the next 10 or 11 weeks.
It's a good run. Good run. What's next?
From Peoria Matt, what's the newest guest or segment that surprised you in regards to how good it's been?
On this
Jalen
show?
Johnson.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson's a good answer. He's been absolutely great.
It's like it's not making a ton of news locally or nationally,
But
Like,
it should be.
I think there have been multiple things that should have kind of gone a little bit more viral and been a part of like the larger Bears conversation. So I'm a little surprised it hasn't caught on more, at least in the zeitgeist in that way. But to have a young, opinionated, hyper-confident player who is willing to come on and do a weekly when he's injured and share and not give platitudes and look ahead and engage in storylines and banter, I think he's been amazing.
He doesn't have a cliche in him.
Yeah.
He answers questions the way he wants to answer questions.
Yeah, I think it's been great.
For me, it's this guy, Dave Wanstead. Like, we brought him on as a test experiment just to see if he's going to be any good. And he comes in the studio, and he's been great the entire time. I've been surprised by him.
It's a newer type of situation.
Had to coach him up a little bit. He's so green when he came in here.
Yeah.
Like, not a whole lot of experience in the industry, especially with football. We had to coach him up about the football stuff, too, which is a big part of it. But he's really turned into something that we can be proud of around here.
Tanny, I've been diagramming a lot of plays for him in studio.
Yeah,
during commercial break.
It's the stuff you guys don't see on air. I was talking to my wife about some of the plays you were diagramming earlier, and we thought they were great.
I was talking to Pete Bursich's fiance about it. She was very thoughtful.
And Wani's been talking talking to this guy David Kaplan for a while, and he's given him a lot of bad information. Just it's been bad. So we're trying to correct that. Speaking of Jalen Johnson, from Normal Tom on Twitch, did anyone find out what that woman would have to do if she lost the bet to Jalen Johnson that required him to wear the cheese head? Jalen gave me her contact info, and I reached out to try to put her on Tuesday, and she never answered. So we don't know.
Not interested.
We don't know what the return would be.
Listen, one other thing. Now that he's practiced today and we don't know if he's going to play, is Dustin okay if Jalen goes out for dinner? Do we know this?
It's a good question.
Is he allowed to eat dinner
He was
now?
only a limited participant, though, so I assume he still isn't allowed to eat a full meal.
Just appetizers?
That's
maybe?
right.
But Dustin says he can have dinner. He just had a problem with where he was going to dinner. The fact he was traveling.
But in fairness, so did you.
Well, yeah, because you picked a bad place. I was telling you guys this in pre-show. I was over there by Gordon Ramsay Burger last night, went to dinner at Club Lago, and I was walking back, and on the same corner are Cortino and in Osteria Viastata, I think it's called, another Italian place, in the same intersection. Jalen chose Gordon Ramsay Burger over 2 Chicago Italian staples.
Yeah, that ain't right. The great Club Lago, owned and operated by members of the Mark Grody family, by the way.
Yep.
I don't know if
Guido.
they know they're the Mark Grody.
We love Guido. Yeah. One more from our video guy.
Danny didn't hear because there was a toning. Remember when Dustin was figuring out why Danny
That's
couldn't
right.
get Jalen a proper reservation?
Yeah. Did you hear that, Danny?
No.
Yeah, well, you guys shouldn't have been atoning. Yeah, it's
What
too
did I
long. We
do?
got to get out of here, so.
Dustin thought that you should have been able to get Jalen a better restaurant seating somewhere. Or Mully thought that. And then
No.
Dustin... No, Mully did.
Okay.
Right? And then Dustin corrected
There's
him.
no way to know.
There's no way to know.
Yeah. Then Jalen Johnson, then a cornerback on the Bears. Yeah, he's got more pull in this town than I do. Not than Shane, but more pull than I do. That's for sure. Anyone going to pick the Bears to win other than Shane, who picks them every week?
32-30. Bears. My description for the picks? Ugh.
Yeah, I saw that. By the way, me, Chris Tannehill, and Chris Emma, the only people at 4-0 in the picks. Very exciting. I know I got him to cover, man. I can't pick the Bears to win. Can't do that.
No.
Cover 7.5.
Not a fan.
I mean, good on you for being 4 for 4. It's if they win, it'll be
sincere, wasn't it, Speaks?
Well, no, it'll be
good for you, man.
Yeah.
Enjoy your baseball. Enjoy your baseball this weekend.
Hey, 4-0, Seattle on top of the
It's 4-0. It's
4-0.
how we
whatever
usually
it is.
say score.
Whatever it is. The point is this: it's gonna be a confused fan base if they beat the Vikings.
It's 4-0 in Toronto.
Seattle's 4-0. They must have won 4 games.
I really was just trying to fit in with you guys by having baseball playoffs on in my home studio today. I don't care. I can't wait to turn it off. Gabe Ramirez follows up. Thank you to what'd you say?
Nothing.
Then Bulls.
Then Bulls.
Gabe and then Bulls.
Gabe's
got a nice sweater on today. I'm looking at him. It looks like your white hoodie with the checkered pattern.
Looks like a quilt.
Yeah, there's Gabe. It looks like a quilt. He's got a quilt sweater on.
I'm wearing a quilt. I'm comfortable as hell.
It's quilted. It's nice.
It's good fall attire. Well, Gabe Ramirez comes up next, then Bulls basketball. Thanks to Kevin for hanging out in the Twitch chat and video stream for us. Shane Reardon, our executive producer, thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day.
Yes.
I don't think I thanked the guests today. I'm doing this all out of order. Dan Wiederer, Pete Bursich,
Pat Manley.
And Pat Manley were our guests. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. Well, it's been quite a week, you know.
I wanted to